I think everyone.
Dr. Kokila.
I think we don't have Shani today as well. I think it seems. Can someone? Does anyone have the book? We can read a little bit of it and then continue. If we don't, we can.
Dr. Kokila, I have the book. The problem is I can't remember the last page that she read, page 79, 80. I
Yeah, it's
remember.
okay. We can.
Shall I start from page 80?
Yeah, okay.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. First of all, I pay homage at Aryan Mahanse's feet. තෙරුවන් සරණයි to all Dhamma friends. So, I'm reading a page from The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 80. In the Shapta Surya Sutra, one of the teachings of the Buddha, he said that if the 7 suns rise in the sky, the earth would turn to ashes and only the empty space would remain. Likewise, when we realize the pure truth that we do not exist at all, we would just let go of everything with understanding and with wisdom, and just live the rest of the life with ease and no suffering. You would realize that you are only a thought, a spark, nothing else. Meaning Mahanse. Yes, Honorable Sir, we are holding on to something that does not exist. Aryan Mahanse, the Buddha said, Etang mama eso hamasmi. This means that if you believe that things exist outside and inside, it creates a me and my life. It is the mind consciousness, also known as the Manovinyana, that gives us the me feeling. Actually, when you say the book, that is you. The fact that you think that you exist is a concept, an impression. If you see a tree, that tree is you. If somebody scolds you in front of you, that person who is scolding you is you. Now, where am I? You are in the spark, nowhere else. Whatever the 6 stimuli that comes from the 6 senses, that is you. What happens when you don't give importance to the 6 stimuli coming from the 6 senses? You, the concept of you, begins to melt away. Now your belief that you are alive begins to melt away. The Buddha named this process of letting go with wisdom and melting away as Nibbidanti Viraganti Nirodhanti Patinissanupassi. Your greed, ill will, and delusion disappears. If you give any value to something outside or inside, that creates the me concept. Let us say, for example, Mehenin Wahansa, you eat food and you taste the food on your tongue. Now tell me, is it you who is eating the food? Now, don't you create a concept that it is you who is eating the food? Also, when you have a craving or liking to a taste, don't you think that it is really you who is enjoying it, tasting it? You can be aware of how the illusory I-ness is formed while being in any posture. You can also be aware of how the feeling of I-ness is created when you see, hear, smell, taste, touch, or have any thoughts. When you realize that an illusory you is created in every stimuli you receive, you can let go of forming any attachments or dislike to them by having an awareness of seeing the pure truth in them. This wisdom of being aware of the illusion of the outside and the inside is called Udayavaya Jnana. If you don't get tricked by the illusion and you let go of it after seeing the truth in it, it is known as Pajanati. If you don't realize that it is all an illusion, and if you get tricked by it, it is called Vijanati. We need
Shall
to
we?
be okay.
Is,
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
is it
Yeah.
one page gone or is it still there?
Uh, one, not one full, yeah, one page. Normally they go for 2 pages, 1.5. Since it is the explanation, I continue, but that makes sense. We can have the discussion based on that, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Thiruvan Saranai.
Yeah, when it is too long, I think
Yeah, it's
it might get
confusing. Yeah.
too. We can miss because one part actually, even one sentence has so much kind of depth in it. Actually, even the one, yeah, 2 pages. I don't know. I felt like that. Can you elaborate on what you read? Anything specifically that
Yeah.
you? Yeah.
Yeah, what is being explained is Dr. Kokila. Now, the rising of the self vibration, as we all say, the I-ness, the concept. So, Aryan Hanse explains is taking, making the nun see through herself. Now, how is I created? Now, in relation to six sensory organs. Now, Aryanasi says, okay, now take the birth of I as an example. When you see something, uh, okay, you believe that it is you who sees it. Actually, is it you who sees it? It is the function of the eye. Now, as we know, Aryan Mahanse, there's Aryan Mahanse's explanations. Now, these sensory organs are just like machines. Now, if you take a circuit and fix 6 bulbs into them, so eye is actually functioning like one of them automatically. It as long as there is no deformity, uh, when the moment the eye opens due to these vibrations, that sparking happens, and
Yeah. What is
with
the
that,
difference between? What is the difference between a being, whether it's a human being or any being? What is the difference between that and between a machine or between a tree? Like, what is the
um,
difference?
difference is this ignorance in the sense, the moment this appears due to the illusory mind consciousness, this
No,
power,
no, no, not the
the,
ignorance. No, the basic, what is the difference in
that is
a
that
tree and a being?
a being actually that the taints or that vibration that occurs in the zygote is absent in other entities, but
Yeah, but
in
yeah, I think that that goes too far. But simple answer is consciousness.
yes, consciousness. Yes,
Simple answer is consciousness. We
is
shouldn't make it
consciousness.
more complex than that. Simple answer is consciousness. So,
Conscious.
what is the reason that uh, what is the reason for the consciousness?
The reason for the consciousness is ignorance and that self vibration, that self vibration in the sense that vibration that occurred in the uh, zygote.
Not the
And
ignorance. I'm talking about any consciousness. I mean, again, simple answer, not with. I mean, ignorance is part and parcel of every being, yes, but that is when the consciousness actually falls onto something. That is where the ignorance is. But just consciousness. What is the reason for the consciousness?
Sarana, is it the
it's
5 aggregates?
No. Yeah, the five aggregates, the end part is consciousness now anyway. But what is the reason for
Yes.
the consciousness? We have talked about this a lot.
It's the Dr. Coker, it's this feeling of existence.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get it in the Dhamma perspective. What is the reason for the consciousness actually in I?
Oh, so it's the speed of the vibrations.
Yeah,
It's the
don't
vibration,
forget
the
that. Yeah,
central point. Yeah.
that's where we have mistakenly taken everything into with the ignorance. We take it for something else. Yes, but what happened there? What's the reason for the consciousness? Is the fast vibration. The how much fast you can't even imagine that the light vibration is the usually the highest, but there is a highest one, and that is the mind. But the reason for the consciousness is sankhara. So what is sankhara? Sankhara is the very fast vibration of the eye, the vibration in the eye. So what is the reason behind this becoming a thing then? That is ignorance. So don't misunderstand all this. Not misunderstand, actually get confused with all this. What originally happened is the fast vibration of the eye. That is cold light. There's no light. That is cold light. We call it light. But what actually happened was fast vibration of the eye. It doesn't matter what we call it. What we felt was a fast vibration of the eye. And we call it light because then we can communicate with each other, isn't it? Because we can communicate. This is dark, this is light, like kind of. But actually, it's a perception. Perception is not the problem. But actually, even the consciousness is not the problem. But the problem here is due to the fast vibration of the this the you know the eye. We are talking about the eye at the moment. So if fast vibration of the eye only, that we felt it as existing, but due to the ignorance, it is already taken as feeling here. Feeling here. There's no me or my story there yet. I'm talking about the initial stages of the life. There's no idea about a me, my, mine, nothing. The baby's eyes just started to work. Actually, baby's eyes are a bit late to work, but they when this vibration starts to occur, the baby doesn't know it's a light even. I mean, nothing. It's just another vibration which felt as happening here. It is because of the rapidity of the vibration that you feel it. Does it make any sense, Sakuntala? Dr. Sakuntala?
Yes, yes, yes. I think you were clearly explaining it. Yes,
Yeah, so just put in any thoughts. This is a discussion. It's beautiful to have a discussion rather than
yes.
like talking alone. So it is really important to understand this beginning, because without the beginning, everyone is confused about uh, everything basically. Because if we haven't taken the root out, the tree is going to plant again. The root can give another plant. So it's just important to understand the this vibration we are talking about. This vibration in the eye, because it happens so fast, is the reason for the consciousness. So, but actual perception is not the problem, though. We get a
Mhm.
perception, yes, it's okay. We have some kind of perception. We call it light, yes, but we have some kind of perception. It is, we all have an idea, but uh, but do you know, even that is different from species to species. The every eye is different, even from man to man. That eye also is different, person to person. It is different, but it's the fast vibration that causes for us to feel that it is happening here. That taint is the beginning of the taint is that, but ignorance is part and parcel of that. But that is why it feeds the ignorance, the consciousness, because it's felt as happening here. That feeds the ignorance anyway. It is feeding each other. So that is the reason where the start of the life, kind of the Lord Buddha's explanation, the life starts there. Because actually no, life starts when we understand by the mind. Because the mind, when we kind of, I mean, the consciousness starts in the eye, yes, but when we actually talk about the world starts when the mother's, or amma, or ma, whatever, when we understand something with the help of the other organs. So when the vibrations do occur at the same time, there's another new vibration, kind of a new vibration. It's not a new vibration, but it's a kind of a new vibration, because it it happened simultaneous vibration. So when that happens, that is the mind, the thought. When that happens, again this problem is there. What you feel, because it is happening, you feel it as it is existent again. Do you get the point? So whenever you feel something is there, there is the same vibration, that the self vibration we call. Do you get it? Okay, you can all add on. Do you get it? Yes, Teruvan Sana.
Yes, I think what you described so far is a part of a natural system or something like that. I mean, there's no controller. It's spontaneously happening. Uh, I don't know whether you can call it a nature's law, because there is no controller and there is no specific pattern that is predictable, and the outcome is the thought,
Yeah,
which
but
is
because the
the,
consciousness
yes.
is as felt as something, because of the rapid
Mm,
vibration, it is felt as something. That's the beginning of the that, you know, self vibration is arising at at each and every stimulus. We talked about this, I
mm,
think, yesterday or day before. Each
yes.
stimulus, so the kind of life is stimulus, stimulus, stimulus. But each
Mm,
stimulus, when it is felt as a thing, the self vibration is also there. It just it's another telepathy system because they are similar. Kind of, it when the consciousness is taken as a thing, it is due to the ignorance. Yeah, then if this is understood, then if this is fully understood, then if we turn this, Anusota and Padisota, like that, when if we turn this to the other way around, then we understand, okay, this is the only thing that happened there. That is the only thing that happened there. What? The fast vibration of the eye. This is very difficult for a beginner, but with the time, with timing, with time, with discussions, with explanations, with reassurance, with everything, we understand this more and more. But we have to feel this too. But to feel that is the problem. But we have to understand this to feel it at all. So this is kind of the main root of the problem. That is the sasava. The reason for the sasava is or the taints. Isn't it the word sasava, the taints?
Yes,
Thanks.
Dr.
Yes.
Priscilla.
Yes.
Yeah, so the reason for the taints is the fast vibration of the consciousness, but due to the due to the initial, the which we know that the zygote will not become like a actual child if there is no self vibration, if there is no telepathization of the self vibration. So if there is a there should be a similar vibration which should happen. So what is this similar vibration? That's a consciousness, that when the consciousness is felt as a thing, that is the life, that is the actual, the being, the life, the feel, that feel, that is where the telepathization can happen to self vibration. So this effect should be understood for us to understand how life, the sansaric kind of journey, even though it is not a person who is going from place to place. I was a dog last time. I'm going to be a who human next time, like that. That's not how it is. Actually, what happens is there's just telepathization of vibrations which happens. But how does it happen? It happens. It doesn't happen to the tree. It happens only when there is some kind of the fast vibrations where the consciousness is happening. So when the consciousness is there, there is a possibility of similar vibrations. But what we really are trying to understand is we can't change that, but we can change the end point here in this birth. Do you get the point? Because we are already born now. It doesn't matter. We have the 5 6 sensory organ system. That's fine. But what we keep changing here is with the wisdom. We keep understanding. Okay, yes, we are kind of in the mind bubble where the everything is like a film. It's a beautiful film. It's actually the most complex film ever. And in that, if you actually come out of that film, at least for like a second, then you will realize there is the part where there is the basic other consciousnesses, which was the reason for the samsaric journey, where the telepathization happened. So that vibration, if we are to understand the non-self vibration, we have to understand that first thing I told in the beginning, that this happened, the consciousness only happened because of rapid vibration of an cell, in the sense eyes or whatever, the ears or what is it, the tongue or the nose or the skin. But the most complex one is the next level, because with all these three together acting, five together acting as a one another sensor system, that's the most complex ever sensory system, the most complex one, which is manifested as a film, beautiful or ugly film in that sense. So yes, I'll stop there, and you all can add and discuss. Yes.
Dr. Kokila, I had this question actually. Now, when you talk about these living beings or beings, whatever the lives, is there a cutoff point, like for microorganisms or very small, like that microscopic sort of
No,
lives?
no,
You can't talk
no.
about telepathization, can you?
You can. Why not? Any vibratory cell, in the sense, are you talking about the body cells?
No, I'm talking about the microorganisms like bacteria and that sort of ones.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure in that how to discuss it, so I won't, because it's not my entity to discuss it, so I won't talk about it. But I think any being, if there is a consciousness, there is a chance of telepathization.
Yes. Okay. So as you mentioned, it's like understanding about the sensor faculties, the function of the sensor faculties. So basically, from nothingness, uh, because of the ignorance, structure is sort of constructed, or the world is constructed, but at the base there is nothing, because the vibration is not something that is permanently persisting, and vibration is not something that can be felt or seen or smelled, tasted, or none of the sensor faculties is capable of uh, identifying a vibration. But because of the rapid speed, the vibrations will create something with the help of the sensor faculties. Am I correct if I say like that?
Well, I don't know whether the wordings are a bit
Maybe. Yes.
different, because it is a rapid vibration itself. It is called the sensory organ.
Sensory organ. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
because we can't differentiate sensory organ and the vibration. Vibration
Yeah.
itself is the light. Vibration itself is the sensory organ. There's nothing there's nothing else. Because there is a vibration only, we can identify there is a sensory organ even. Because there is a
Yes.
vibration, then only we can identify something called light. That's the problem. That's the thing. There is only a vibration in the end, where so we can, when we go to the mind, we can talk about it like endless.
Yes.
But the basic level, it has nothing. So the do you get the point? So imagine
Yes.
now the mind forms. So that's the beauty of the mind. These humans only have this beautiful mind. I mean, we call it beautiful, but it is the either the downfall or the either the uprise to the an arahant, but it can be the downfall too. But what I'm trying to say is, because this mind, when the mind is formed, or the um, the first, like the chitta or the thought is formed, then starts the story. Until such time, we don't know whether it's the asa or the I, whether it's the light, nothing. But once the mind is formed, this beautiful film has all these discussions, isn't it? Do you get the point?
Yes, yes,
So the
yes.
original field didn't have any of these things, whether it's the eye, whether it's the light, nothing. You have to understand this. You will feel it, but you have to understand it in the basic level to get the essence of it. What actually is the problem? Why there is some kind of samsaric journey? Once mind is formed, we are kind of trapped in that mind world, but there is an underlying vibration, the cause for that. And once the mind stops, we feel like the story would be over, and it's not. Has it been over? No. So that's the basic thing for us to understand, how the beginning of the consciousness, or the fundamental of the consciousness, is not the consciousness itself. It is actually the vibration, and the vibration, the fundamental is the non-vibration. But here, with knowing this only will help us to actually not get carried away by any of these mindful world, like the mind world, because mind world has so much stories. We get up in the morning, we have so much stories, today is a rainy day, it is so dark, I have to go, then I have to take the umbrella, I might come late. So many things, so endless things, infinite. It's like infinite because there's no end. So, but once that the death is also there in that mind world, because the birth and the death is not part of that basic one. That basic one didn't know anything about the death or the birth. Once the mind world is formed, only this death, birth, all these stories has happened. So it's very important to understand the roots, where the fast vibration of the I, how it caused us to feel that we kind of exist. The word that Suran guided there, that how the fast vibration of the I had this, the feel, or the consciousness, and why that brings upon the feel of existence. That's our normal, but that's usually the normal forever. That's the normal. And once these five organs vibrate simultaneously, um, this brings upon a new vibration kind of thing, where all uh, the gut, the eight things, all the features of these vibrations are in that kind of new vibration, and that's the thought. And in that thought, it becomes a thought world, because it's not just one thought. It will start with the mother, but it is not just one thought. It will be like, it will keep adding. We will try to separate everything. We keep separating. We like to separate everything, and we want to have an idea. We like understanding things, so we will be having a big mindful mind world. So by about 60 years of age, or 50 years of age, or 70 years of age, we have like a huge amount of stimuli which we have already taken for granted, like already taken as true. So that's why this the power initially, the power could be 200, but now it's kind of 35,000. That power, that power is coming from the now the ignorance and the the self vibration, the feel of existence now has given rise to the self perception. And the self perception, initially self perception is very weak in a 2-year-old, 3-year-old, 5-year-old. The self perception is weak. They have to be told actually. But then later in life, this self perception will become the self view, and then now it is very powerful. If something happens, the jumping of the self can happen immediately, to fight or flight. You have the whole idea of me now. Me, mine, I, me, mine. Yeah. Yes. Anything, Surangika? Anyone can add to that discussion? I think Aranwans is also here. I don't know whether he can participate to the discussion. Can you all hear me?
Yes,
Yes, we can hear.
Dr. Gokula.
Yeah. Shall
Dr.
we
Gokula,
continue the discussion?
I have a question regarding the telepathization again. And now, Dr. Kokila, anyway, in the thought formation process, now it happens in 2 rounds, and definitely this telepathization happens in relation to this mind consciousness, that is second round, isn't it? And when you were explaining the telepathization in relation to feel, I couldn't understand it. Can you please explain a bit about telepathization in relation to feel? Just day before yesterday, I think you explained, but I couldn't quite catch it.
Yeah, the feel
Then,
telepathization extends to the whole samsaric journey. So it has to be felt to.
Thirwan Sarnai.
Thirwan
Thirwan
Sarnai.
Sarnai. You can also share this with this your discussion.
Sorry, I didn't get that message. What is it?
I think Mr. Bernard's voice I heard, I think he's connecting the people at the, I just guess, from Dombagoda to here. I don't know. Anyway, it's Mr. Bernard's voice I heard.
Thirwan Sarnai.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You can share this also.
I'm not sure how to do that.
Yes, please can you on the video? Just now I saw you already on the video. Okay, thank you.
Are we continuing the discussion? I'm not quite sure. I think we can continue the discussion, can we?
I think we can continue. No, it got disconnected anyway.
Yeah, okay. We'll continue. What was the thing that Sudharma was
Sudharma
asking
asked a
about
question.
something what about the feel? Yeah, the feel is the whole samsaric journey. So it has to be it can't be explained. I don't think it can be explained. Because this mind world is limited to this, your 40 years or 30 years of life. This mind world is full of those memories and whatever the stuff that experiences are. But actual the self vibration is nothing related to this. It is so the chair, actually, that has to be discussed. The chair, so the mind, when we talk about the chair has that vibration underneath 100%. That's how we resolve the chair, and that's how actually the nirvana is a possibility. Do you get the point? So when we understand the chair, we understand the whole thing. That's where we have to start from the beginning, where the light, we talk about the light consciousness or the eye consciousness, we talk about the mind consciousness, and we talk about the actual the chair not being outside, chair being a perception in the mind. And then we understand the next level where we talk about the light perception, where light perception is just a perception. It's just the rapid vibration of the eye. That is how we change the whole scenario to the no self vibration. But the question about telepathization can't be explained until you feel it. You can't, because you have to come out of the kind of, not come out of, but the mind bubble. Within mind bubble, it is difficult. Not sure whether I answered the question properly, but it is definitely a thing where we can feel. It's nothing to do with the kind of you can explore into that. We talk about these things, but I'm not an expert to describe further, I would say.
Dr. Kokila, on that, R.N. Mahanse also says that, what do you mean by the feel? And then he says, feel is, when a thing doesn't, an object or a person, the stimuli doesn't become a thing. That has to be felt, and it is. So there is the feeling that there is, that doesn't become a thing, isn't it? And so that is the one that he recently said, that the Kama Bhumi, Rupa Bhumi, Arupa Bhumi, what is that? The sensual world, the form and formless worlds. If a thing doesn't become a thing and that is felt as such, then in that feeling of that whatever thing or object is not becoming a thing, in that feeling, there is the experience of the sensual, there is the experience of transcending the sensual form and formless worlds. And he said that those three so-called worlds that we call as three is also like the skandha, a concept that has been coined in order to be able to communicate this Dhamma in a way that people can understand. If you can explain that a bit more, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah.
answer.
Teruan Saranai. Teruan Saranai.
Yes, I have an answer.
Teruan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, how is you? It's okay?
Yes, yes.
No,
We saw.
last time I talked with you the Sinhala Dhamma discussions there. That time
Yeah,
is no problem for that, no? It's okay.
yeah.
Yeah, it's okay, Kokila. Kokila, we are in Dobogoda. It's okay. We are in Dobogoda meditation center. So,
We saw a little bit of the video, I have an answer.
yeah, it's okay. It's the Netherlands is 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 here is the monastery.
That's very good, I have an answer.
Yeah, here he want know the Dhamma. So it's okay.
Mm-hmm. And so has she listened to this Dhamma before, or is she like a newcomer, or how?
Yeah, she's newcomer. She's so yesterday came here.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. This place is okay. Yeah, it's okay.
Oh. Is she joining
yeah,
us?
today you can discuss with her. It's okay, no problem. I'm arranging to not there. Yeah, it's okay. That one is here. So it's good, I think. Come here. It's okay. Okay. What is this? So, Kokila, what discussion is going on today?
We were talking about the basic understanding about the light and all the five senses are enhanced, and was trying to describe how the mind forms. It's actually the basic that we were talking about.
Yeah, it's okay.
And
was something to ask me? No.
We can ask everyone else are an answer. Suranga, do you have anything to ask?
No, it's okay. It's okay, Kokila. It's okay, Dr. Kokila. So I'm open this camera. It's okay. I on the camera. You can see her, and you can. It's okay. No, I told her, well, have you any question or something? You can ask our Dhamma forum.
Okay.
You can answer it. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay, Dr. Kokila. Suranga, are you there? It's okay. Yeah. Do you hear?
Yes,
It's okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay.
I think it's good if she can ask a question and answer, then we can all discuss with her. Yes.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, very well. Could you please tell us about a little bit about you so we can start the Dhamma discussion?
Yes, my name is Sarah, and I'm from the Netherlands. And I work in Sri Lanka now. I'm a yoga teacher, and this place is very close to where I work. So I was just wondering, and I came spontaneously. Yesterday I came here, and now I'm following the program. So yeah.
What made how do you what did you like? Do you have a question to ask? How did you feel about it? I know
Kokila,
the place.
excuse me, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah.
I explained her how is created in our mind.
Oh,
Is
that's
thoughts
so good,
coming,
answer. Yeah.
how is LFP is coming.
Yeah.
I explained this dependent origination. Buddha's explain our mind field. How is our thoughts are creating. And otherwise, now he know some type of, I think he understood. Today morning, I feel it, his face, his smile is coming after explaining. It's okay. Now, this moment is practically, first one is okay. She did it. The walking meditation, the practical side. Now she have that experience, and second one is now is finished. His mind is not real. It's a second one. Now she have that experience. It's okay. The sense of creation and the no one is here. That's two steps we have. It's okay. Next one is the sense of creation. Nobody's here. It's okay. Kokila, you can ask her feel his house that how is understood or no. It's open. It's okay. You
Yes.
can
Yes.
ask
Yes.
any question from them. It's okay. It's our dumb friends. It's okay. No problem. You can ask questions.
Yeah, we can. It's a Zoom discussion. We have several of our Dhamma friends who talk about this every day. So you can ask anything, or yeah, we can discuss something that you would like to ask.
Are you looking her?
No.
Kokila, are you looking her?
I can see her. I can see her. I can see
it's
her.
okay. Okay.
I can see nobody.
No, it's okay. They are in their individual places, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm at the moment I'm in Australia, and I'm not in kind of that situation, but it's okay. And Surangika is in Australia too. Dr. Sakuntala is in Sri Lanka. Yeah, several places actually.
Yeah,
Sometimes we
nice.
get people from UK. Sometimes we get people from Canada, like that. So it varies. The time matters. So this time it's mostly good for Australia because it's night. So kind of we have that access. Yeah. So what do you think about it? What you heard today? How did you feel about it?
Yes, it was definitely interesting. I don't really have like a strong opinion or something about it. It's just like teaching, and I'm observing, and I'm trying to see how to experience this, how to make this my own experience. The first one is still a little, it's new to me, so I still have to see how I can experience that truly.
Yeah, being a yoga teacher, I think you can experience it very easily because usually being a yoga teacher, I can feel that how you will be going according to the feel. So the feel is something coming natural to someone who does yoga. So the mind world actually, you know, we kind of we understand that the it is kind of a way to understand I think it's a new way for you to understand how to visualize the world. So it's something very simple, and something you can feel by yourself. So when we understand that outside is actually a perception in our mind, it's really interesting if we can actually put that, how we hear something and we understand that it's the birds ring, like a bird's noise. Or if we hear something, it's how it became a vehicle horn. We see something but then we feel that it is a flower. But how did that happen? So whatever we see, what we try to understand is, whatever we feel that is out there is not there. So we feel that the flower is there, but actually flower is in the kind of a concept where we think that the flower is a concept in the mind, or kind of it's a thought. And interestingly, if you call about something like, if I call about something like Niagara Falls now, um, can you see how when I just say Niagara Falls, you can't see me, I'm just saying a word, it's a sound coming to you. But then when I say Niagara Falls, you get a clear picture of Niagara Falls. If you have gone there, you will get a very clear picture. If you haven't have heard it, seen it from internet, you will have that kind of picture. But whatever the picture you get is definitely is not in the sound. If you get this a sense of how this mind bubble works, or how mind works, it's interesting to see that we haven't actually experienced Niagara Falls truly, but we have experienced the sensory organs we have. So the sensory organ perceptions are the only thing that we have felt so far, but collectively we have a concept called Niagara Falls. But when I say Niagara Falls, this side, this phone end, you heard only a word, you heard only a sound, but then you have the whole concept of Niagara Falls. You get the picture, you get that it is, the tactile sensation. You have kind of fluidity, and when I say Niagara Falls, you don't get the picture of like a big mountain, because it has that fluidity also. So how does the picture has the fluidity? How does the Niagara Falls, that just the word I said, has the fluidity, has the the kind of all the sensations we get. If you stand in front of Niagara Falls, you might even feel the steam. But then when we feel something to the skin, we have so many receptors in the skin. You know that being a yoga teacher, you can feel everything. But then the feel, did it have anything? But we had so many concepts in there. So when we stand in front of the Niagara Falls also, you will feel the steam of the Niagara Falls, but then our interpretation is going to, I have sense the water from Niagara Falls, but it's actually kind of a perception. So that's what we are trying to understand. What we think that is outside there is actually a perception here. We're not denying that there is something outside, but actually what we think is not there, but it is a kind of a perception in the mind world. The mind is a thought. Do you get a little bit of that? Did you understand?
Yes, I get that. Yeah.
So then we come to the level of the I. How did we get this mind or the Niagara Falls thing? That is the very important, very nice phenomena comes up where we understand the fluidity, the sound of Niagara Falls, the picture of the Niagara Falls. I have never been to Niagara Falls, so I actually haven't stood there and seen, but I have seen it in the YouTube. So that's all I can visualize in when someone says Niagara Falls. But how did that thought arise? It is um, the combination of the five senses we have as the humans. It can be different from animal to animal. Some animal, like a worm, will not have a great mind, but the worm also has kind of the skin receptors, and they feel the warmth, they feel the hot and cold, and they feel the tactile sensation, and they kind of like that, but they don't have a big mind. But the humans, the beauty of human life is the mind. Actually, it is the beauty, and it is the culprit for the whole sadness too, suffering too, because the mind gives you so much suffering, because you have those perceptions of everything. It's not only Niagara Falls. You will have the perception of your everything, family, the money, the countries, everything. So this mind world is the world that brings you suffering. So when we understand that the mind, actually, the thought we took for the example is the Niagara Falls. How that happened is actually, if we go to the babies, you as the baby didn't know anything about the Niagara Falls, but baby had an idea about the eye consciousness, or the all the basic consciousnesses. You feel alive in those consciousnesses, and that basic feel of existence was there in the beginning. But what happens is, when that is taken as like something happening to someone, then this gradual formation of the vibration happening simultaneously. So like the tactile sensation, the smell, when we take the example, this pineapple, it comes beautifully. We feel like we are eating pineapple, but then what is pineapple is the same thing.
Okay,
Yes.
do you hear me?
Yes, Aran.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, okay. I think no, it's okay. I explained that during
Yes. So
long period I got it sometimes.
So is there any question of anything? Do you have any question about these things?
Now you
at
have
all?
she have knowledge. She is thinking. Well, she want time. I think I feel that.
I what? Sorry.
You want time.
I want time.
Time to realize.
Yes, I think this is, yeah, like you said, we spoke about this a long time.
Yeah.
Like since morning. So now it's just something that I don't know if it's some sort of practice or it's just like something that you that will happen. I think anyways the first step is the knowledge, and that has been given to me now. And I can follow, I can understand. Yeah. So, and then anyways I'm also meditating. So this second thing, I'm not the mind.
It's okay.
Is
I ask the questions. As you're person. You're me. You are like alone. You like alone. You like silence. You like realizing. That is why you find in the what is this life now? How we are here? What happened to that? It's okay like that. The simple questions. Everybody have this. So that's why you went India. You don't know everything. What happened here? So okay. That's why you are here. Otherwise, but your inside have questions. Not everybody like this. This is okay whole world. Many guys here, but not everybody like you. It's okay. It's very interesting.
Yeah,
So
I think actually, if she has,
Kopila, give me 1 minute.
yes,
someone finding this, something happened. Something happened.
Mm.
Just not interest life. That's right. Now is enough. That's time.
Mm.
I want to know this. What's this life? It's coming.
Mm.
This way.
Mhm.
And that is your. This is something you're inside. Like that. Why you are this truth finding? Why you are why you are alone? You like alone because you enough now. Your life is 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 okay now. Everything you can you have experience now. You know, but you not satisfied. That is not. It's okay. Yeah, that's the time is finding the truth. It's someone come to me and asking the questions. I find in that inside. So sometimes depression like that, something there inside.
Mhm.
So that is why find the relax. It's your story. You if you want something, someone have the inside suffering or something.
Mhm.
Someone have sadness or suffering. He won't know the truth because he won't ending the suffering. So it's another one. He won't ending the suffering. So someone wants scientists like that finding the truth. It's another one. What's your style?
Um, you're asking me?
Yeah, is scientists like that finding like that truth or suffering or sadness or something? There you want to stop that. What is that?
Oh, like that.
This is two different. No?
Yeah.
Yeah, my mind feel it. That's right.
Um, I think for me, definitely, when I was younger, I suffered.
I understand.
So, yeah, but anyway, since I was young, there was this interest of knowing. I was always very attracted to Buddhism or yoga or something more spiritual, I would say.
Mm.
Not just like I'm from the West, so people go to church and they sit there, they listen, and they go home, and then they do exact opposite. You know, that is
Yeah.
that is not for me.
Religion, no?
Yeah.
Tradition.
Yes, and so yeah, I've always been interested in that, and
Yeah.
then there was a lot of suffering, um, but I came out of it. Seeing that I am the one who is doing the suffering, or at least that I can change also. If I am the one who's making the suffering, then I can also change the suffering. So yeah, slowly I started to be comfortable with myself. And I think naturally I'm a calm person, so it came also naturally to me. But once you get to know a little bit, then I feel like I'm hungry of knowing. Like I want to know what is there. I yeah, let's call it truth.
Yeah.
I want that. I'm not
Everything is
interested
there.
in everything else. Like
Yeah, that's answer. Everything is there.
I see people are playing roles, and there's so much. How to say? Anyways, let's just say there are a lot of external things. I'm not so interested in that. So I want to know what this person. I want to become a person who can just sit, and that's it. that's what I want. I want to be. I just want to sit still. I want to be silent. I want to experience that. I think maybe once or twice I really could experience that, and that was just the most beautiful thing I've ever experienced in my life.
Yeah.
So then the rest doesn't matter. That's what I want. I want to experience.
Nice day. What do you think about Dr. Kogla?
Yeah,
Are you
I
there?
can see she likes. I think she likes meditation a lot.
No.
I
She
think
like relaxing. She like
yeah,
relaxing. She want a non-vibration. So she's
mm,
finding that. No? Do
yes, she's towards
you
that.
feel it?
Yeah,
Yeah. She like non-vibration. The vibration is very tired, no? Very, no? It's the everybody is in vibration, but not satisfied, because vibration not given to satisfy. Satisfy is non-vibration, no? Is that okay, no?
yeah. She said a beautiful thing. She said she's seeking the silence, and one day she will realize that that is here, and she will stop seeking, and that's what is going to happen, I think.
Yeah, it's okay. Radhika and others, have you any question? Ask her. What do you think, Radhika? Do you hear me? Are you there? Kokla.
Subconsciously or unconsciously.
Yeah.
When one is in search of peace and tranquility, that search, they somehow or the other through life, it brings them to the place where ultimately they can find it, isn't it, Aryan Mahansa? And I think she has found that place in being able to come to the Magoda. And I think you said you already got that the initial knowledge that needs to mature slowly, I think, with the practice. As Aryan Mahase, our noble spiritual teacher, just mentioned, you just started on that journey, and fusing the practical walking meditation, relaxing, understanding the Dhamma, unraveling it, understanding, putting it into your day-to-day activities. If you go around, there's some beautiful surroundings there. And just like Dr. Kokila mentioned about the different stimuli, how we have always thought and put the eye into everything that we see. We have put the eye into everything that we hear, we touch, we taste, and we smell. Where did the eye come from? And, we call what you see something green, and we call that the paddy fields. You see something and you call it the coconut tree. But when did the coconut tree become a coconut tree, isn't it? The little baby didn't have a coconut tree. So I'm sure Aryan Mahansa explained all these concepts. What actually happens is, as you will slowly understand, is that there is no capability for us to actually experience what is there in the external world. All that can be experienced is what only manifests in our own senses. And that itself is a creation of the mind consciousness, which itself is a construct. And it is this series of constructs that happens in speed that we call thoughts. And we try to own these thoughts as our own. You spoke about suffering. Is that suffering yours? The suffering that we collectively thought was like, my parents give me suffering, or my background gives me suffering. All these things we have tried to own thoughts, which are constructs, which are just happening through the mind consciousness. It is that same mind consciousness that we have tried to own by making this external world to be real. So gradually, when you come to understand the mind, and that there is no such thing called the mind, it is the series of thoughts that we have tried to own through our own ignorance, things become clearer, and the construct and the value that we have attached to those thoughts, to people, family, our jobs, the things that we have thought are causing suffering to us, itself starts dissolving. So gradually, I think you will come to that realization. I think you're very fortunate to have met our Vahansa and be surrounded by those teachings and knowledge and guidance. So we wish you the best, and please join on the daily Zoom discussions whenever you can, even when you leave Dobagoda, the meditation center. You can always join at this time on the English Zoom and ask any questions. So everybody's very willing to help and discuss. Theruan Sarnai.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah, Kokila, it's okay. We can see, we can show you, it's okay. Third step, Kokila, at what time is now?
It's 4:15.
It's okay. It's okay. Zoom discussion on your phone. It's okay. This one's not okay. Kokila, okay, Kokila, do you hear me?
Yes, Aranas.
Have you few times? Have you few times?
Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, third step we are now starting. It's okay. Third one is sensor creations. It's okay. First one is outside not real. Everything is our mind. Second one is mind is not real. It's everything is happening. It's okay. Now outside is not real. Mind is not real. Thoughts are coming. That system is working like a robot. It's like a trees. Nobody is here. No one is here. Everything is happening. So third step, that one is okay. Our eye is normally it's like a camera. It's okay. Now everything is happening. You can see, you can hear, you have feel also. Is everything is normally is happening? It's okay. You know everything. It's a fatty feed. It's a rubber plant. It's okay. Everything you know. But no problem. It's mind also working. It's okay. Thoughts are just here. It's okay. No, not problem. It's only the senses. It's only the senses. Nobody's here. It's okay. Senses are working. No one is working. System is happening. This trees, there's branches moving. Nobody is doing now. It's systematically happening now. That's why. Is your eye systematically working? Your ear systematically working? You everything is systematically is God, like a nature. You are the nature guy. It's okay. Nobody is doing. It's okay. That's the third step. Now you are okay. Senses are only the senses working. Nobody is working. Senses are everything's happening. You are not thinking going and this way. You are not thinking. It's happening. No, there's a new branches like that. Your leg goes, so you are not thinking like this. Okay, that time is okay. That's the third step. Senses are working. Nobody's doing. It's listening sounds, everything like that. It's okay. Like that. It's okay. Now we can start this way. It's okay. This way I'm going. I'm coming this way. The third step is okay. You start and you also go back. It's okay. We are giving what? No camera, no camera. It's okay. It's okay. Zoom discussion. Yeah, it's okay. Now start. No, it's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay now. Now it's okay. This one, okay. If you start, it's okay. You funds there. It's okay. Okay, everybody, you can see this how this happened. It's okay. You first, you second, and she's coming third. You go first. Now you know. I think it's best. It's okay. gap is very word, not nearby going child. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. You see, you can see, no? Kokila?
You can
Do you
see
hear me?
our answer. Yes, yes.
Nice, no?
Yes, it's very beautiful.
Yeah. Shani won't gap alone. Bernard, you stay here. 20 kids. Bernard, you stay. Long gap thought. It's okay now. It's nice, no? Paddy field is there. Now is timber plants there.
Yeah,
Nice, no?
it's very
Yeah,
nice.
very nice. Yeah.
There's something very nice about seeing white in amidst green, isn't it? Very
Yeah.
nice through the rubber plantation, I think.
Yeah. No home nearby here. This area is alone.
Yeah, very
Our
nice.
monastery. Yeah. The long way there. You see, no nearby anywhere home or anything. You see, the paddy field is the other side. It's okay. This side is the timber forest. It's okay. Timber plants here. How nice is not timber plants?
Mm.
Yes, very nice.
Nice, yeah.
Actually, having that amount, that long walk without encountering other villages or houses is very useful, Aryan Mahansa, particularly,
Yeah,
when you're reflecting on those different stages.
yeah.
And then,
Good.
yeah.
This is a nice area, no? Oh, they are coming back. What's happening? Let's see. I'll show you other thing. Other one. It's okay. It's a farm forest is here. You see that? It's a farm forest.
Wow.
You see?
Mm.
It's a farm. It's okay. No, guys are coming here. You see? You see?
Mm. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's okay. It's a farm forest. It's here. Nice, no? Palm forest. It's very interesting, no? Look at this forest. How is this? It's a dark forest.
Yeah, it's very beautiful. Animals.
You see this? Yeah, that is what I told you. This one is very nice. You see, it's a dark forest. That's unbelievable, no? Nature. You see this? It's a nice, no? Yeah, you see.
It's so unusual, isn't it, Dr. Pokida? I mean, one side plantation,
Yeah.
one side
Yeah,
fields,
yeah,
one side this kind of palm trees, no, and one side.
yeah.
No, they have done
That
a
is
very
right.
good job. Yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah. It's a nice area. Nice, no? It's okay. Now is coming our eyes is here.
So Aranvas is walking in between the trees and having shortcuts.
Yeah. Look at this. He's a nice. Huh? He's a nice. Yeah, Terasana.
Yeah.
It's a nice
If
one.
Aranasi can turn the phone to other side, it should be better than this.
What side? Is this side?
No, I
No,
think the turn in the phone.
Yeah,
Turning the
to
phone.
other side.
Other
It
side,
should be
what's the
better. We
meaning?
can see it's a large picture.
You won't say large picture. It's okay. Which large picture?
No, when the Aranasa, when the phone is in the straight line, the picture is small. I think what I don't know whether it's.
I'm going shortcut. You know, it's a field. No, I always talk. You know, it's my field. No, it's okay. Janaki otherwise.
Janaki
But
is
it's
trying to
my
get a good picture for the, I think the YouTube.
It's okay.
Yeah, I mean the phone should be to other side, then we can see a large picture Aranasi. This is a small one.
Other side is you are thinking is this.
Not that's good.
Yes, that's the thing.
It's okay. Now I find it. It's okay.
Yeah, we always go like that, but
It's okay now. Now it's okay now.
Yes, sir.
It's a working meditation. It's okay. Nice. Huh? Experience is the best. I think we won't know the truth. It's okay. How is our mind is creating? How is the system is working? It's very important. Yeah. But after this experience is very important. No, this experience is very important. So not only the walking, so every moment, every second. No. So what you're doing in your job or business, so it's okay. No matter.
She can definitely feel it as a yoga teacher, because yoga teachers are very, very, very into feel. They are really good in it.
Because because they have awareness. That's why.
Yes, yes.
Concentration meditation is very important for this otherwise. So it's effort is coming here. No, that's why. We know someone don't know the truth. It's not happening because our mind is given you are there, but you are not real. Is understanding one, no? That's why. Okay. And that is why Buddha's philosophy is very important. Otherwise, no. Now it's okay. Yeah, now it's okay. Now it's okay, no? Is the Dhammapada. Is the Pintal is here, they can wash the leg. Yeah. 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 Okay. Something happened? No, it's okay. It's a signal. After wash the leg and come inside. It's happening. It's okay. And the another also here. It's okay. Yeah. Interesting one is how many nuns are also here. You see this?
Yeah.
Yeah, how many nuns are also here. So, it's okay. Now is that disturb is over. I think our time is over now, no? At what time?
Yes, Arenas. And it's so
Yeah.
beautiful to see how
Is the
you are
is the
training
silence.
the disciples. It's so beautiful, Arenas.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, that's a nice feeling. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. I think we want now we stop our time is over, no? It's okay.
Yes, Arenas. Teruan
It's
Sarnai,
okay.
Arenas.
We
Namaskar, Vema.
can Teruan Sarnai, Suranka also, everybody. Teruan Sarnai. Teruan Sarnai. Yeah.
So we will stop the English Zoom now because we have run into the other Zoom. So thank you everyone for coming for the discussion, and also we had a very great experience today. And have discussed in the book, which was actually a discussion between R.N. Mahanse and another Mehin Mahanse, the Venerable. So we can talk about the past few days. We can recapitulate about the stuff that we were talking. It's the same truth, same concept, same way of thinking, same angles. Everything is about the right vision. So when there is right vision, we can understand that we have to actually understand how this the living happen. We actually speak about this a lot, like how from a baby, how the adult developed into, and the birth. Lord Buddha explained the birth is the birth of the I. What that means is actually when you actually notice something with the I, it is the birth of the I. So it should be a a thing, and usually it is the thing because we feel it as something, and always if we feel it as something, the the person who feels it will be kind of there. That is the beginning of this illusion, and we talk about this illusion a lot. And past few days we have discussed about uh, the book where Aran Hanse was instructing and or preaching Dhamma for the Mehenin Hanse who kept asking the questions. Sudharma, do you remember the part we ended, or do you have the thing with you, or we
Teruvan
just...
Saranai, Dr. Kokila, yes, until 4 o'clock we were discussing telepathization, and I was trying to talk about how in this short-term memory and long-term memory, we thought information gets stored in short-term memory temporarily, and with revision we committed to long-term memory. But when we came to know that it is all telepathization, so where do those concepts go? Like all these memories are also, I mean, although we believe they get stored in the brain, they are nowhere. I mean, instantly, the moment a child sees the question, all the information telepathizes at that very moment, that very instant. That's where we stopped, Dr. Kokila, yesterday. It
And I
was
was
like,
actually
yeah.
trying to, I think,
Yeah.
trying to tell that our memory is, or our telepathization is very, very limited to this 45 years or 60 years or 70 years
Yes.
or 80 years of time. That's the, I think, the part that we can't comprehend, that we think too much about the memories or the whatever the stimuli we have had. We think they are the biggest stimuli in the world, like this happened to me, and that is very important because it happened to me. And when we generalize it, we understand like this is just another chapter. It's just another chapter. But the main important factor is why we felt that there was a person that who is feeling this chapter. That's the most difficult part that animal can't understand. Animal, even whether it's a worm or whether it's a cockroach or whether it's a dog, whether it's a elephant, they can't realize that uh, any of the changes in the mind or the feel or whatsoever. They just feel it and they just do it, and the usual cycle goes on. But the humans are quite different. Humans can, there's a wide range that humans can feel. Actually, the whole 31st realm can be felt by humans. The felt, it's very important, it is felt. So then we think about, we kind of are very narrow minded. We think about this, like something like this happened to me when I was 10, and then this happened to me when I was 20. Then child was born when I was 23, something like that. You just keep adding stuff which happened to you, and now you are thinking, oh, I'm listening to Dhamma. We are doing a Zoom discussion, and it is tricky, isn't it? The way we look at the life, the way we feel that there is a self, how we, with a 7-year-old or even the 2-year-old or 1-year-old or few months old child, how this evolved into the new mind bubble that we were talking about. this bubble, it became so important to us. You know, we thought about um, earning money, and some would think about killing the person who has done something to the person, and someone would go to another house and try to steal something. People would cheat each other. There's so many things that people do, but they kind of will never understand that this is part of the dream that they are in and which they feel as really there. So the limited dream, actually, it's like a chapter of a film. But what is the linking thing is, we felt as this, you know, when I was little, this happened to me, and so on and so forth. It's actually a feeling. Don't, yeah, we kind of think about this and say, oh yeah, that's not true, but it's a feeling. You have the feeling of continuity, and that's why we should feel the no self-perception. That only will break this, the feel of continuity, and you to understand how, when it is not a thing, how you would not feel as you are existing. So it's really important for you to understand that it is nice to feel it, nice to understand this concept. We can do a discussion about that, because today Shani couldn't read the book part, but we have enough. We have read enough to talk about, discuss about. There's enough things we can share with the world. Can someone put any thoughts? Yes.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, actually the book, even though Shani is not there, we can assume they were uh, discussing the self-vibration, as you every day mentions, the duality, then how this, how we believe that uh, actually there was, I remember some question Aryan Mahanse asked the nun, do you think whether the body dies or the mind dies? So there he explains and he further clarifies the role of the mind consciousness. And I would like to draw your attention to these revolutionary talks, or this Andolanatmaka Deshana discussion and the morning discussion also, Dr. Kokila. You might have listened to them. Aryan Mahanse nowadays, I mean, main focus is on this self-perception and how this power is misunderstood as the self, and how we got caught in that. So he gradually, I mean, in every discussion focuses on that. And I would like to recall when you talked about this continuity and uh, how, how we understood these concepts, Dr. Kokila, after listening to Dhamma for 1 year or so, still I had a problem with uh, understanding that external world is non-real. It happened like this. One day I was in tears because uh, I felt okay, now it's okay. We think all our thoughts are there. School is a thought. We think it's the school. We think it's the road. We think it's the house. So one day I was in tears. I couldn't still come to terms. I still feels uh, this is a lie that I am believing, that outside is not real. Why, how come that I step into the same house? How come I walk along the same road? And how come I go to the same school? Structures are the same. So that was the turning point. That very day was the turning was a turning point in this path, I should say. Then Aryan Mahalse explained very clearly, you are not going to demolish all these structures whatsoever that you see out there, made up of these great elements, but it's a deeper type of understanding. All these are also made up of this small, that we went in to talk about those Shuddhashtaka, and even they are also vibrations. Only thing that what you should do is not to overthink and try to destroy. He asked the very same question, are you going to destroy everything around you? This nonsense. So you have taken Dhamma like somebody takes it by the tail of the serpent. That metaphor was also mentioned. And so then and there, I got the right angle to look at this. And then when we see through this right angle, only we see the beauty of this Dhamma. We begin to feel that diminishing of defilement, so this refinement of thoughts, so that refinements of perception, no whatsoever. So at the very beginning, as you said, Dr. Kokila, I have tried to explain this Dhamma to various people. Some at once take it, they understand, and they do not look at it with suspicion. But some people, however much we say, they cannot come to terms with this basic concepts. So what I am trying to uh, highlight here is, it may be the first sermon for somebody, it may be the 10th sermon for somebody, it may be for someone like me, maybe 1 year. That patience, and the moment that you um, let go your burning desire to realize Dhamma, is the turning point there. And so, and another thing, Dr. Kokila, I would like to talk about one experience. So when those days in Zoom discussions, Aryan Hanse mentions, so if somebody honestly, I mean, is in the path, may not have, I mean, smiling faces, like he says, like coconut house faces, like coconut house in the Facebook, and will not, I mean, publicize the work there and so on. So that also, what I did was, I was a beginner actually at the time, and I went to the Facebook and account and deleted all the photos, because it was like a journal for me. When there was an event in the school, we have to provide evidence in certain occasions. So it was like a journal. I used to post things. So I was so silent, and for 6 months or so, I was not there. But now, Dr. Kokila, I don't have that fear or that nervousness. Uh, I know that with the, if I post things in the Facebook or not post things on the Facebook, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in the sense, it's not proof, not evidence for my progress, so to show that I have realized this so whatsoever. So when we go, I can't say deeper, through with your help, when our understanding broadens, naturally those pressures, tensions we had, and the way that we try to walk in the path, I mean, at superficial level, all those concerns, all those fears, all those doubts, uh, they naturally, uh, we get rid of them automatically. And we experience some relaxation in all our day-to-day activities and even in Dhammapath. So you can please add your comments, Dr. Kokila. These are my personal experiences. Theruvan Saranai.
Yeah, you said a lot, but are they your personal experiences? You finished the whole paragraph with that. Personal experiences. It's kind of a
I is there.
yeah, kind of it's tricky how when we try to put things outside, how automatically we get carried away. Yeah, that's how it is. It is how it is. Just we need to be mindful how it happens though, because we have talked about this before. I think we have talked about this specifically about these experiences being personal. So none of these experiences are personal, even if you feel that non-self perception, that's not personal either. Even if you feel love, that's not a personal experience either. Arananse has explained that beautifully, how these sentiments are all sentiments and they have the same vibration, and none of these are personal. It's very tricky and very difficult to understand, but if you look at it broadly, you will find out if you are liking something very strongly, that vibration is similar to a pereta, kind of what, I don't know what the word for that, kind of that realm. So the same vibration. So what is personal experience? There's no personal experience. So if you feel a grudge or if you feel a resistance, that vibration also has felt everywhere, and you just telepathize to that situation. And that can happen in a animal realm too. And you might feel so light, so calm when you walk near a paddy field, and that could be similar to a deva realm. So which one is personal now? None of these things are personal. But the self vibration kind of has made this so personal. That's what the problem is. The telepathization, this is another form of telepathization where you understand the feel. We talked about this yesterday. The telepathization of feel is different to telepathization of these 450-year-old experiences. Because we talk about memories and so on and so forth. But the feels, the feeling being so light. None of these are no self-perception, but I'm talking about these mundane 31 realms. So can you actually understand none of these are personal? The more you understand them, the more you understand or more you feel that how these are similar. That's where you telepathize into someone else too. And then which one is personal? Imagine someone with lower vibration than yours. You know, there is kind of a vibration mix there. So which one is personal then? I would like everyone to talk about this. What do you think? Do you get it, Sudharma?
Yes, Dr. Kokila. Then and there I got it when you mentioned personal. Uh, that is actually, after all, the
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, our time. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of this planet Earth, to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. I am presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, showing a very clear and steady path to overcome the samsaric journey, that means the rebirth and death cycle created in the human mind, and to feel the super awakening to the moment. This is the continuation of Sermon 9, self-translated Darshana Samapattiya, true Buddhist philosophy preached by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse 6 years ago. When listening to this true Buddhist philosophy so far, you may all know there should be something outside for you to create defilements, because Aryan Mahansa is clearly showing in this true Buddhist philosophy there is nothing outside and there is nothing inside your mind, and this whole body is a six sense system and there is no owner for that. So when practicing this path to nirvana and becoming the Arya Pratipada, so one seeker should always realize these four things. Therefore, there should be something outside for you to create defilements, mind impurities. There should be somebody, that means self. When you are redeeming from thoughts, self, me, is also vanishing. But we can't completely stop the thoughts. We are redeeming from thoughts by understanding the nature of the thoughts. This is a wisdom of realization. Dhamma, it's called Sankitte Nibbidaya. Realization is the path to become Nibbana. Without realization, we can't understand. We can't feel the Nibbana because knowing is the knowledge is something else than feeling. We should feel what we are knowing. Then that means we should realize by feeling. Then only the path to Nibbana will come through the correct path by seeing the ultimate truth of which Lord Buddha revealed to the world. Yes, we must always see the correct path. There are so many things around, but we should be able to find the correct path according to Lord Buddha's revelation. Otherwise, nobody can realize this truth easily because this is not a knowledge. This is very deep. You know, this is very deep. Understanding the true nature is very deep. Nobody can talk like this other than understanding the nature. Yes, nobody can talk like this without understanding the nature. Our Aryan Mahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse has completely understood the nature and become the nature, and that is why Aryan Mahanse is very clearly showing these detailed descriptions to the human beings. Without the understanding of the nature, that means the true Buddhist philosophy means the path to become the nature. We are becoming the nature. That is our final goal. So, without understanding the nature, can't tell, can't find out from anything from books. Because though there are lessons in a cookery book, without cooking and understanding, we can't just say, cook like this. Likewise, books written with the views of writers, so can't find the truth clearly. We can see the words of Lord Buddha are correct. Yes, because of the realization of this ultimate truth, Nibbana, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse can see the words of Lord Buddha are correct in those books. Aryan Mahanse can see the message is there in those sutras, because of those sutras are brought with protection. Now Aryan Mahanse can find the true message. So with the realization, and then can very clearly describe the sutras also, because of Aryan Mahanse has already realized this true Dhamma, the ultimate truth of this world. This immortal pure soul, radiant mind means the nature, and we found out this through Lord Buddha's revelation. Yes, Aryan Mahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is telling this immortal pure soul, radiant mind means the nature, and Aryan Mahanse found out this through Lord Buddha's revelation. Therefore, we bow down to Lord Buddha. Aryan Mahanse is telling, therefore we bow down to Lord Buddha. Also, we all should bow down to Lord Buddha, because the only true master in this world who has shown us the correct path to become the nature is Lord Buddha. and Lord Buddha's wordings. Otherwise, we are unable to realize this. Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is telling, we bow down to Lord Buddha and his wordings. Otherwise, we are unable to realize this truth. There are wonderful revelations, not only one book. In all those 84,000 Dhamma aggregates, how many books are there? You just imagine how many revelation Lord Buddha preached. Lord Buddha has done a greatest job on earth. Other than him, nobody has not gone so far or not said, not preached that type of Dhamma for the human world. In Abhidharma Pitaka, all these Dhamma has broken into small parts and divided. Yes, Sutra Pitaka, there is Dhamma discloses, and Vinaya Pitaka, the characteristic things are there, how to behave and things like that are in the Vinaya Pitaka. And in Abhidhamma Pitaka, all these Dhamma has broken into small parts and divided, and again in with detailed descriptions. Dhamma Sangikarana, the book is separately going. Sutra Pitaka is separately going. There are so many different type of explanations, different parts of explanations, explaining one by one. Like Arahant Sariputra and all the Dhamma discourses of Arahants combined, and all these sermons. Yes, Arahant's sermons are also combined and separately, those are there. Lord Buddha's sermons are separately, those are there. Anybody can show anybody can't show a weak point or a lacking part, because that is so well organized and so well preached. Nobody can show a weak point or a lacking part. All are revealed and preached by Lord Buddha. If we turn around, that is also explained very well. Each and everything in the human behaviors. How to brush teeth, how to eat, how to sleep, all those things are some medicines and things like those, how to eat, and so many things are there. Each and every decimal Lord Buddha has revealed, such as sound, form, taste, smell. Every decimal has shown by Lord Buddha. No space given to somebody for further explanations. Yes. No need to give any further explanations. Lord Buddha has said each and everything. From each and every point, Lord Buddha shows how this is happening, how that is happening, such and such, like that. Main reason is people nowadays have no brain. Yes. In this mundane people, the people with robes and without robes and different colors of robes, different types of different types of clothes wearing, but they don't have a good brain, because that is why they can't understand. They are just living like butterflies, just going here and there and just showing off and dying. Mad people are trying to go to heaven. Yes. Some are telling this, give that, do that, then you can go to heaven. Heaven is also a trap. People do not know about it. Mad people are trying to go to heaven. Like the former uh, uh, farmer, like the farmer Gamarala went to the heaven by clinging into the elephant tail. An old Sinhala folk story. Like that, the people in other religions, they are this all are trying to go to heaven. How can this put into that mess? This is not a religion. How the Buddhist philosophy can put into other religions, because Buddhist philosophy is not a religion. It's a clear path how to overcome suffering. It's the best and one and only clear path in this world without going through a God. Our God is us. My God is me, because I have to try and go beyond these sufferings with the help of this true Dhamma revealed by Lord Buddha and now explaining very well by Buddothpado Aryana Hanse. Who says this is a religion? Buddhist philosophy is not a religion. Religion means a tradition. This is Dhamma. Dhamma means the nature. How can a religion understand the nature? How can a religion understand the nature? Religions can't understand nature, because there is a God and all are thinking he is going to take them there and things like that. So religions can't understand the true nature. Nature can be realized only through the eternal truth. If we want to realize the nature and if we want to become the nature, nature can be realized only through the eternal truth. Eternal truth is the only truth in this world. There are no truths. There are no 2, 3 truths. Only one and only eternal truth. And that truth is not belongs to any religion. Can't even say that. Lord Buddha revealed this truth to the human beings in the world. Because Lord Buddha can't just wait because he sees the suffering of other people, and therefore because of the compassion without end, Lord Buddha has the compassion towards these human beings and helping them to overcome the sufferings. Lord Buddha revealed this truth to the human beings in the world, not only to Buddhists. Ask everybody to realize and accept that Indian Brahmins, Jains, and in their books also may be written about this. Lord Buddha asked them to realize this true Dhamma other than going behind the non-stop journey. You see this truth through your mind and understand. If you can realize it, then accept it. Lord Buddha didn't force anybody. Lord Buddha said, you see this truth through your mind and understand. Then, if you can realize this truth, then accept it. So, not only the English speaking people, Tamil speaking people also can hear this Dhamma now, because Buddhothpada Tamil is there. Buddothpado Tamil YouTube channel and Facebook is there. Through that, in Tamil language also, this truth is revealed by a student of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. No need to hold on to your religion. There are so many religions. Like there are so many countries, there are so many religions, but no need to hold on to your religion, because Muslims are listening to these Dhamma sermons, and Muslims are realizing Dhamma, living in their own homes. Some of them are mentioned that in the YouTube. Yes, I have seen that. Some of them have listened to this Aryan Mahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's Dhamma sermons and had discussions with Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, and they mentioned that they have realized. They have not abandoned their religion. They are still in that culture. Yes, still in that culture, but listening to this Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's true Dhamma and realizing it, but still in that Muslim culture. Some of them are mentioned that in the YouTube. They have not abandoned their religion. They are in that culture. Otherwise, how can they live? Otherwise, how can their birth certificates show their religion? Yes, whatever their culture doesn't matter. Anybody from any religion can come and listen to this true Dhamma and can realize it. Then you will be redeeming from the suffering. May the traditional culture remains there. Traditional can remain there. Anybody is free to come and listen to this true Dhamma. Today, there is in Korea, Japan and China like this. They are maintaining their cultures, but they are realizing this from everywhere, here and there, from place to place. Several human beings are realizing the universal knowledge. Nobody is doing it. Nobody is doing it. That nature of power is reaching the energy emptiness. The nature of power inside this mind is reaching the energy emptiness. Now you think power is coming, power is through these power lines, power is coming to your home, 230 watt powers. Then you are having electrical appliances in your home, fridge, oven, washing machine, rice cooker, etc. They are working. Then the current power is being drained. Energy is running out like 15 watt, 25 watt, 50 watt, like that. Power is using. Inside your mind, consciousness power is arising, like thoughts, thinking, I am feeling pleasure now, and at times feeling sorrow, at times crying, at times laughing, this and that. Current of consciousness, thoughts, this power is generating. Auto turbines, auto generating power. In a dynamo, power is auto generating and the bulb is auto charging. There are two extremes. There are two extremes such as plus end and minus end in a magnet. Plus and minus is sparking, means current is generating, power is generating. Likewise, in our mind, there are two ends as plus and minus. One is outside and the other one is mind, thoughts. Thoughts are names and outside is forms. Yes, you know now. Thoughts are creating with names and forms. Forms means the outside. Names means the inside thoughts. These two are sparking. Sun is there and I am here. There is a house and it is mine. When both of these are sparking, a current is generating. That current is making the sansaric journey. This is the actual truth happening inside the mind. It is happening now at this moment. It is happening now at this moment. It is called defilements. Mind impurities are piled up. These are the reasons for karma. That means the thoughts creating with those names and forms. Thoughts created with the names and forms are the reason for these defilements. Because of the perceptions. We are living within millions of perceptions. Some are coming as forms and some are coming as names. So names, all those perceptions have power, and when they tie together, the thoughts are creating and the thoughts are having power, and the thoughts are transforming into consciousness and the consciousness is having more power. So because of that, it is happening now at this moment. Because of that, defilements, mind impurities are piled up. Those are the reason for karma. In Dhamma, it's called the karma palavadaya, the doctrine of the results of karma. This is the cause for rebirth and death circle. Emptying this is the nibbana. Emptying the thoughts is the nibbana. Then there won't be a karmic. There won't be a karmic doctrine of karma. That means power is emptying. Power of thoughts should be empty. In your mind, there will not be an outside. when you realize this Dhamma, as the first contemplation Aryan Mahansa is showing us, there is nothing outside. Everything is created in the mind, and as soon as the thoughts are creating and it's vanishing. So there's nothing outside means forms, there are no forms. Also there will not be an inside. That means there are no names. So the mind is redeeming from names and forms. Secondly, sparking stops. Thought power is vanishing. Finally, nature will be remaining. The true nature will be remaining. Thoughts are not generating. Mind power is emptying. You belongs to nature. You belongs to nature. Then an immortal mind is creating. A mind which is not belongs to anything. And nothing is belongs to this mind. That immortal mind is so special. Here is also a mind. Here is also a mind. We have talked about it. It is action mind. That action mind is already redeemed from the thought process. There is no merits or sins to an arahant because there's nothing outside and nothing inside for arahant. Therefore, there's no merit and sins for the arahant. This is called in Dhamma punya papa pahinas. That means sins and merits are redeemed. But in mundane world, there is sins and merits. That means mundane world people are having these sins and merits. Only in supramundane realm, there is no sins and merits. In mundane world, there are things to do, merits, because mundane world people have everything outside. They say this is mine, that is yours, like that. They have anything outside, everything outside. Therefore, in mundane world people, there are things to do, merits. Gold is valuable. Yes, gold is valuable for them. Therefore, they used to rob, or else they want to wear gold and show off. Mundane world people are doing these two things. Some are wearing gold and showing off. Some are robbing golds and selling and making money. But in the supramundane world, there is no gold because the Aryans in this Arya Bhumi in Pure Land, seekers and the Aryans don't have gold. Supramundane world, there is no gold at all. Those are like pebbles, no value. Realizing this is not easy. Realizing this is not easy. We are always showing you the directions. Aryan Mahansa is telling. We are always showing you the correct directions and talking about the action mind and coming forward. We have such a good spiritual master. The most valuable thing in this world at this moment is our great sage, our Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa. The people in Sri Lanka and the people in this world should understand that a realized being is the most valuable thing for these human beings. There shouldn't be anything valuable than that. We have a long path for you to show. Aryan Hansa is telling, we have a long path for you to show. We see after 1,000 years, very great noble sages are arising, holy seers come into existence in this era, in this time period, that arahants are arising in this era and in this time period. How good it is after 1,000 years of after 1,000 years, arahants are arising in this era. In this planet Earth, the greatest Dhamma hidden for so long has written in the books even today also. Yes, those are not vanished. In this Tripitaka Pali Canon, there are words of Lord Buddha. The eternal truth is still there. Though in the society it's hidden, in that Pali Sutras, the eternal truth is written very clearly. Aryan Mahanse is explaining. The corpse of teachings that had been buried under the sands of time is now being revealed again. This presentation, don't know, how do you feel it? Aryan Mahanse is telling. Aryan Mahanse's presentation, how these people are feeling it. But we can say one thing, this presentation can't be revealed without realization. Yes, without the realization of true, the eternal truth, that means the Nibbana, realization of Nibbana. Without the realization of Nibbana, this kind of presentation can't be happen, because we haven't seen that so far, and now we can see that revelation coming through Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse in Sri Lanka. Only a realized person can reveal this Dhamma very clearly. In every angle a question arises, he knows how to handle it and how to answer it. A person who has realized the Dhamma makes a great lion's roar. Yes, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is like doing great lion's roar because of his great revelations through his supramundane knowledge and the wisdom, the ultimate truth of realized wisdom, abhiññā ஞāna. By revealing the true Dhamma, this is the truth. Yes, we are not going to pretend that we have this and that, Aryan Mahanse is telling. By boasting, Aryan Mahanse is telling, Aryan Mahanse is not going to boast about things and telling this and that, I have this, I have that, like that. Aryan Mahanse is not telling. In some day, we may die in a jungle and mix with soil, Aryan Mahanse is telling. Because Aryan Mahanse like to stay in jungle sites most of the time. Aryan Mahanse is telling he may die in a jungle and mix with the soil. No need of searching who is doing these sermons even. No need of a name, but there is something for you to get here for our own realization. That is certain. There are things for you to take. Get the things that you don't know. Remember to see these facts are true. Yes. If you realize this with your if you realize this, you will definitely know what is true and what is false. That's all Aryan Mahansa is telling. If you can't realize this, you can let go this also. If you can realize this, you know how important this is. Yes. When we listen to a sermon or a speech or a thing like that, when we listening to it, we can feel something. We can feel whether it's true or false. Because if somebody is talking the truth, only the truth, we can feel it because we are human beings. If somebody is just going on with useless wordings and without facts, we can understand that also. But you know, a fully realized Arahant, a fully realized Aryan Mahanse, like our Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, our Kalyana Mitra, the great sage of our time. Aryan Mahanse, when we listen to Aryan Mahanse's sermons, at the beginning, when we listen to one sermon, then we know this is the only truth of this world because it we can feel it. Every human being has that power to understand the truth very clearly. Therefore, we must always try to listen to the truth without going round and round with part of the story. Very short parts of the story doesn't give you anything. So as human beings, we have come to this planet Earth and living so far in this world, and our utmost duty to understand the truth of the nature and how to overcome this sansaric journey. The only spiritual master on this planet Earth now in this era, this and now at this moment is Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. And everybody who can understand English language can listen to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's Dhamma through Buddothpado PeoTV channel 24 hours, 7 days. That means every day. So from any part of the world, you can listen to this if you know the English language. No point of thinking of your religion. This is not connected to any religion. This is the pure truth. And you must, as human beings, you must always try to overcome the wheel of suffering and wheel of rebirth and death. For that, you have to listen to this Dhamma There are Zoom discussions and there are Dhamma sermons, very in simple language it's describing. So you may understand the world, there is no world outside. It is an illusion. We are living in an illusion. The world is created in our mind through our six senses, and the mind, the world created inside the mind is also not permanent. Each and every moment, the perceptions are coming through these six sensor faculties, and there is a world creating inside the mind, and it is also subject to change. Each and every moment, it is subject to change. That is the reason for the human beings, for the reason to suffer, because human beings are trying to keep everything around them permanently, but there is nothing permanent. There is nothing outside. The world created in the mind also not permanent. So it's changing. All the perceptions are coming as names and forms, and we will have to understand them because perceptions has power, and names and forms are also have power. So when they get together, thoughts are creating, and the thoughts has more power. So mind power, that means thoughts are transformed into consciousness, then the power is too high. The mind consciousness is always highlighting the thought, highlighting one thought and creating stories. And because of those stories, you are feeling pity because you can't keep this world according to you. You are trying to rotate this planet according to your thoughts, but it will never happen. We have to accept the nature law. Nature law is cause and effect law. Everything to happen, everything there is a cause, and because of the cause, the effect is happening. So this cause and effect law is directly related to each and every creature of this universe, not only for us, not only for human beings, animals, birds, and the lower realm people, lower realm beings, and upper realm beings, and all these things outside that, all these objects, all these four great elements, and things like that. So for each and everything, this cause and effect law is affecting. Lord Buddha has revealed the cause and effect law, not the karmic law. Karmic law is only one part only. Cause and effect law is the main part. So, you know, in one thought arising in the mind, if we are grabbing that thought, they are in that thought, 31 realms are there, hidden there. That means there are three worlds: sensual world, form world, and non-form world. So there, each and every object, there is, if we are giving a value, if we are valuing that objective thought, that value is the reason reason for this sensual world. If we are giving a value, that means the mind is in the sensual world at that moment. Then the form world. Form world, there is only forms. When we are sleeping, we see dreams. That is the form world. Only forms are there. The third one is non-form world. That means it's like, that means we, if there is a tree in front of us, we think that tree is existing permanently. The feeling of existing, that feeling that something is there, that feel is the non-form level. Or a tree or anything, it may be anything, but there is something like that. There are three worlds, and under those three worlds, 31 planes of existence are there. So the thought, we don't think these thoughts have such a power, but when realizing this through Aryan Mahanse's true Dhamma, it's astonishing. Because of this because of a useless thought, how our sansaric journey is creating. So, if somebody wants to overcome this sansaric journey, that means the suffering of endless suffering of rebirth and death, we should do one thing. That means we should listen to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's true Dhamma. The first part is true Buddhist philosophy. That is though it's called true Buddhist philosophy, that is the true human philosophy. That means in that you may understand what is the body and what is the mind and how it's created. And then this body is only a six sense system, and there is no body, no self here. That is the main thing. We have already created the thought that somebody is here, me is here. That is why the reason for suffering. There is no me here. There is no me here. Because of the me, myself, the self, all the sufferings are coming. But if we are not interested in the thoughts arising and falling apart, so there shouldn't be a me arising. Thoughts are like clouds in the sky, just passing away. Thoughts are like water in the river, just passing away. Therefore, understanding this true Dhamma through Buddothpado PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel 24/7, you will understand the way of living without suffering in this world. Then there will be any kind of pain in your mind. You will not feel any kind of pain, and you will be living a peaceful life on this planet Earth until you are leaving your body. Whatever others say, you don't feel anything. Whatever you see, you feel, you hear, that will not affect you. This Dhamma is so powerful, and the words of Lord Buddha and words of Aryan Mahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, when we hear them, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, when we hear this true Dhamma, through this true Dhamma, naturally our defilements and mind impurities are naturally erasing, naturally lowering because of the power of this true Dhamma. It's the most powerful thing and the most beautiful thing on this planet Earth at this moment. I think the human beings are lucky enough to listen to these sermons. So I'm trying to conclude this session for today. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, the great sage of our time. May Aryan Wahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. And may our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is the daily discussion slot in this Buddothpado PeoTV English channel, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. of Sri Lankan time. As you know, this time slot is dedicated for the discussions where if you have any questions in relation to the sermons that is happening round the clock to get them clarified. So please do join. We can discuss whatever you need to clarify because we know that the Dhamma sermons which you hear in this Buddothpado
Excuse
stream.
me, doctor.
Yes.
Excuse me. Here, Madhugama, thundering and lightning, raining here severely. I
All
can't
right.
join today, and
It's
after New
okay.
Year, I'll join.
It's all right. It's okay. Okay, there was my.
Everyone, Sarnai.
Okay. So, as you know, why you say that this is true Dhamma that we are hearing in this channel is, of course, it can be something that you yourself understand, or practically when you go along this teaching or these explanations, most of us have experienced that the defilements that we had, the cravings and the aversions, all kinds of defilements that we had, are becoming less and less stronger. So that is the initial level actually. So as Lord Buddha said that this is a Sandittika Dhamma where the person or the system himself can feel the difference. So we can start the discussion until our other friends join. Mm, it may be if there are any listeners who want to ask anything at this moment, you're welcome to join this session via the same Zoom link. We can start the discussion. I just wonder whether Champa has any point to bring up. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor. This
Yeah.
is regarding the last night session.
Yes.
Aryan Mahanse's last night session. Aryan Mahanse said, Aryan Mahanse said that Mana Uddacha Avidya, because of Dhamma knowledge, also some may have some kind of this knowing that I am knowing like that. So then that is also a self-perception, no, Doctor?
Yeah,
That I
whatever. Yes, yes. Yeah, please continue.
yes, that is because I know now Dhamma, not like the past. I am not suffering much. And thinking, that type of thinking also not gaining us anything. That means the field side is not opening due to that also, no, Doctor?
Yeah, actually, this that means the Dhamma knowledge also has become a thing, isn't it? Now,
Yes.
whatever becomes a thing or whatever is given a value as real, it's the shadow is actually the self, isn't it? So,
Yes.
like you taking the tree as real, the thought of tree as real, or the thought of house as real, thought of sun as real. In the same way, if you take the Dhamma knowledge as a thing, if a value is given to that, if it becomes a thing, that means again there's a person or the self perception is there, perceiver is there, who has taken it as a thing. So that's a kind of ego, isn't it, which is built up on this side, where the
Yes, Doctor.
tree,
Now,
yeah.
now, Dara, yes, after listening those that one and today morning one, I thought, Doctor, how many things hidden here. We can't even think how many ways our self perception is hidden. Yes, so that means we have to take everything when we can discuss these things, no, then we can understand that. So that's what only we can do, no, doctor. Other than
Yeah.
that, can't do
Yes.
anything. Yes.
Yeah, definitely, because now the gross ones, like they say that the metaphor given was that 33,000 watt type of current is very easily recognized, and they are no more there. But it becomes finer and finer. I remember once Swarnamali said that less than 100, when the current becomes less than 100 watt, those things very difficult to find out. So even if you feel that nirvana is also a thing, and if you have determined to find nirvana, by somehow achieve nirvana, that is also same. It's like the grandchild or your child becoming a thing, or uh, becoming real. The thought of child is also real. Similarly, the thought of nirvana or the thought of Dhamma knowledge becomes a thing. That means again it's a self-perception. So self can come up in various ways. Now today morning one, actually I could listen only halfway. I heard that Sudharma was explaining that she felt sort of well, I will use the word happy, but I can't exactly remember how she said. She felt that satisfied because you remember the incident she mentioned yesterday, that one of the neighboring gentlemen said, have a good day, but she didn't
Yes.
hear. Yeah, so she said that she didn't have any fire within her, even though her son was worried about it. Uh, and then she felt that she was sort of relieved or happy because it didn't become a thing to her. But then what Asanti said was that then the person who didn't have a current towards that conversation was remaining here. So the person or the myself who felt relieved or who felt happy about not taking it as a thing remained here. So those are different ways now. Even this shunyata or nothingness. Uh, I mean, if a person says that I have no fire for any of the stimuli, I'm very much relaxed and I feel very much cool with the stimuli, and I'm relieved that I have no fire. I think you may have heard so many times. Sometimes they say no that ගිනි ගන්නේ නෑ මට දැන් හැමදාම සාමාන්‍ය විදිහට වැඩ කරනවා. They say I'm continuing with my daily routine with no
Yes,
fire, no
exactly.
frictions. But in that situation, a person who has cooled down is remaining here. So in other words, that is the self who has taken that nothingness as a thing. So that end again, the face of the self perception is different, a different appearance of the self perception. So the things becoming, when the things are more and more refined, sometimes it is very difficult to find out actually. So your focusing should be more and more sharp. Your jnana should be more and more sharp to find out the little places where the self perception is there. Because the current is not strong now, the system may not feel as a current. It's so light now. So the system is happy now. I have improved, and I'm on the path, and I have improved. I don't have any current or fire with any things that is happening at home. So that sort of attitude is there. Also, other thing that Aryan Mahasi frequently says is that if you have a very comfortable, calm, and quiet environment at home, go out and see. You have to have a challenge.
and see how this fire which has been hiding under the ashes will come to the surface. So you should never try to be, I mean, you should never be in a hurry to put a right mark in front of you saying that I am completely all right. So challenges should be allowed to see how the things are, isn't it?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah.
And then today's discussion, what you're telling is very true. Today's discussion, I heard something like this. Like in the solar panel, power is generated through solar panel for the house to use.
Yeah.
But you cannot separate the sunlight and the power generated through solar panel. Right? Then likewise, you cannot separate perceptions from light rays. Light rays are also perceptions. But in perceptions, there is no light. Perceptions transform into thought perceptions. This was said in the morning session, doctor.
Yeah, actually, what I think I can't remember because I listened only to part of it. The light perception doesn't have the real light. True. The sound perception doesn't have a real sound there. It is only a perception. So all the perceptions do not have that real picture. Their real feature is not there, but it is just a creation, like a perception, sanyava. And the collection or combination of these perceptions will give rise to another different type of a perception, which is the thought. So all are creations, instant creations, and all are kind of vibrations. So the combination of the vibrations will give rise to another different type of a vibration, which we call the thought. So the thought is the one which gives rise to this perception of existence and the perception of self. So ultimately, there is no real self in this self perception also. When it is a perception, there is no real component. So you and me, myself means it's also a perception. That means there's no real myself in that one. I don't know whether that was the part that was discussed, but that is something I have heard earlier.
Yes,
So,
doctor. Because Aryan Hanse said, because of this light perception, that means the light and the sound, we are always trapped into these perceptions. All the perceptions we see through light and hear through sound. No? So that those two mainly grab us into this creation of world inside the mind. No? So Aryan Hanse said, we must always understand the light and sound very clearly. Then only
yeah,
we, yes.
yeah, actually, light and sound are the most prominent two because those two are the ones which are very commonly occurring. So therefore, if you actually understand one, at least the light, that applies to all five senses. And light and sound is the most important things, yes. So the combination of those two can lead to this thought. So simply the jack tree, banana tree, house, they are all thoughts, combinations of the mainly the light and sound, but there are other components also, like touch perception also could be there in some of them. But most prominent ones, as you said, the eye and the ear. Those are the two sense faculties, most commonly used ones. Dr. Kokila Teruvan Sarnai, Surangika Teruvan Sarnai, anything to add to that? she was asking about the yesterday's today morning discussion. Actually, I listened to only part of it.
I listened to about half of it actually. I couldn't finish it. Maybe more than half.
Yeah, you might have listened to the part where Sudharma explained about that same incident that she explained the day before to us, no? That uh, and Asanti
Mm,
explained to that.
it was yeah, that's the one I didn't finish. I was listening. When I was listening, I was listening to the answer that after a lot of disturbances, Aranwansu was
Mm.
trying to talk to Asanti. I heard that bit, nothing after
Mm.
that.
Yeah, I also listened up to that level only. So Aranwase was trying to, he actually sort of explained some basic facts also that he has been repeating very often, how this thought occurs and how the self is self-perception occurs. Those things also explained. And what he said was, now if it is a person with the self-view, definitely, whatever the situation, always the self is there. In a person whose self view is not there, uh, how did he say that? I don't know whether Surangika could listen to that because he explained it in two ways, whether the self view is there or not. Uh, he explained in two ways.
Therwan Sarnai.
Rasan.
That was quite a complicated, not complicated, but I think because of so many people uh,
Disturbing.
coming in and going, and he was
Mm.
explaining in two stages. The
Mm.
part that I think I understood was he was trying to tell Asanti there is no point in talking or trying to tell the mother about self-perception when that self-view is still there.
That
Because
was right.
perception is more subtle and
Mm.
perception is there as long as the self-vibration is there.
Mm. Mm.
So if the self-view hasn't gone, there is no point in asking that mother to touch a more subtle thing called the self-perception. But then Asanti was saying, but she can feel it. So that part, of course, I didn't understand because in the latter part, after the disturbance, Aranvatsa was trying to tell her that, look, you keep saying you don't feel it, or something like that. And it looks as if you don't feel it yourself, or I think that's the part that I kind of got. But then Asanti was saying, but she actually feels when a person talks with the self view, and that can be felt, and it is because she can feel it. Only she uh, challenges that, or she attacks that in order to take the person further on the path. And then with the example of Sudharma, also she said that despite Sudharma saying that she's having relief without the wrong view, and so on and so forth, clearly there is an element of almost enjoyment of that experience, and one cannot have an enjoyment of an experience if that self view was not there. And then so in terms of that, our advances said yes, clearly Sudharma had the self view and is still having the self view. And then he said, this is the challenge when you try to say things in words. And then he said that I think he said this, whether a person
even where the self-view is not there anymore, there should be the use of words shouldn't matter, something like that. And because Asanti was saying that she finds it difficult to gauge the self-perception or self-view of mothers who come on to the Andolanathmaka because of the far more experienced practitioners talking there. And as a result, she gets stuck in explaining or trying to almost figure them out before she can actually provide some kind of advice. So there was so many facets actually in that talk that it was going there and here and there and here. But the self-perception, Ranwansa was saying, look, you really can't talk about the self-perception. The main thing here is the Sakkaya Ditthi, the self-view. And that is where we have to get people to kind of really understand that. And if that is done, most of the task is done, and the self-perception will remain right in the end, and that is gradual diminishing anyway. So as far as I can recall, that was it, but there were so many more facets to it. I think it's worthwhile even discussing tomorrow once everybody has listened to it. But the last part was the most magnificent, I think.
I haven't listened to the last part. I have to. I couldn't.
Yeah, that's what. So I think maybe we can talk tomorrow. But what Champa was, I think, recounting was from the last part.
What was
About
the last part about?
the last part was something I mean, I haven't listened to the Arya Desana. He referred Dr. Kokila to the Arya Desana in 2021. You must have heard, you must have listened to all that. But he said this is where he's been saying this over and over again. But he talked about, I haven't heard to that extent him explaining before. He talked about how you cannot, this part he has said that the chemistry, physics part, how you can't split it because of material science, people are splitting it. That part he has said many times. But he said that why are we, for the sake of what is being, filtered down from the Western world, learning things like that about the world, as we call it, because that is not how it is. What it is actually the representation of vibration, Kampana Nirupana, and nothing about chemistry, nothing about physics. You can't separate this. Everything is in one way. And if you put them in little boxes and cages and try to teach, then the mind is also going to go that way. If straight away that the way it is, if it is understood the way it is through that abhijan thing that Ranwansa is able to see, then even the prajna, the wisdom also will be manifold, because you're not putting yourself into these cages and limiting the potential of being able to see through this whole illusion. So that was just one component of it. Then he went on, isn't it, Champa? Then he went on about the solar power and all those things, and the light and the sanya, and he said everything is about the perception. He said all these things, it's about the perception, and that is why the scientists can't even fathom when through the Dhamma we say that there is no light in the perception of light, no sound in the perception of sound, because it is absolutely impossible for them to figure that out. And he said that in that thing, and I think Dr. Sakuntala, you touched on it, the fact that light is, that vibration is different. The vibration, it starts off with the light vibration, sound vibration, but ultimately we have never seen light, we have never heard sound, and that is because the association is only the sanya, the perception. That is all that has ever been there.
And is there, if the light is not there in the perception of light, then obviously there was never a light. There was never a sound. And there, what else did he say? He said that that the sanya, why it is not real, is because that is a different vibration altogether. The light vibration, sound vibration come together to form a different vibration, which is the, what did he call it? Chitta kampanya. Mental vibration. I don't know whether you can call it that in English, but and because it is a different vibration only, that it doesn't have any of those, I don't know whether you can say components, because it is a different vibration of almost like a ghost of the earlier one, isn't it? It's there, but it gives the illusion that it is there, but it's not there. So he went on about solar panel, and then he said about the current, isn't it, Champa? How you can't separate the sun from the solar panel or something like that. That part I can't remember properly. Yeah, it was fascinating, Dr. Kokila. Both of you should listen
I
to the
will
whole thing.
listen to that part. But from the beginning, it was a very good talk, actually. Apart from disruptions, it was a very good talk. In the sense, it's, I think, that again highlights, I mean, I'm very proud of Dr. Sakuntala also last night talking to Aran once. It's a very good thing to do, which I felt like as soon as her voice came up, I was like, that's good, it's really good. Exposing yourself and trying to find out, get into the depth of it. So anyway, even the today morning talk, it's a bit comprehensive because it's good for everyone who are doing sermons, because it always shows that we can touch only the areas that we can touch. Hence, we can only feel what we feel. Only we know, that there's no way that it will extend more than that. But so there is no way that our feel can extend to what our nuance feeling. But it's really interesting because I have actually tried to make this distinction between the self-view and the self-perception. Self-perception is anyway there. I mean, it gets weakened anyway, but still it is there. But the importance of feeling non-vibration is the trickiest part. Like last night also, I think Swarnamali also was suggesting that one system has to feel this. And I mean, that then only it will be evident that there is no self. Unless that time there are questions and doubts. So that is the thing. So, but there are caveats in everywhere, pitfalls in everywhere, because you can talk only to the level of what you feel. So there's always a gap, and which is okay. Doesn't matter. It's okay. Joel also has joined today. Anyone can bring? Yes, Dr. Sakuntala. Did you say something?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyone can bring up anything. So, how did you go, Dr. Sakuntala? Dr. Joel?
Yeah, like I joined after so many days and
That's so good, actually. tell us how you're doing. Are you okay? And
Uh,
you doing well?
I'm not doing good because this week I felt like I want to kill myself, and I
What
attempted.
happened?
I'm not joking. I'm serious.
What happened?
I don't know. I just felt like I just want to come out of this body. It's so frustrating.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's not good. Mm. Are you like ready to talk about it, or
I don't know what to talk about it, but I just felt of coming and telling you all.
yeah, it is good
That's
to tell. But like, did you dig into the system and find out what made you to have a dislike or frustration with the system? What was this reason for you to feel that frustration? I mean, it can be
uh,
anything.
I mean, it kind of like no point of just living because one day we are going to just vanish away, and the things that are happening around and with so many changes and that and this and so many things are going on. So I just thought, why should I just waste my time in living in this body and facing all these things in life, wanting things, but it doesn't happen. And I just thought, why can't I just kill myself? Just a normal thing, just to get out of my body and just fade away. So it will be peaceful than to live in this wicked world, I would call. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, that's actually not a good thing to hear. What do you think? Like, well, how do you think we can help you? I mean, I feel for you, but the thing is, it's kind of limited because we can talk about these things like actually problems are not over just by just imagine this vibration is this body function is anyway not it's nothing to do with this system. The body is just a part of it but not the actual thing. We can have any system, yes, but the mind also is not you. So this vibration that is the giving the heaviness. So, but it's not the problem with the body or the mind. Actually, it's actually not knowing that what is giving you suffering. The main thing is there are so many things that we want. So if you say, I want something like good atmosphere, I want everything to be calm and quiet, or I want everyone to listen to me, I want everyone to do this, do that. We have so much aspirations. I mean, I'm much senior than you, and my whole life has been a struggle. So that struggle, the the struggles will never go away. Struggles will be there. Struggle is about maintaining I mean earning, uh, feeding others, everything, anything and everything. It can be a struggle, but the inner happiness is actually that is what the problem is. So the inner happiness only depends on the good things that you do, the faith you have, good associations you have, protective factors are there. There are so many things that protect you from harsh decisions, like it can be anything. It can be the responsibility, it can be your kind of duty, it can be the people who would look up to you. There are so many things. Just if you talk about the body and the mind, it's actually nothing to do with this vibration. If the vibration is higher, just by escape mechanism, the talk that you just talked, the escape thing, you're trying to escape, kind of a escape phenomena. It's a normal thing that we feel because we want to escape. Just imagine I'm in a jail. I want to escape. And if I can't escape, I might think, okay, why not do something else like harming myself so that I can escape? But the thing is, that's not an escape. If you know, it would be a worse vibration than this vibration. This human life is a beautiful time and beautiful life which you can use with so much wisdom. This wisdom, just because you think that changing it because you don't get what you want, I think it is too hasty. And you're young also, so decisions can be hasty, young people usually, they can be very take a decision and even act on that very quickly. It's very normal for them. Listen to their mind, because mind, if you are a slave to your mind, you do whatever the mind says. Mind says, if the mind says, I need this, you actually believe that you need it. If the mind says, okay, this is enough suffering, I want to get rid of this system, and you believe that, and next moment, if something changes and you feel, okay, it's not that bad, and you believe that. So which thought is real? This is the problem that we have. Which thought is real? This is what we have been talking for a long time. And I think the which thought, so there are so many, actually, if you do a research, scientific research, actually not Dhamma research, people say that there's 1,000 thoughts. It can be a lot of thoughts per day, and we believe in each and everyone. Now, even yesterday, I was trying to say one thought, maybe, wow, I didn't feel that. Yesterday, that was the thing that was coming up. I didn't feel that. And the next moment, you will be saying, no, but that I felt that other bit. So which thought is right? That was yesterday, our Dhamma friends talking about their experiences. So which thought is right? The one you are telling, okay, I didn't feel much about it. I didn't even get shaken by that. But then in the other way around, I got this thought. Which one is true? So if you have thought from your age up to now, if you have thought about, if you had million thoughts, which one is true? Now you're saying, oh, this is enough. I have it enough. And is that the correct thought? Or maybe 20 years ago you had a thought. Is that the true one? Then which one is the true one? None of these thoughts are true. That's the whole idea about Buddhism and actual Dhamma we are talking about. This mind can say so many things. So many things. One time it can say, well, these people are not good. Another time you can say, this system is ruined. The system has no justice. And another time it can say, well, I have to be more strong for this. Or if I can't be, I have to leave this system. Yeah, you can have so many thoughts. But the thing is, which one is real? Yesterday, even Sudharma said, okay, I didn't, someone told something and I didn't feel anything about it. So that's the thought. I didn't feel anything. And next one, the son said something. I didn't feel anything about that either. So which thought is right now? That is that the last two thoughts that she was talking about? Or the one before, or the one before? Or 135 years ago? Or now, if you think about the thought now which is going to arise in next 5 minutes, is that true? So which action is true then? Which action is true? What you did 10 years ago is the true action? The words we talk, are they true? They're all like this whole system is actually working, and the sufferer who is suffering is actually due to ignorance, not knowing what is happening. It's okay to be sad. I tell this every day. It's okay to be sad. The problem is not about being sad or upset or angry with yourself. It's actually believing that being angry is, or being sad, or being, it's actually that it's happening to you is the main problem. That's why you want an escape mechanism. Who wants to escape? So you think that escape is, there's a place to escape, or kind of there is a place now and there is a place to escape. This whole phenomena of his perception is very important to understand. The world you see, even the light, is actually a perception in your eye. We talked about this a lot, and you actually missed attending the sessions, and I think it can take, everything can crash. The perception of the past, perception about the future, perception about now. You want everything different. You want the past to be different. You want the future to be different. You want the now to be different too. It's okay. But is that actually true? It's okay to, like, I want world to be flat tomorrow, even that. It's a thought. I want everything to calm down. I want my problems to be gone. So what's the best way? Well, best way is problems escape mechanism is the best way. Well, that's another thought, because there's nothing called escape or the in. You're not in. You think you are in. But you're not, because there's no you. Problems are there. Problems are there, but you are not there. It's very tricky to understand, because if you are believing that you are there, then you want to do stuff. You want to either believe that you are in the problem, but saying that I'm 100% agreeing that problems are there. Problems can be there. If you ask 10 people, there's so many problems. There's unhappiness, there's happiness, there's sadness, there's anger, there's guilt, there's worry about the future. Well, they are there because still there's all the problems. But what is very important to understand is the sufferer. Who is the sufferer? Who is the sufferer? Sufferer is actually a sensation we have that I'm here. It's a perception that we have, I'm here. So when the perception is there, I am here, we have no help. But actually speaking, there are so many protective factors also. You know, there are so many loved ones that you don't even consider. So many good things that you don't even consider. Human life with ability of thinking is a beautiful thing to have. Human life with ability to see, even ability to hear, ability to touch and feel, and this beautiful mind can be very tricky. As I said, nothing of that mind is true. One time it might say, life is not that bad. And one time it might say, life is really bad. I should escape from this life. Where are you going to? Where are you escaping to is the problem. And if you don't know, then it is a tricky area, because the vibration is going to go worse. 100% vibration is going to go very higher and higher. And this beautiful ability of thinking and understanding Dhamma may not be even there. So you have to be careful what you wish for. Escape mechanisms are there, like you can take a break. I told you to take a break, but I don't know how it works, because I don't know the practical aspects of your life. So everyone needs a break if it's really tiring. If you have like 10 problems, you can actually take a break from those problems and just go to like a place like Dambagoda and, just rest and think about life, why you have been given a human life. Not why you, the words are not correct, but actually speaking, you have a human life now. It's a vibration of human with the 5 sensory organs and ability to think. That ability to think is the most beautiful thing that humans have, the ability to actually understand things, even understand your human being. What is a human being? And you're trying to escape from that? That's not good enough. Take a challenge and just try and understand what are you escaping from and what are you trying to go. Where are you escaping to? Because until you have this idea, escaping from, escaping to, there's no end. There's no end. That is the problem. Always, our mothers who talk in the Zooms, they have idea that yeah, they came from this and they are going to. From and to is an idea of self. So escape from something, escape to like somewhere. So all kind of perceptions that we have that I am here and I'm going somewhere. I'm escaping. That's why I asked which thought is real. Escaping, which one is real, which one is actually right. Once you can have an idea that this world is cruel, and another time you can have an idea like, well, that person was kind. But which thought is real? None of these thoughts are real. You have to get this properly though. Otherwise it's a wastage of human life. Because you know 100% that this vibration is going to get higher or the kind of heavier. If your idea of self is there. So I think you should have some like kind of a time period to understand this life. Sometimes thinking can be too heavy. Then I think you should find a place where thinking is not a thing. Maybe do a good task which you like. Maybe I don't know, whatever you like. I don't know which activities you like something like hiking or camping or you know, anything. So I suggested Dombokore because Dombokore is actually a beautiful area. And even in Kandy, there are some places where you can go and have a calm place. But the problem is, if your mind is too agitated, you have to be careful about that because the thoughts can be tricky. One time, a thought can say, so the Angulimala is the perfect example. He had the thought, it was planted from his teacher. If you kill 1,000 people, I'll give my daughter to you. That's what that was the plan. And he got that idea. It was a thought. And he kept on killing people. He actually did. Imagine. And it's his thought that he carried on doing that. Likewise, there are so many thoughts out there, you know. People do, I want to bomb this country, they bomb the country. And that's a thought. I will destroy all the water pathways. That's a thought. Another thought. And sometimes another thought might come, no, that's not good enough. Should destroy the whole planet. Yeah, that's another thought. Which thought is correct now? Or you can get a good thought also. Is that thought correct, or the good thought correct, or the bad thought correct? Which one is true now? Having one country is not good enough. I have to have 2 countries now. Is that thought correct, or no? I don't need a country. I think we will give this country to someone else. Is that thought correct? So one time you are thinking, this life is too much. Hell with that. I don't want this life. Is that thought correct? which one are you going to believe in? It's similar. You get idea, okay, this dog is not good, I'm going to kill the dog. Well, is that thought correct, or which one is true? None of these thoughts are true. Why are we believing in these thoughts? Thoughts are created by just the sensory organs. They are not true. But we are trapped in this mind world and keep believing in whatever the thoughts. One time you feel like, oh yeah, I'm in Dhamma. I'm really good, you know, I feel this. And another time you're thinking, no, actually I'm not in Dhamma. So which thought is not true? Well, if you trust your thoughts, you are a slave of your thoughts. Suffering, yes. There's no way that this can be understood in another way if you're really believing in your whatever the thoughts. So guilt is from where? Thoughts. Worry is from where? Thoughts. Depression, anxiety, or everything is from the thoughts. Joel baby didn't have any of those things. After the creation of the mind, there's suffering. 100% we agree with that. I mean, if I ask Champa, Champa will tell some story, I can tell. I mean, I usually don't talk about the things, but I mean, if it helps someone, I can tell how much I have suffered. And if I ask Dr. Sakuntala, she might tell. If I ask Surangika, she might tell. None of the human pathways are full of roses. But the problem is not the road, not the path, not the problems. Actually, the problem is this self-view, because you feel that everything is happening to you. And you have an idea that, yeah, I'm escaping from this to that. What? You can just think about it. But what actually happens is this, yeah, vibration. If it gets lower, it is the lower one. If it's higher, it's higher, good one. In the sense, if the vibration is lighter, it would be a good one, but heavier, it would be a lower one, lower M. But what's the big deal? You just escape the mind, just a transient escape. You have been given a good chance to understand this. And we reassure you, 100% I reassure you that this Dhamma has changed me a lot. A lot. In the sense, I think I've changed to like, I don't know. I used to think like that, you know, I used to think a lot about this, how this happens, because if I talk about past experiences, when I was doing, I was doing O levels, and my mother fell sick, and mother actually went blind, and she had a surgery for a brain tumor, and she went blind. And I used to think, because I went to school, I got up in the morning, I cooked, I got everything ready for mother because my father was working far away. But our lives changed from that point of view. That time onwards, it was full of problems. I was wondering every day, how can this happen? Because it was an action and At that time, I didn't know about anything about Dhamma, nothing at all. I was wondering how I have to get up in the morning and do everything at home, prepare everything, because mother, I made everything ready for her. She can stay inside. She saw something, so she could walk around, but she couldn't do anything else other than that because her tumor was in the vision side. But otherwise, she was fine because it was operated. She was okay. But then everything fell on me. Like my sister was married, so I was the only one there. So it was a disaster. I didn't know how I went to school. I didn't know how I came back. I didn't know how I managed. Never knew. But I had the question, how is this happening? Always it went from my small mind. I thought it must be action and what is it called? Cause and
Action
effect?
and
No, not
effect.
the
Action
action
and
and
effect.
effect. I thought action and effect must be some problem somewhere, that it must be action and effect. Because that's all I knew from our Dhamma, because the cause and effect was never there. And if I go on telling, I mean, it's useless to waste time on a forum like this to go on telling what suffering we have. But I'm just telling a bit of it, trying to tell that it was a question. It was a question because I had so much good friends who actually mother packed everything and gave it to them, and they were like so carefree, like good with everything, had a lot of support. And about 3 months or 5 months before A-levels, I had to tell my father I can't handle this anymore, and he actually retired and came because he was the only breadwinner anyway. So we were struggling. So it was it it this whole thing, it kept on going, this whole things, that little things that was happening. Well, I never thought about escaping, by the way, never ever that came to the system. But I had the question. The question was, what is this? How is this happening? I had a lot of questions actually. I was full of questions anyway. As a child also, I had so many questions. How is this happening? How is this happening? What is this happening? Why is this happening? Why, what, where? That was all my questions. I was so inquisitive, full of mind. I mean, but what thought was true? Which thought is true? Is the ongoing battle was that true? Now looking back at it, I'm like, wow, that film was really interesting. Even now, film is very interesting. Well, if you are inside it, you will be suffering. If you're outside of it, well, who cares what the film is? So I actually request Joel, you have to come out of that suffering dream, because that's not real. If you really feel it as real, I feel that because I was there. I mean, every one of us will agree. We were there. We thought it was the dream. I mean, this is only one bit I have told you. There's so many to tell, but I won't tell any of that because it's not the point. Point is, there's so many to tell, but I won't tell any of that because it's not the point. Point is, there's so many to tell, but I won't tell any of that because it's not the point. Point is, there's so many to tell, but I won't tell any of that because it's not the point. Point is, there's so many to tell, but I won't tell any of that because it's not the point. Point is, any of the parts of the dream, I would say, or anyone would say, or you would say, is true. It's a beautiful creation, even you can say ugly creation. It's a creation of the sensory organs. If your vibration become more heavier and you can experience another kind of manifestation, do you think you will be happy there? No. The happiness is when you fully understand this cause and effect Dhamma. When you fully realize that there has never been a self here, but this system of dreaming, system of thinking will be ongoing till you have your last breath. I have had this, this action and mind, the karma thing. I have had this question every day sometimes. Why? How? Why? How? Actually, I'm so glad that I had problems because I actually start listening to Dhamma very late though, like about maybe I started maybe in 2019, 20, I can't remember. And I just listened, really, I didn't have much time, but I started listening after coming to Australia because I got a little bit of breathable time because I was always addressing problems. It was kind of my task, trying to overcome the problems. Well, if I didn't hear this Dhamma, I'll be still overcoming the problems. Well, to tell you, I'm still having problems, but I don't have much suffering anymore. That's the beauty of this Dhamma. And you have heard this Dhamma, and you have to trust your noble friend. You have to trust your noble friend when a noble friend says there's an escape mechanism other than killing yourself. If you want to really escape the suffering, don't escape this human life, escape forever by understanding this Dhamma. That's my invitation. It's a loving invitation I'm doing. Why are you escaping this just this body or this just life? Escape forever. Joel, you can escape forever. This suffering is not good enough. This suffering is too much. And whether you escape your body or not, the suffering will continue. That's 100% guarantee, because these vibrations will never stop unless you really fully realize about this vibration. So if you really want to challenge the problem by killing yourself, I would say, yes, do it with your Dhamma. Do it with your Dhamma. Get rid of your self-view. And we invite you. Not only me, we all invite you. If Arun Vansi was here, he would say in a different angle, because he's kind of he has manly kind of addressing. It's a different way he addresses things. He has more feel than us. But my invitation, our all invitation is, if you want to escape suffering, escape properly. It's kind of a invitation. It's kind of a advice, it's kind of a command that I'm giving you. If you want to escape suffering, escape properly, Joel. That's all I can say. Escape properly. Take the challenge, do it properly. Yeah, Surangika, what do you think? Oh, Dr. Sakuntala, anyone?
Yeah, Dr. Dr. Kokila, that was a very beautiful way of, I think, putting the Dhamma and Joel's question and situation into perspective. I think it not only applied to Joel, but it gave us a good view of how to look at this and also how to, tackle such situations as well, if should such questions arise in the future. But essentially, I think you hit the nail on the head about where are you trying to escape to, because nobody knows. And there is always a notion that something is there out there, something is there that is better than what is here. And that is the very thing that is up in the air with the Dhamma. You have heard Aryan Mahansa also, Joel. You have heard people talking in this forum where nothing is ever certain. Everything is just, up in a state of flux. The mind itself is an illusion which keeps tricking us every moment to moment. And the person that you were in your childhood, the carefree days of your youth, and all that is not, all those are different points in time of thought. All that was also thought. We didn't always have this thought of, ending this life and that type of thing. There would have been many happy thoughts, many joyous thoughts in this life, right? But at that point of joyousness, at that point where there was a carefree Joel and a youthful Joel and a fun-loving Joel, that was also a thought. So if those were also thoughts, then this is also just a thought. And from the Dhamma, you know that thoughts are not real, right? And then also this notion that this is happening to you, the person concept, because that is another thing that you're trying to escape from, isn't it? Where is this self that you're trying to escape from? That itself is the thing that through these forums we have been trying to show, and that this Dhamma is trying to show. There is nothing here to attribute the suffering to. And it is because we have that wrong notion of self only that the happiness, the sorrow, everything is taken and piled onto our plate, isn't it? But what if that itself is not anything to be taken ownership of? So I think understanding that, and also I can't remember the beautiful examples Lord Buddha has given about how very, very rare this human existence is. I mean, Aryan Master has said there are millions and millions of ants only in one's land. Only in one's garden, there's millions and millions of ants. You can imagine the amount of species that are there in this entire world. Are they all in the human realm? No. They are all in suffering in hells of their own, in different lower realms of existence. And all of them are being, all of them are trying, if they have to get out of this so-called suffering, to gain what? To gain a human existence.
the so-called godly worlds and worlds of, devas and things like that, that people think exist, um, is are those planes ever able to do a reflection and get out of this suffering? No, they are also not able to do that. This ability where the mind is there is only in the human existence, which is why it is so, so rare. I think it was the example of the sea turtle, isn't it? I don't know, it was Dr. Sakuntala. Is that for the soul or is that for the human existence, for the human birth?
No, that is the human existence.
Yeah, so the human birth. So I don't know whether you heard that well. That example was from the Buddha's time, where he said that how very rare this human birth is. To gain a human birth is, it was likened to a sea turtle who is blind in one eye. Okay, so not even the two eyes, one eye is blind, and that sea turtle had to be able to see I think it was the moon or something through a piece of hay. The piece of hay or something that was in the water had to align with that one good eye, and through that one good eye and that piece of hay or something, the turtle should have been able to see out into the night sky or something like that. And so can you imagine how absolutely rare in the vast ocean, a sea turtle who is blind in one eye had to align that one good eye with some random piece of hay that also had to, come in sight of that eye. And then through that, it had to see the night sky and the moon or something like that. But I mean, the whole purpose of that example is to show how absolutely, absolutely rare this human existence is. And that is because this consciousness, the mind, is the only tool that can be used to see oneself or see this system out of this suffering, which is why Dr. Kokila very rightfully said the invitation is not to take the easy way out. The invitation is to take on the challenge and use the tool to find a permanent end to the suffering. Because escaping the body is not the end of the suffering. And you know that already now, Joel. You have learnt or heard enough of this Dhamma to know that it is not the end. Death is not the end. You have heard Aryan Mahansa himself say death is only a thought, isn't it? So the carefree Joel had also a thought, and the thought that you had in the last few days about ending the life is also a thought. So I think what Dr. Kokila said was, I think, plenty of food for thought for you for tonight. I'll stop there for now. Dr. Sakuntala, you can add something.
Yeah, I think both of you have been giving very sort of valuable pieces of advice. Also, nothing much for me to add actually. As you said that the human life is so precious because unless you are born as a human being, you can't understand this truth also. None of the other species of animals have this ability to understand this. So you are born as a human being and then you are hearing this Dhamma also, which is another valuable point to add on. And as both of you very correctly said, we don't know where we came from. We don't know where we are going. If there's a kind of assurance that we know that where we are going, and if this life is very troublesome, then of course it's justifiable to say that I want to leave this body. But who is going to say where we are going? No one knows because just I remember about a short story from Buddha's time. There was a very wise girl, actually very young girl, a weaver's daughter. Uh, Lord Buddha was waiting until that girl comes to the audience to start the sermon because Lord Buddha knew about her mind level. So he asked, "Where are you coming from?" She said, "I don't know." "Where are you going from here?" She said again, "I don't know." Actually, the audience was surprised the way that she was answering. I mean, she could have said that I'm coming from my father's weaving shop and I'm going home after this. But exactly what she meant was that she doesn't know where she was coming. That means she was referring to the birth actually. So this is the pattern of this life because we don't know where we came from, we don't know where we are going. And as you have sort of very clearly heard from these Dhamma discussions, as long as that current is remaining, there's no escape actually. The current will find another place, current will become synchronized to another place. So until that current is coming to the zero level, there's no escape wherever you go. And as Dr. Kokila also said, all of us do have our own set of problems. Uh, you might feel that I am the one who is having problems. No, different set of problems. We are changing from one set of problems to another one. Now, as children, we had a different set of problems. When we grow up, we have another set of problems. And as adults, we have another set of problems. When we grow old, we have another set of problems. So there's no one without problems. There's no one with suffering. As long as you are born, that is always tagged with the suffering, uh, which is manifested as different types of problems. So I think from the facts that you have listened, you may not, I mean, if you don't feel like talking, but you can join, just listen to what the discussions are going on, because you got a very clear picture of most of the things within a very short period. So you have that capacity, you have that ability to pick up the things, which will greatly help, because all of us who are following this path, we have been listening to so many discussions, so many sermons from different venerables. Actually, we ended up here because we could feel that sorry, I think I got disconnected just with no reason. So I think as Dr. Kokila and Sunandika both said, join us because you can just listen to us. But if you feel like talking, you're mostly welcome to talk. But at least listening alone will help you because you have got most of the facts into you, and you could apply them to your day-to-day activities and the experiences also. You feel unhappy or you feel sad or angry because yourself is here. It doesn't mean that anything to do with your physical body. It's because of that feel that myself is there, that current that which is represented, or the current which we label as myself is here. All the sufferings are there. So if that current on this side called myself comes to the zero, there's no sufferer on this side. So maybe I think too many things we have been telling, but I feel that the message, you may have got the message. So just take it as another thought, just a product of your mind sensor. As long as a mind sensor is functioning, as long as your senses are functioning, the eye, ear, nose, those five, you will get the thoughts. You can't stop the thoughts. So this is just another thought that I want to end up my life. It's just simply another thought. And the very next day you might feel that, oh yes, I want to live and I want to enjoy the life. So both are thoughts, both are products of the mind sensor. So these facts you are very familiar, you have heard them again and again. So I hope these discussions will help you. So I think put a stop to that. Yes.
Yeah, actually, that challenge is for everyone. The challenge is for not only for Joel. Actually, this challenge goes to any human being in this world. I mean, I don't think most of them will hear that. It doesn't matter. The invitation or the challenge is to every human being. Every human being. Even the human being who is ordering, one particular continent to be destroyed, or even a human being who is trying to do concentration meditation and be in the happiness. Both are trying to be happy. All are trying to be happy. Every human being, actually even the animal, they are trying to be happy. And this is the invitation. This is the challenge. If you want to be happy forever, come and listen to this Dhamma. Try and understand this Dhamma. There's a system working. There's no self here. Of course there's a system. As a life field is actually a production of the sensory organs only. And this thought that you are living and you are suffering is a thought only. It's not true. Then you must say Niagara Falls thought is true. Is it true? Is Niagara Falls actually there? What is Niagara Falls? The Niagara Falls is not true. What about you? I mean, you feel something, that's why you are agitated. Yeah, that is a vibration you feel. The self vibration is so bad. That's why every human being, every animal, even the amoeba is suffering, because this vibration can be very, very high, very disturbing, very restless. I think temporarily just should calm down, find a way, whatever you like. It doesn't matter, it's music, whatever. You have to calm down first. Even if you go to church and be there in the church.
Terwan Saranai, doctor.
Yes,
I'm
Champa.
here from tomorrow. About 5-6 days, I won't be able to join this discussion because I'm going to Kandy to spend the Sinhala Avurudda there with our relations. Therefore, I'm unable to join this discussion to remind that I'm telling this doctor. Now I am leaving. Teruvan Saranai, all the Dhamma friends. Take care.
Teruvan Saranai, Champa.
Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah. No, I forgot what I was saying. Well, it actually went. What was I saying? Yeah, it went. Anyway, Joel, you can talk if you like to, but I really feel for you. I just want you to take this challenge properly. Yeah, you should find. Oh, I got it now. What I was trying to tell you was actually you have to calm down. You have to find the ways to calm down first, because agitated mind, restless mind, angry mind, they are all hindrances. You can't understand Dhamma. They're all hindrances. If you're agitated, if you're angry, if you have worries, if you have guilt, if you have, you know, a lot of sadness, a lot of sleepiness, these are all hindrances to understand them. Because you have to pierce a thought, one thought to find out who you are. You can't do that. We can say that you are actually a vibration. Joel is nothing, it's just a vibration. But you can't really believe that. You have to feel it. Until you feel it, you are not going to believe that. I mean, you might say, yes, I understand what you all are saying, but yeah, but without doubt, if you want to feel it, you have to feel it. If you have to actually feel it. For that to happen, even for this mind to feel the truth, mind has to calm down. So at this moment, your mind is so agitated. You know, you can do things that you know which will calm down your thoughts. So what I was going to say was, even going in the church and listening to the church bells, or going there and doing some candles, even if you go and listen to a chanting that you all do, doesn't matter what you do. If you can think about Dhamma as well, that we are trying to tell you about finding your own vibration. Because if you fully realize that this is the vibration that has been giving yourself problems, you're not going to blame this body or the mind. You're directly going to catch the vibration, and that vibration can't do anything anymore. Lord Buddha actually said, I caught the vadua. What do you call vadua?
Carpenter.
Yeah, I found the carpenter. Oh no, carpenter is, yeah. I found the carpenter of this sansaric
House.
journey
The
house. Yeah,
house called Desire. No?
house called
Tanhanamati.
desire. Yeah, he found the carpenter, and I'm
No,
challenging you to
actually, the
find it.
carpenter is Desire.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Tanha Nemati Vadua.
Vadua. Mm.
That is the actual this power. So I'm challenging you to find that suffering, reason for the suffering. Rather than challenging, I'm requesting you. It's so much kindness. I have never seen Narayan Mahanse. I've never, like, I have seen his photos and the videos, like, very recently only he came out. But as soon as I heard Dhamma from a YouTube video, I was like, wow, find the culprit. And I was on it. I took the challenge. Not I. Now I can say it, but these are the words I can use here. But you have to take the challenge and see. I mean, what's the big deal? You will be doing the other things also, as usual. And you have never seen us either. But we are saying this with so much confidence. If you can feel us, find your own vibration. And you will fully realize that actually that is just the speed of your sensory organs that you thought you are there. That's what all this misunderstanding is. And you can't believe it from me. 100% I didn't believe it when Aranwansi said that. We have to feel it. We have to actually exit from this mind and feel it. When the mind is strong, when the mind is having so much agitation, so much anger, so much sleepiness, so much doubt, so much restlessness, you can't do it. There are hindrances. So calm down. This is a very kind request. Calm down, please. Doesn't matter whether we know you or not. Doesn't matter. It's a vibration to vibration we are telling. Calm down. I've told you from the beginning to take it easy. I'm telling it again. It has so many meanings though. You're trusting your own thoughts too much. Because you feel like they're real. That's the whole problem even Dr. Sakuntala has. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? Don't you still feel that the perceptions are real? Yeah. Even Surangika
Yeah,
might
true.
say, yes, sometimes I feel the perceptions are true. Yeah. So what? It's no problem. You know that there is no self. At least that confidence should be there. Yeah, I know there's no self, but still I feel it. That's okay. At least have that. Even though the sufferer is still there, you know that there's no way that there is a sufferer. But because of as a habit, you might still feel it. It's okay that I have repeated it all this. The worst habit is this alive feel. Worst habit is this thinking that there is a self. Worst habit is that, not anything else. Every basket, it's Dr. Sakuntala's basket, Surangika's basket, my basket, Joel's basket, yeah. We keep filling there. We have so much thoughts. Wow, are they real? No. Even your touch perception is not real. It's just a production of the skin only. Even your eye perception is not real. Your ear perception is not also real. So what to talk about the mind? Why are you trusting all your mind like mind products? One time it will say good things, one time it will say bad things, one time it will say rude things, one time it will say worried things, one time it will say very jealous things, one time it will say very guilty things. So what? Which one is true now? None of these thoughts are true. But you have to get this. The problem is the thought that we have that there is a self who is feeling all these things. That is the most problematic thought we have. If you get rid of that thought, well, you will become the lightest creature in the world. And we are not bluffing. We are not joking. We are not creating any stories. We are not brainwashing anyone. We are inviting you to experience this. Come and see. You have to live and come and see. Yeah, I hope Joel gets this. It's a very kind, very open, very friendly discussion. We have taken you with so much kindness, and we still are. We will be, and one day I hope you will be light as a feather, but it has to be permanent, not time to time. Not time to time. That's a temporary thing. That's not good enough. It should be something which is always there. Until the life field is there, we feel like suffering is happening here. It's okay. But at least you know that it's not true. You know, at least for 100% there is no self here. But we feel like it. We feel like it. That's the problem. We have a perception like that. I'm the sufferer. I am is just a thought. Me, my, mine is just a thought. This is easy to say, difficult to feel. And we know all about that. I think, I don't know whether Joel can speak, so anyone can add some thoughts? Anything else? Or even different to the talk? I mean, Joel can talk at any time. I'm glad you came to the discussion, by the way, mate. If you didn't, that is not good. I'm really glad that you came to the discussion. We always welcome you with open arms. It's really important that you come. Sometimes this forum is full of jargon, like too much words. But anytime we can pause it and we can help you. So don't forget that. Don't forget that. Yes, Surangika. Any Dr. Sakuntala? Is it time for you to vanish? No, not yet, yeah. No, actually, maybe it is time for her to vanish out of. She has that other Zoom, isn't it? Anyone? I don't think it's only Surangika then left. Me and Surangika and yeah, okay, that's okay.
I think she's still there. At least she's in the Zoom, but maybe she's.
No, she's gone.
Zoom
I
as
know
well.
she will be gone. She's gone now. She has to.
She's
That
gone.
she's doing that other song thing.
Oh, the youth one.
Mm-hmm.
No, and I mean the other thing that just crossed my mind was it's actually quite ironic, isn't it? I mean, you touched on how everybody has their own share of problems and challenges, and certainly, each one of us can probably relate stories till kingdom come, isn't it?
Yes.
All kinds of things that it's unbelievable looking back. The things we
Yeah.
did, the things we suffered for, the things we I can't, there was a time that I can't remember whether I went to sleep at night without sogging the pillow with tears. And all that was amidst having a very brave face to the world. And then there was also a time that, so we did all that. And I mean, it's not as if, without the Dhamma, there were, of course, we had the traditional Dhamma at that time, but there were one or two occasions about potentially whether the life was worth it kind of thing coming up. But I think that was also just on the periphery. As you yourself said, Dr. Kokila, that the fight for, not through the Dhamma, but that fight for survival of no matter what, the resilience of the character to meet the challenges, not like a very surface level meet the challenges, but innately the ability to come what may, face it kind of thing, was there. But what I was trying to say was these, if you think about these mothers who talk on the Zoom, true, they have a few problems here and there and all that. But then if you think about people in other countries and all, and then even in Sri Lanka, they are, all of them are not destitute. All of them are not having, um, really huge problems. I mean, in a kind of a very conventional sense of the word.
Yeah, comparison. Mm.
Yeah, in comparison. So why are they still hankering after this? Why are they still in so much earnest pursuit of this Dhamma, to be able to find the cessation of suffering? From that we can see that this suffering that we are calling, I mean, now if we take our lives even, the suffering is over actually. Uh, the suffering, the financial instability, the emotional instability, whatever instabilities are now over. I mean, if you take it from a conventional sense.
Mm.
And yet, why are these people, particularly people who are calling from overseas, and Andolanatmaka, all over from different countries, they are not destitute, they are not suffering from a conventional sense, and yet can see the passion for the Dhamma, isn't it? The earnest need to find the truth, to eradicate the suffering permanently, as you said.
Yeah, actually,
Permanently.
Surangika, even the billionaire, even the king of the kings, even the, you have whatever you want, that person is also not happy.
Not happy, no, yeah.
No, they are just having this inside burning and they are doing something to cover it up.
Yeah, and they have so many other things to cover it up that they don't need to dwell on that. But
Yeah.
when we take our life experiences, and when you something good is happening, something it's killed off the following day. Again, a good thing finally happens after years and years of toil and effort. Something comes crashing out of the blues and wipes it out. So when it happens time after time after time, then you wonder what is it that is happening here? Just like what you said. Why is it happening repeatedly? Surely there has to be something behind this,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And I was also, I had the same thing, just after, there was one thing that happened after 13 years of waiting and 6 months or whatever of happiness, and just not even 6, just 3-4 months of finally seeing a bit of light after the dark, and then next moment wiped out completely. So this is like chunks and chunks of long years and long years. And then you start to think, what is this? This is not the meaning of life. There has to be something deep, more profound that has not been discovered. So, each mother can tell a tale, definitely, of how and why they have stuck with this Dhamma and why they have finally, listened to all kinds of things and then come and almost laid to rest at Aryan Vansa's feet or at this great noble teacher's feet, because they can feel the non-vibration. They can feel finally a way out of this vibration, which has been keeping them in this whole cycle of suffering. And the suffering here is not this loss of a loved one, no relationship, no money, can't make ends meet type of suffering. why are these people with really, people from like the Professor Kavindya, this one, that one, all these people, good jobs, good reputation. I mean, probably reasonably, stable. Uh, all that is there, but why are they coming behind this Dhamma? Because they can see something more, far more profound. And it's almost as if this system is sensing it, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Because, I mean, whatever that you're trying to say that this is my suffering, I want to end the life, or I want to do that, or whatever, when that I and the self is taken out, the system is just subject to this vibration. And this morning's talk, Dr. Kokila, once you listen to the rest, it was so profound, where Aryan Mahansa said that you can't even put an I into it. You can't put an individual or a person into it. It is completely beyond any human being or living being's ability to uh, single-handedly take
Yeah,
yourself into Niraya,
yeah,
into the lower realms. The way this system and the vibration is working to magnify and magnify and magnify and continuously give the message of something is there, in order to for that same vibration to keep on hankering and hankering after that. And that is how the light becomes the chair and the wealth and the job and everything that we are trying to attach ourselves into. It is not anybody's doing. Even if you had superhuman efforts, you wouldn't have been able to do it. It is so from that itself, one can say that that there is no self here. It was incredible, the way he put it. I don't know whether I'm trying to, I'm able to even convey the message. So what we're trying to say is that this is not your doing. This is not anybody's doing. That body and mind and any of those things are not something that can be, taken ownership of to even get rid of it. To get rid of it, it has to be owned by somebody, but it's not. It's just there. Everything is there. I mean, so if the thought is transient, then is there anything worth in kind of acting on a transient thought? Tomorrow morning you might get up and think, that I'm so glad I joined the Dhamma discussion, because Dr. Kokila gave me such valuable advice that I don't know what I would have done if I didn't join that talk yesterday or something like that. And tomorrow maybe you might have a different way of thinking. But
it's
it's
like a
not.
wave.
Yeah, it's like a wave. It's not.
The sea
Yeah.
is full of waves, but actually, it's this is a try to dive into it and see what it is. The waves can come and go, it doesn't matter. But actually, understanding that who am I is the basic question which was fascinating me. I don't know whether it's fascinating to others, but it was so fascinating to me to actually find out who am I. If you are thinking I am the body, which I know definitely that Joel is not thinking like that, because I can feel it from the way he talked. But his problem is he has taken me as the mind. So that's the problem. But mind is not you. Mind is not you. Mind is never you. That's why mind is actually you are a slave of the mind. Or mind is the slave of you. It can be either way. The main important aspect is how this self-perception, self-view has come. That's because you have a power, inside power, which is killing you. That is the culprit. Find that culprit. The self-power is what is actually giving you suffering. Catch it. Get rid of it. Die as a feather. Light as a feather. Fly as a bird. Die like that. Happily. Happily. Die as happy as ever. That is my invitation. I mean, I know if Aran Wanse was here, he would give another different talk. But I invite you. You can go to one of these places and sit near Aran Wanse and listen to this Dhamma. It's okay. At the same time, you can go to church and, do your rituals as well. It doesn't matter. What your actions are not you, what your thoughts are not you, what your talking is not you. What we thought that we are is that power. That power is actually the culprit for reason for this suffering. Catch it. Then you will understand. Actually, it is not you as a alive field which came from the speed of this sensory function. The speed of this sensory function did all these things. Misunderstanding did all these things. Ignorance. Yeah, this Dhamma is so beautiful, Joel. And you are a beautiful soul. And I'm not bluffing even here when I say that. Yes, Joel.
Today, thank you for being with me, all of you. Yeah, so tomorrow I want to join again and just listen. Thank you.
Yes, we are with you. Don't forget that anyway. Not physically, not mentally. It's not like that. Mentally, physically, things are like baby things. That's irrelevant. But yeah, we are with you. So forget about this. Forget about little things. We'll take a bigger challenge, right? I think you are good. You are really a good human being. I think you have all the features to capture your own suffering reason and get rid of it. And if you are dying one day, I want you to die so happily, so free, so good, not thinking about going from, having an idea that I'm going from to somewhere. That is actually a wrong notion. That's the wrong notion that carried us in this whole samsaric journey. You can do this, Joel, and we will be all with you. This forum was actually for you. I don't know whether you know it. It is actually for you. So we welcome you all the time. You can come whenever you can. And remember, we don't give very small targets. We give a lot of big challenges and you can take it. But for the moment, take everything lightly. Let it go. Rest. And be happy. Be happy for what you have. Joel, you have everything. You have a big, beautiful heart. You have a beautiful soul. Only thing we are going to get rid of is this suffering. That's all we are going to get rid of. We all wish you all the best and may Triple Gem bless you all. We'll stop the Zoom discussion today. Thank you all Dhamma friends. We worship you, Aran Mahansa, for your noble guidance. Thank you so much.
Thirvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, Thirvan Sarnai, Joel. We'll meet again tomorrow. Thirvan Sarnai, Aran Mahansa. Thirvan Sarnai, Dhamma friends. So let's continue the talk for the next 1 hour. For those of you who are joining afresh, this Zoom session, you are listening to the Buddothpado 24-hour English Zoom channel and the Zoom session. And what just concluded was a 2-hour Dhamma discussion, which takes place between 3 and 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time. And the rest of the Zoom series consists of mainly talks given by different practitioners, generally of about 1 or 1.5 hour duration. Mainly, the purpose of the English Zoom channel is to impart the true Dhamma as explained and realized by our noble teacher Buddothpado and Mahansa for the last 5-6 years. And the purpose of it is to deliver it in the English language for the benefit of our English-speaking audiences worldwide. And so this true Dhamma and the Buddhist philosophy is the teachings of Lord Buddha that have been uncovered again after such a long time by our noble teacher, and is not something that is heard of in the mainstream teachings that are, commonly prevalent all over the world. The true Dhamma message here is particularly significant because of the emphasis it plays on vidarshana meditation or insight meditation, as we call it, and also the focus on in order to end the suffering, the focus that followers are invited to pay to the mechanism of the mind. Because when the Buddha actually went in search of the truth, and under the bo tree, when he realized the truth, it was after he had already practiced concentration meditation. And through that concentration meditation, he realized that there was not a permanent end to any kind of suffering. The defilements used to come back each time he came out of the meditative state. The defilements were back, and there was no sense of ending of the suffering. So, in finding the truth, in his journey to find the truth on his own, what he actually found out was that this whole suffering starts and ends in the mind. It is the mind that makes up an illusory world that is believed by living beings to be true, because it is an illusory world that is getting constructed through the sense faculties. And with that construct happening and the mind putting a overlay on it and considering it and believing it to be true, there is a constant binding, constant tying down to that world, the sensory world, through the mind. And by understanding the mind and the workings of it, that is the way that one can actually find cessation to the suffering. So suffering also has different connotations. In the Four Noble Truths, one can, if one thinks about it, the Four Noble Truths are the suffering, the cause of suffering, the ending of suffering, and the means to end suffering. And so suffering can be considered in the light of how, the conventional people, the lay people think about suffering. Just, the basic loss of a loved one, the departing from a loved person, something happening to like loss of wealth, that kind of thing, poverty, some kind of depression state. Those are the, the kind of superficial or fairly obvious incident type of things that can bring suffering, can bring on suffering. But when Lord Buddha talked about suffering here, it had a far more profound meaning. And when we talk about dukkha satya, that is, dukkha satya is not the actual profound truth that the Buddha found or realized. Dukkha satya is what we call that mundane world interpretation of suffering, and that has been you can contemplate it away, so to speak, by saying, oh, things are not permanent. Everything is subject to decay, and this is a common thing that you do here in monasteries and temples and in other Dhamma teachings. That things are all subject to decay, things are not permanent, therefore you can't hold on to things because everything is subject to the law of impermanence, as they say. But that is dukkha satya, which is not that profound meaning. Then there is also another component of that type of perspective where one can actually consider that the world that is outside, which is being created by these senses, is not real, because for that very reason that it is only a sensor-created world. And therefore, to that extent, there can be another level of salvation or relief from suffering. Because when the outside world is not considered to be true, that it is only a perception of the mind, or only in the mind, it's only a thought, then too there is a huge amount of relief, because constantly the suffering also comes by taking things like children, loved ones, husband, parents, and all these things, and like houses, jobs, various things, whether it's material wealth, whether it is people, whether it is close loved ones and so on, being considered to be there and considered to be very much real. So if that notion is accepted, that outside world is not true, it's only in the mind, then too there is a certain level of relief from suffering, which we call so the first one is actually just suffering, and then the second one is called dukkha satya, that suffering, and then finally it's the dukkha arya satya, the arya satya, that suffering is the far more profound truth that the Buddha found out and realized, is that whilst the outside world is also not true and it's only an illusion, and the illusion is the mind perception, but then is the mind perception also true? So that was also examined and unraveled to the extent where that too was discovered as a complete construct, that there was no substance whatsoever in the perception that was getting created in the mind of the so-called world as well. So there was a relief or a salvation from an outside world that was considered to be true, and also from the mind. So when both those aspects are the truth behind both those aspects are seen, then only there was the complete redemption, complete awakening to the non-vibration. And that is the suffering there was considered to be the suffering from the mind. And as long as there is suffering in the mind, there is still no redemption. There is still no salvation, or there is still no cessation from suffering. So this was the absolute profound truth that Lord Buddha unveiled, so to more than 2,500 years ago. And that is why it was called the never before heard Dhamma, because there have been teachings and there were truth seekers back in the day But whilst they, engaged in various rituals to bring an end to the suffering, they were unable to find a way to annihilate or find a way to dissipate this kind of self-view. So the self-view and the fact that that itself was a misconception was only realized by Lord Buddha back in the day. And again, the self-view, the perspectives around self-view the perspectives around self-view has also been subject to misunderstanding and misinterpretation over the years, and that is why the significance of the Buddothpado teachings. That is why the Buddothpado teachings are so significant, because the noble teacher, through his own research and through his own experimentation for the last probably 20, 30 years, he himself has mentioned that for 20 odd years, he too had experimented with concentration meditation following the usual mainstream Dhamma teachings, thinking that there would be relief, that there would be a cessation to suffering from those means of meditation. But just like the Buddha, he too realized that that was not the final solution, because no matter to what high jhanic state one went into in the different types of meditation practices, the concept of self was always there. There was always something that was being focused on in terms of calmness, tranquility, some kind of non-perception, and whilst one is in those jhanic states of meditation, there is certainly calmness, there is certainly tranquility. And that is why you find practitioners, very serious practitioners, always wanting to go back to those states. Because when you are in those states of meditation, there is that good feeling. There is no doubt about that. But what is it that makes them keep on wanting to go back, and that when they come out of that jhanic states, that same relief, that same calmness and tranquility is not felt. Now that by itself should be able to tell you something, isn't it? Why is it that both those states are not the same? So in that same manner, our noble teacher has also explained to us that that was also the experience that he encountered. In the states of meditation, yes, there is calmness, and there was even non-perception, to the extent where that was also quite scary, because one can get stuck in those non-perception states and can even be unable to come out of it for a long, long time. So that was the warning, that was the danger signal that he realized when finally he was able to kind of get out of those non-perception states. And the thing that was realized was that self was always there. The self-view was always there. And it would have been easy to probably go into those and get lost in that non-perception state. But with the wisdom that he had, just like the Buddha realized back in the day, and the Buddha didn't, Prince Siddhartha at that time left those teachers and went on to find a path of his own. Our noble teacher also realized that these standard traditional teachings was not going to give the correct answer to nirvana, to the path, and therefore he had to do his own search, his own research, in order to find the correct path. And the correct path is actually the Vidarshana teaching. The correct path is realizing that this crux of this is that this is a no self Dhamma. This whole thing about the way the world manifests itself, how the mind illusion works, how the senses manifest a world that is basically non-existent outside, and that it is only the mind that portrays uh, this illusory world that it creates within the mind, uh, projects it outside to give a wrong belief that there is a world outside, and by kind of bringing that that world outside into a reality, it falsely creates a self or a persona or an ego on this side, observing that world or experiencing that world. So this whole phenomena of the mind was discovered by Lord Buddha, and in a similar fashion rediscovered by Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, the noble teacher. And this was, and the Abhinya knowledge or the experiential knowledge that was gained as a result of that realization is was the thing that gave him so much of insight, and that was as a result of Vidarshana meditation and not concentration meditation. The Vidarshana meditation um, is done by actually penetrating the thought that occurs in this moment. The thought, now contrary to common belief, the conventional world, individuals, people, the world, as we call it, the common belief is that, each individual has a mind, isn't it? Has a body and a mind, and therefore the mind is that individual. So, that's how it is considered. But the Buddha realized that what can be experienced even as an illusion is only a thought occurring in this very moment. And there can be only one thought that actually occurs in any given moment. It's not two thoughts, three thoughts, or so on. It's just one thought. But that one thought actually contains the entire vibration of this entire samsaric cycle pertaining to that vibration. And all the perceptions that have been experienced in that samsaric cycle is almost is encaptured or encapsulated in that one vibration which we call a thought that is occurring in this moment. Now that might be a bit complicated for anyone who is listening to the Dhamma or for the first time. So let me go back a little bit to explain how the senses work. So if we talk about the senses, when the world gets created, we think about how does the world get created? How do you know that you're experiencing the world? And that is only by what you see, isn't it? You see things, you hear things, you touch things, you smell things, and you taste things. So basically, anything that is experienced through the five sensor organs is what you call living, isn't it? The world, as you call it, the conventional world, is perceived only through these five sensory organs. The eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, and the body, skin sensor. So from these sensors, certain perceptions occur, and these occur only because of the vibration. Because there is vibration, there are vibrations in the eyes and the ears and in these sensory organs. And because of the vibration, there is a manifestation of light. The vibration occurring in the eye, that vibration resonates with other vibrations outside, and that resonance, the telepathization of the vibration occurring in the eye with other vibrations of similar frequency gives rise to a manifestation of light. So it's not that the light is actually existing outside. Again, extremely radical truth that the Buddha exposed back in the day, and is confounding people even today, confounding society and scientists even today, is that light is not created. Light is not something that can be found outside. The sound is not something that can be found outside. The taste, the touch, sensation, and the smell are not things that are emanating from outside, this outside world. Why? Because the Buddha discovered that this entire experience of a so-called world is only things that are getting manifested in the sensory organs. Why are the sensory organs? So if it is getting manifested only in the sensory organs, and if one doesn't have that sensor, one cannot experience it, then can you actually say that experience or whatever that was experienced was something that was experienced from outside? No, you can't. So because of that, these basic sensory perceptions actually occur here within the sensory organs because of the sheer speed of vibration. So if the vibration happens randomly one at a time and after a gap another one, there wouldn't be this manifestation occurring. The manifestation occurring, like if you think about a fireball being rotated at speed, one gets the illusion of a ring of fire. Now, was there a ring of fire? No, there wasn't. But because that fireball was being rotated at speed, there is only an illusion that there is a fireball. So the same thing with the light bulb. I mean, if you see a light, if you see a bulb lit up, you wouldn't realize that it is sparking at so many frequencies or so many times per second, because it is happening, because it is sparking so many times per second. It is impossible to see from the naked eye. But if one actually looks at it scientifically, one can actually realize that is the mechanism that is actually happening there. But for the naked eye, the belief, the illusion that it gives is that there is a permanent light there. So the parallel that was drawn by our noble teacher to that was the occurring of the spark in the eye. The spark meaning the vibration occurring in the eye. And for that, he realized it himself when up on the mountains as part of his research that was done for so many years. He once he witnessed the sight of lightning on a dark night. And when the lightning was occurring through the clouds and the entire night sky was lit up, almost like daylight, there was that realization that occurred that actually what is happening within the eye faculty is the same phenomena. Because of the vibration and the matching frequencies, the light was actually manifesting here. And that gives a reason why every living being is not having that same experience, because different living beings, even with the eye sensor faculty, because of the different positioning, different features of the eye faculty of other creatures, other animals. Example, the bat who can see in the dark, the cat who can see during daytime and the dark, the dolphins who can move around in the sea using echolocation. So various things like that. So if depending on the features of the eye faculty, depending on the different sensor faculties that are possessed by different animals, what they perceive as this world or what is manifesting within those respective sense faculties is quite different. Even for human beings, one human being's perception of light is not the same as another human being, because the way the vibrations are occurring due to sometimes even a deformity in a person's eye can change the way the perception of light occurs. So in that sense, whilst for common communication purposes, we would name an object like a tree, and a color, red, blue, yellow, and so on. Two human beings would probably not see the blue in the same hue of blue or the same shade of blue. The red would not be seen in the same shade of red, and so on, because of the different vibrations occurring in those different eye faculties. So in that sense, we can see that this entire perception that there is a world outside is incorrect, because the manifestation of light, the manifestation of sound, touch, and taste, and smell all have the same common feature. The vibration is occurring in the ear faculty, in the tongue, in the smell, the nose, and in the body sensor. When you talk about the body sensor, every cell in the body sensor acts as almost like a circuit. So every cell in the body is vibrating. And with that vibration, it telepathizes equal frequency vibrations to give the sensation of heat, give the sensation of cold for the body. So the body feels the heat and the cold and solidity and so on. So even this solidity is just the feeling because of the vibration occurring in the skin at the point where it comes, at the point of contact. That gives us the notion that this is solid, this is hard, or this is soft, or this is malleable. Whatever it is, that solidity in varying stages is given because of, again, the manifestation of the senses and the vibration happening at that point. If one is subjected to to general anesthesia, one can actually, or even local anesthesia. So today I had to help a neighbor out, an elderly neighbor who went to get an injection to his spine for some pain. And he called me from hospital and asked whether I could come and pick him up. So it was around 11 o'clock in the morning and there was hot sun. So I picked him up and he was on the passenger seat, but through the front glass of the car, there was a very heavy, hot sun coming onto the seat. And he was wearing a pair of shorts, so I could see that both his legs were exposed to the sun, even whilst being seated in the passenger seat. So he told me that the injection was on the left side of the leg, towards the left side of the spine, and therefore the anesthesia was working more towards the left side of the leg, and he couldn't feel the left leg. So because of the local anesthesia given. So I asked him, I said, it's really hot because the sun was bearing down onto the car whilst we were driving back home. And I said, can you feel the heat of the sun on the leg? And he said, I can feel the heat of the sun on the right leg, to the extent where it was exposed. But he said, I can't feel the heat of the sun on the left leg. Now, how could that be if the sun existed outside? If the sun and the rays and everything existed outside and the heat was emanating from outside, Now we have the common belief that because there is the sun, the heat is coming from the sun, isn't it? So if the heat was coming from the sun, why did he not feel the heat on the left leg? And he said, but I feel the heat on the right leg, which was fine. It was not numb. So from that example also, can you see that actually the experience of heat or cold or solidity, or if you talk about the other senses, the sound, the taste, and the smell are all, just as the Buddha said, perceptions occurring due to manifestations of those sensations in the body, in the faculties, sensor faculties. It's an internal mechanism. It is not something outside. It is happening due to the sheer speed of vibration. And because there is a continuous vibration that is occurring, there is a perception that there is permanent light. There is a perception that there is permanent sound and touch and taste and so on, depending on when that vibration occurs. The feeling of solidity, the feeling of cold and heat and all that occurs. But what happens at that point? From that point onwards, with these 5 basic perceptions, the mind consciousness does another round. So what the mind conscious does is it combines these 5 basic perceptions of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell to form a thought, to form a mind object or a mental picture of sorts. So that is what we call the second cycle, the subjecting of those first 5 sensor-driven perceptions into another vibration, and that creates another vibration called the thought. And this thought is what? Any object that has been given a name and a label to in this world, isn't it? Mother, father, tree, teacher, school, and so on. But how did these 5 basic perceptions get combined to become the mother? Right? Suddenly now there is a mother. How did the mother come about? If you touch the mother, it's only solidity, isn't it? Your hand will only feel solidity. If you hear what is heard is only a sound. But what have we done? We have, if we see, it's only an image, isn't it? What would meet the eye is only an image. What would meet the ear is only a sound. What would meet the touch sensation is only solidity. If one reaches out and touches the mother's arm is just solidity, isn't it? Who called it the mother's arm? Who called it? So collectively, can you see, we have called it, we have named it, and there is a perception that this is the mother. So is the mother the image? Is the mother the sound? Or is the mother the touch? How can the touch become mother? Touch was just solidity, wasn't it? And how did the sound become mother? Or how did the image become mother? But this is how this whole natural phenomena works. When the thought gets formed, we said that it combines the earlier vibrations to form another vibration called the thought, which is the mother, the father, the teacher, and so on. So that vibration actually encapsulates all the other sensory perception vibrations within that. So when in this pure Dhamma philosophy, so what are we actually associating? We are not associating anything except perceptions. It is only a perception of light that was there. Because why? Because of the manifestation. It's manifesting only. So from that manifestation, there arose a feeling, a sensation. And from that, and the name that is given to that sensation, the sign that is given to it is what we call perception. So ultimately, what is being experienced are just those 5 basic perceptions. But we don't say 5 basic perceptions, do we? We say that when these combine, there is a name and a label given to it, which is the mother, which is the teacher. Now, these are the this is the one of the areas that has to be examined. When the Buddha said you have to understand the 3 types of wisdom in order to attain nirvana, what he meant by that is the first wisdom was the wisdom of seeing the law of past minds. And that is where one has to turn one's penetrative insight or insight meditation or vidarshana prajna wisdom to probe into this thought, to probe into these aspects and consider what is happening here. So if it is the 5 basic perceptions that are then getting combined into a thought called the mother, isn't mother just a thought? Exactly. Right? Is there anything outside called the mother? No, the mother is a combination of color or form and sound and touch sensation. That is all. But how did these perceptions become the mother? That is how it has been taught, isn't it? Because if you keep going backward and seeing, when did the mother become the mother? Right? When you were in your, say you are 50 years old now, when you were in your 30s, you knew the mother was the mother. Okay, you keep going back 20 years, 10 years, you still knew the mother was the mother. At the infancy, did the infant know the mother was a mother? No. The baby doesn't have any ability to identify, any perception whatsoever. There is a feeling of light, there is a feel or a reactionary feeling towards sound, touch, taste, and smell. But beyond that, there is no capability to actually be able to understand anything else other than that. So that is the way the thought forms, and it is these thoughts or perceptions that actually form this world. One gets continuously these objects that are being strung along by the combination of the basic perceptions are learned in the form of thought at Montessori or even earlier also at home, but typically the kindergarten time, where there is serious learning given to various combinations of light and sound, form and sound, or color and sound, and so on. And then that is how the object of mother, the object of father, the teacher, the schoolroom, the friends, everything comes on and takes on a life of its own. So suddenly now these objects and this world exists, and with that comes not only that each of the objects exist, but there is a perception that this entire world exists as well. So that is how, and with that so-called world existing, moment that is considered to be true, there is an invariably a feeling that an I or a self exists here, experiencing the world, observing the world, interacting with the world, and so on. So that itself is an illusion, that automatic creation of a duality where there is something and then there is a person here. Thing would depend on and use so the duality occurs instantaneously. It's not happening before, neither is it happening after. The moment one considers that a particular position is true, or that the mother is true, then all those perceptions then become that, and the perception is always then there. So and the way this whole, so why do we get, so when there's a wrong belief that there's a world that exists, there is the clinging and the aversion in it. There can be good experiences, bad experiences, and so on, but ultimately when this world is treated as being existing, that is also just like that initial vibration, there is an internal vibration that is happening. That is what can be attributed to the feeling of self. The attribution to self is felt through that. Um, so in that sense, when that initial vibration carries an underlying current, and it is that power that gets translated to the 5 basic perceptions, and then through the formation of one vibration, i.e. the thought, that too carries that vibrational power. The vibrational energy is carried in that thought. So when we say we have the feeling that exists, we get the feeling that it exists, that is what is meant, that the feeling is coming from the underlying power that is within the vibration. So within the vibration. And by understanding how this whole thing works, the Buddha said that one is then able to turn one's attention to the thought that is occurring in this moment. So the first wisdom was the wisdom of seeing the truth in the past minds. And that is how we were able to penetrate and see how did this mother become the mother? When did the mother become the mother? Was it the warmth of the mother, the image of the mother, or the sound? So one realizes then that actually, no, it's not one excluding the other, but it is a combination of these senses together that forms the so-called situation, so-called situation. So in that sense, one can actually see how the initial power in the vibration has continued on to give this existent feel of this world existing, and give so much power to that notion, isn't it? Because can you contemplate a world where you say that the world doesn't exist? If one is put into the space, outer space, where it's complete darkness, can one actually identify that there is a me here or an I here? No, because the I is identified in relation to something outside or something else. If there is no object, then a person in relation to that object doesn't arise. So too with the arahats. They would still continue to see objects. They would still continue to use words and talk normally, but their entire angle in which they look at outside things has changed. Fundamentally, it has changed because they have realized fully that there is nothing in any of the thoughts. It is the thought that says that I have a dining table and chairs at home. It is the thought that says that I have to go to market today. It is the thought that says that I have Zoom tonight. It is the thought that says that there is a monastery program on Saturday. All these things are thoughts. So if we think about it that way, would we take the thoughts to be true? We won't, isn't it? So in that sense, Lord Buddha explained the mechanics of the mind and said how how difficult and challenging the mind can be in terms of understanding, because it's like a program. It has the data from the time the person is born, and at that time, mm, from that time, it has the data of the program of what the details of what the child has, and so that way they can ascertain for themselves how this whole vibration is there in that existent field. And then if the existent field is there, then the I and the mind gets created on this side as well. So it's an auto creation of almost a splitting of duality, and has been is of uh, splitting of duality. So yeah, so in understanding the mind and the ability to be able to go into these three wisdoms through insight meditation is crucial. The first being the phenomena of how the mind occurs through the light, through the sound, and through the taste, and the combination of those. How did that occur? Is all in the sense of understanding that concept. But so finally, the thought or the new vibration that gets created carries with it that underlying vibration. And carries with it that underlying vibration. And it is that vibration that then continues to give us a sense of being alive, that kind of snappy feeling is given because we can't understand our own vibration. It is through that sense of aliveness. When an object becomes real, that is felt, isn't it? That whatever the example, it's something. Even if you are thinking about some dessert that you're going to eat, the feeling that the dessert exists, maybe it's in the fridge, maybe it was just bought, the feeling that that exists is important. So and then the thought that we were talking about, the Chatupapata jhana, is the ability to see the truth in this time, in this moment. But so in that way, when one actually sees the truth in the way the mind is constructed, then that itself is seeing through the illusion, isn't it? One is no longer captivated by the stimuli that is occurring in the mind sensor or the thought, because one realizes that these are occurring due to ignorance. And if ignorance was not there, then there wouldn't be any suffering. So the important aspects of this Dhamma is to understand that there is no self-fear, that it was only a misconception, even where the Lara is concerned, and then for the board concern, for the the thought process, sorry. So the way the penetration has to be done of the thought that is occurring in this very moment. And that is what the Buddha called the Chatupapata jhana, seeing the truth in the thought occurring in this very moment. So we touched before that only one thought is experienced in any given time. But this is happening at sheer speed of vibration. And therefore that feeling, that aspect has to be well crafted or well demonstrated. And if that is giving rise to that ability to sequence things better, then that's fine. But otherwise, yeah, so if it is, that is the way it's working, then one has actually uncovered the whole truth behind this existence, isn't it? One realizes that it is only, or it has always been only an illusory world that has been experienced. And that is also experienced because of manifestations occurring in the five sense faculties. The mind consciousness, once that has combined the five basic concepts and created thoughts like mother, father, and so on, then there's a clear distinction as to how these things got formed. How did it become like that? And um, and by doing so, and by understanding that, gradually the defilements start to dissipate. And because there is nothing that cannot be, there is nothing outside that can be experienced. We talked about that a little while ago. So what is actually being manifested is light and sound. And those are then given interpretations and various projections, various names and labels are given, and then the world becomes true. The duality also becomes true, and the person and the ego is also developing and getting, the system gets magnified for various stimuli that is being issued, various stimuli that is occurring. But once one has seen the law, once one has actually reflected sufficiently on how the table occurs, how the chair became a chair, how did the piano become a piano, then when those thoughts actually occur in one's day-to-day life, there is a gradual fading of importance given to such objects. And those days, if you can compare yourself, the hankering behind certain objects, people, whether it is a relationship or whether it is wealth or whether it is into some kind of problem, in all these ways, there is that constant reviewing to see this is the way it is happening. Therefore, actually, the person would reflect but not find anything unwanted or serious in that explanation. So, so that way, when this mechanism of the mind is actually seen through and through, that initial vibrational power, which then combined to form the thought and the word committee, the word school and teaching, teacher, and so on, then with that kind of liking from the children as to the process that is being followed, that whole notion gets unraveled. And then, as we said, the weight of the root too is not there. So the ability to be able to do this is the Vidarsana practice, where one is practically going through points of contemplation that when one is embarking on walking meditation, for example, that the thoughts are not really yours. And if we take Mr. Enthavan, you will if we take one thought into, sorry, let me rephrase that. If we take one thought that is occurring in this moment and see the stimuli or the focus of that thought, you would realize that it is just a combination of form and sound. Or it can be a combination of taste and sound, example, an apple. Or it can be a combination of more than taste and sound. Like for an apple, it can be the combination of light, sound, and taste, and even texture, solidity. All of those senses and those sensory perceptions arising from those senses are activated when one actually, the thought of apple pops up in the mind. So even to that extent, finding that what is this in the thought, how can this occur from time to time, itself gives you enough insight as to how this mind mechanism works. So back and forth needs to be researched and analyzed through penetrative insight. And how did even the light form itself? Was there anything actually permanent called the light? So we know that we talked about the example about vibration occurring, the lightning in the dark sky example, how this light is manifesting only within in the eye because of the speed of vibration and not something outside. The sound is the same, the touch is the same, the smell is the same, and so on. If that is the case, isn't this world just a sensor-driven world? And isn't the mind sensor, as we call it, just a product of product of these other five senses coming together? Nothing else. So if we say this, that if we are experiencing only perceptions, and there is a perception of light and sound and touch and taste, can we actually say that there was light in the perception or sound in the perception? No, there isn't. So for that reason, that the insight that one gains through doing the Chutupapata jnana or seeing the truth of the thought occurring in this moment, both those types of wisdom, two types of wisdom, will help realize or gain the wisdom of what we call asavakkhaya jnana, which is the fading of the defilements. So the follower of the path, having obtained a good knowledge of the Buddhist philosophy, will do the due diligence. We can say that will do the due diligence with regard to the light, with regard to the sound. How did this come about? How did they manifest? If the vibration was not there, would it occur? And if the vibration was there, the result of it is the sound, the light manifesting in the senses. But then if that becomes the effect, then if that becomes the cause, what is the effect? The effect is the thought, the combination that brings about the mind consciousness, aka the thought, or otherwise the mother. So in that sense, only those formations are made. And if we keep going like that and understanding it, when one is engaged in the daily activities, the clinging, the desire, the aversion, all those emotions that are attached to various objects that are being experienced, gradually you will find that they start to disappear or dissipate. It doesn't happen overnight, but in stages and stages, one can actually feel. So it's very important to understand the feel that 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 this is this is the phenomena that is happening, and then one's own desire for things, the clinging to various things, the aversion to certain things, starts gradually fading away. And when that is fading, only comes the inner transformation and the inner tranquility, which is on the path of the nirvanic state. So there's so much of calmness and tranquility that can be obtained, that can be realized when this entire process is unraveled and understood as understood the way it is, rather than just doing a very peripheral examination of Buddhism. This is the key area, as our noble teacher says, which would help realize further key things with regard to the teachings. But if one doesn't actually even get the feel of the defilements fading, how can one actually, go into the further depths and discover the stories, discover the way these things are getting combined and magnified within this system to falsely give rise and give more food to the ego that has been created. So when the truth is seen, when the defilements start fading, one actually realizes that this so-called truth, so-called other things that are there, and having to meet somebody and so on. Those things don't become true. They may be a different stage, but it is acknowledged as a task that has to be performed, but nothing else. And then it continues with certain other observations of with regard to the mind. So these three wisdoms are crucial for a practitioner on the path. One wouldn't be able to even say that the person is on the path if the defilements, the fading of the defilements, the wisdom of the fading of the defilements is not seen as to what it is. So understanding these aspects and the mechanism will bring, and applying that through the Vidarsana practice would provide an integration, would provide a point where mind almost becomes completely powerless. The power that was within the thought, the vibration, starts diminishing. So the thought can still occur. The thoughts still occur even in the arahats, but it is the worry, the stress attached to those objects that are constantly, that are gradually disappearing. So we invite Dhamma friends to explore some of these angles further, and if possible, join us in the 3 to 5 Dhamma discussion as well. We are more than happy to answer any of your questions or clarifications. So we stop there for today, and let me pay homage to our noble teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, Thiruvan Sannai Aryan Wahanse, and Thiruvan Sannai Dhamma friends.
A deep awareness, watching your thoughts that come and go. It is an awareness where you always see the thought that arises in your mind, and then you let it go as you know it is a lie. This letting go of thoughts is called Animitta Samadhiya. There are no thoughts here. It is only an awareness. This Animitta Samadhiya does not wear off. This is a Samadhiya that belongs to the supramundane plane or Lokottara Bhumiya, where there is no person or a thing. What wears off, or the Samadhiya that is only temporary, is the Samadhiya that you feel when you practice Samatha Bhavana or the concentration meditation. The Samatha Bhavana Samadhi belongs to the Laukika Bhumiya, mundane plane, where there is you and where the outside is true. Please try to follow the path to Nirvana using this practical advice. Put some effort to search for the pure truth. Try to follow our advice and go on the path, because now you have found the correct path to Nirvana. We hope that all our advice would help you spiritually develop yourself. May you all be blessed with the blessing of the Noble Triple Gem. Everyone, sun, everybody.
Thiruvan Sannai Shani. Thank you for reading the book for us. The last 2 pages of the True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. The contents of the 2 pages you read briefs about uh, the concentration meditation and the samadhi or the calm state that you achieve with the concentration meditation and how it is different from the insight meditation. So actually the concentration meditation, you achieve some calmness in your mind, uh, but it's not lasting forever. It's as long as you concentrate on the stimulus or a particular topic, you will be able to maintain that samadhi status. But the moment your attention moves away to some other topic, that uh, tranquil state will disappear. But with insight meditation, or what is recommended for true Dhamma path, what has been shown by our noble friend Aryan Mahanse, is actually something lasting in all 4 positions, whether you are reclining, whether you are sitting, standing, walking, whatever. In any posture, this status of this tranquility will continue. So therefore, it's important to identify uh, the what is taught in True Dham by Lord Buddha, because the concentration meditation and those statuses, those samadhi statuses that were experienced by the people those days were there even before the Lord Buddha was born. So that was they thought that that is the ultimate goal to reach, and that is the end of the pathway. And most of them different. Most of them actually reached different levels, different planes, and they were there for years, many millions of years maybe, but they will it will not be lasting. It is not the permanent solution. So what Lord Buddha found was that actually the insight meditation, where you will pierce into the thoughts, or you will sort of deeply analyze how the thoughts are formed, how this feeling of self-existence occurs. So it is a kind of self research, and then finally when you realize this is actually a creation of the sensor functions, and also how the thoughts are formed and how this self feeling occurs, and then when you know the magic, actually there is no magic in it. So this tranquility or this samadhi that is achieved through this insight meditation is the ultimate end of the path. So those were the those were the things, facts that was briefed in these 2 pages that we listened to just now. Teruvan Saranai, all our Dhamma friends, we can start our discussion. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
We'll worship Aryan Mahanse for his noble guidance, and so we welcome all the Dhamma friends for the Zoom discussion. Anyone can bring up a question at any time. You're more these discussions are for discussing Dhamma, so rather than someone talking about one topic. It's really good if someone can join and bring up something which will help everyone. So we can talk about anything, whether it's the Satyana or the truth side, or we can talk a little bit about practical applications as well. We have been discussing about them for some time. So yeah, anyone can join, and you're most welcome to bring up a question. Dr. Sakuntala, do you have anything?
Yeah, Theruvan, I think we can discuss about how to do this vidarshana, or how to analyze a thought, and then because that is a part of the basic Dhamma teaching, true Dhamma, isn't it? How to do a vidarshana meditation. Will that be a practical point to discuss?
Yeah, we can do that. So how to actually...
How, in the sense, how to, do a practical side. We can,
Yes. Yeah, okay, we'll try. So when we talk about how to, actually this kind of goes back to Satyajnana again, because Satyajnana is the truth, like the actual basics of this Dhamma, what we are talking about. We have talked about it multiple times, but we can't really talk about the how to practice it without that. So I will touch about them as well when we try to say how to. So I will reiterate them again. So it is really important that we understand that actually what happens here is stimulus. That's all what happens. So the sensory organs function. So but because these sensory organs, when they function due to the speed, all sensory organs actually gives you kind of a manifestation which becomes really like appear true, very, very true. So the mirage, the example mirage is there because of that. So it appears true. It appears sometimes beautiful, sometimes ugly, sometimes really bad, sometimes good, sometimes painful, sometimes really, good in sensations. So the manifestation can really vary. It varies all the time. But the main important thing is to understand how it is manifested, how this manifestation is ongoing, and in that manifestation, how that feeling of self has happened. So when we come to the question of Dr. Sakuntala, how we can do this, it's mainly specifically through understanding true Dhamma. So when we try to understand Dhamma, if we don't get the understanding properly, there's no program. There's no way that you will do the looking at one stimulus or in any stimulus at that point. So if we talk about that, okay, if we take an example, again, we have to go back as well. Sorry, I have to stop a little bit. So when we talk about something like, okay, we will take a simple example. We take like what pineapple. So the how thought like pineapple has happened to us. So we kind of go back. We have to. It's kind of a thing that even Lord Buddha has explained a lot. So we go back and try and find out how did this thought has happen. Like thought has come to in this system. It's a data, yes, but how has it happened? So when we try to understand, when we go further down, only we can understand that it is again sensory function. So the sensory function of the eye, the ear, the nose, and the tongue, and the skin. When you say skin, it's really you have to understand the sensory function of the skin is really spread everywhere. The biggest sensory function of the body is the skin, and it has internal applications too. So when you understand that, you kind of get it first that actually the baby didn't have a big mind at all. Then slowly the baby start to get this form world. What is the form world? Is the perceptions. The perceptions start to form. Why? Not because there is someone. It is a system. So how does the system work? When the systems, the eye, the ear, all these systems, when they vibrate at the same time, they just co-vibrate. This is even explained in physics. If you know a little bit about physics, you know that any vibration, any two vibrations, when they vibrate together, there is a kind of a new result, but it's not. You can't really separate it from the first two vibrations, but it acts as a new vibration. So then, that's how the mind is formed. The mind itself is actually a vibration. So this new vibration has all the like all the features of the five sensory function. So when we understand this clearly, then we get the point. The pineapple has all the features of the sensory functions, and if someone cut a pineapple and you are not even within the house, you just enter in the garden and you know that someone inside the house is cutting a pineapple. How did that happen? Just the smell happened, and then the word pineapple comes. The you know that it is what pineapple is. If whatever the picture you have. So if you're a Chinese person, the word pineapple will not come. It may come as something else in Chinese language. So you really get this in the whatever the way that you have the hearing. Hearing is the main way that you get this the input, as whether it is the pineapple or any other language when it says that. So when you enter the garden, you get the smell and it comes, oh wow, someone is cutting a pineapple. So that's how it works. So how does that work? How does a smell brought everything else? That's the beauty of this mind, how mind works. So that's the mind sensor. How does the mind sensor work? Even though it's a new vibration, it has all the features of the other vibration. So it's really important for you to feel this. You have to understand this and also feel this. It's really beautiful. You can feel this at any time. If you kind of go to a supermarket, and you can look at the shelves, and when you look at the shelves, you just looked at all the all the, you know, the features are coming. If you see a fruit like durian, then you know that it is what it is going to be, how it is going to be. Or even if you see, imagine you see someone wearing a mask. Just imagine someone is wearing mask. Everyone is not. Then kind of now you know that person may be sick. How did that come? That came after COVID. Like we usually didn't wear masks before COVID. So now if someone is wearing mask, we kind of know that's maybe that person may be having some kind of thing that is going to the others. So that person is trying to prevent it going to the others. Or that person may be scared that he might get something from the supermarket. But see, the just the visual aspect of it brings the whole thing. So can you feel that? The feeling is the most important thing here, not the actual, just the understanding. So when you feel that, you can understand that how this mind works. Mind is a perception. But when we say perception, perception is actually like a vibration, but that vibration has the qualities, all the qualities. So when you say, if you say that friend, okay, I'm just saying that friend because no word came to my head. So that friend, if you see that, because you may not remember the name, but that friend, and will only that thing come? No, even all the features of that friend will come. All the features, whatever the data that was there forever of that friend. So imagine you meet someone you haven't met for 30 years. You suddenly meet this person who was in your classes, maybe high school. Just if you just see in the supermarket, what would it bring to you? It would bring the whole thing. How does that happen? That's the effect. That's the effect we are talking about. That's the mind sensor, how it works. It's beautiful to feel these things, how everything comes. If it is your enemy, yeah, everything comes. And you might feel the shaking, either with anxiety or either with anger. So that's how it is. So that's actually the understanding of the thought process, or this thinking is the main thing. So when you understand that mind, the perception or the actual thought. So if we take it as my friend, if you take that and there's a little bit more, what? So we know now that my friend is a perception. We kind of know. You have to feel it, but you kind of know that. But then we understand that that perception is like a vibration actually. But how do we feel that it is like kind of true? That's because of ignorance. So far in your life, how old you are, like if you're 30 or 40, 50, 60, 70, it doesn't matter. All this time, you were trained to believe that you are in a world and you exist. The dinosaur happened in the past. Who happened actually? We feel that the dinosaur was in the past, but that's a fact which came to your mind just now. So we are thinking in the future, we predict in the future AI might take over the world. It's okay, but it's a thought. So we kind of understand, keep understanding, okay, we have thoughts, we have millions of thoughts, we have not only thoughts, we have attitudes too. How do we get the attitudes? Okay, we get the attitudes from the thoughts. How? Okay, imagine your mother kept telling you, share. And mother kept telling you to share. And then you go with your packet of lunch. Every day you open the packet of lunch, it's gone because everyone is sharing. But because everyone is sharing, we have like 10 packet of lunches, which will vanish immediately. But you know, that's the attitude, that's habit which is going to cultivate. So you kind of have it. But what do you think we get it? We get it as my habit. That's the problem. We kind of just imagine there's a barrier for the habit. Someone brings a rule, there's some illness going on, no one can share the food. Everyone will be very sad. Why? Because it has become my pattern now. I don't want to change my pattern. So that's how we get attitudes, patterns, habits, whatever. So the way that we think is, they are my habits, they are my way of thinking. Everything is explained in that way. Not only explained, it's actually felt that way as well. It's felt that it is here, that everything is here. So in the childhood, whatever you experience, they are taken as your experiences. And your experiences actually brought up some attitude, some way of living. The way of living is actually environmentally, socially, and there is a manifestation genetically. It's all guided. So, but the thing is, the Dhamma says that there's no self. There's only a thinking that there is a self. Okay, now we get it now. We understand. Okay, there is a thinking that there is self. Okay, that's fine. Then we try to correct this misunderstanding. How do we correct that misunderstanding? We need to understand what we feel here. What do we feel here then? Okay, we'll sort it out. What do we feel here? Okay, then we come to the feel. Because we know that the thoughts are perceptions, kind of. And then we understand the perceptions are even not true. They're like vibrations. So when we talk about the pineapple, we kind of know there's nothing called pineapple actually, but we have a perception called pineapple. In Sinhala, it is annasi. If there's a mother who doesn't know English, and if you go and tell, can I have pineapple? She would know that you're asking for her annasi. But you know, the good thing is if you draw it, because it's a foreigner may draw it and show it. The mother knows exactly what to sell now. Oh, okay. Mahathira ඕනේ annasiද? Then give it. So the foreigner wants a pineapple. Mother understand how, looking at the picture. Or foreigner can Google and show it in the phone. Very easy these days. So mother knows exactly what to sell. So see how perceptions work. But is the perception, it's like a mirage. So when you say that there is a manifestation, it's only a manifestation. So when we understand the manifestation, it's like actually like a vibration, because that's how you can see a pineapple in your dreams. How can you see a pineapple in your dreams? Otherwise, you can't. So this vibration, we understand all that. Then what do we feel now here? Then the feel comes. What do we feel here? Okay, if you're feeling something, it is a sensory function only. That's a speed only. That's the main thing to understand. So when you understand that how you felt so with a like a weight, you felt pineapple. You felt it as actually there. But now you know that it's just the when that foreigner showed that mother in the phone, because foreigner tried to tell, can you give me a pineapple? But that mother didn't understand why. There was no that perception there. But as soon as you show the phone with the pineapple picture, she knows what to say. How? Then what actually happened in that mother's system was just the vibration of the eye. So if you're feeling something, it's just the vibration of the sensory function, sensory organ. But you felt it as true because you didn't know that it was only a sensory function. So that's basically in a nutshell. But there's another bit more where when we come to the mind sensor, it is a bit more complicated. Why? Because the mind sensor works on its own. That's the beauty of these humans. Mind sensor works on its own. It's the beauty as well as the demise, because it works everywhere. Like it works in the good side, also the bad side. So how a scientist is bringing up the computer, how a scientist is bringing up a computer to the world, or even a nuclear bomb to the world, is through the mind. They work it out. But at the same time, the suffering is also in the same side, because you keep thinking and thinking and thinking. So the thinking, the mind sensor works on its own. So thinking happens. So when the thinking happens, it acts as another separate organ. It's not an organ, but it acts as a separate organ. Even that is felt as heavy, like it feels as a thing. But you keep understanding it is just because it is the the fast happening of these thoughts that you feel it as a thing. So yeah, then one fine day, when your mind is calm and quiet, you might actually feel this. What are you going to feel? You're going to feel that the feel side without the actual because when you understand Dharma, the power of the thought is going to go down. So when the power of the thought is going down, you directly feel it. Then what do you feel? As I told, what do you feel? It's just the speed of the sensory organ. That's all. Whatever you're feeling, if it's even happiness or sadness, whatever, it is the speed of the sensory organ. But this has to be felt. That is the challenge. This has to be felt. To feel that, the actual mind should be very, very like very not soft. What's a word for that? Like it can't be powerful. Can't be powerful, because if it is powerful, the feel is not going to come up. So that's the challenge we have. But still, I think everyone can feel your vibration and actually turning it around to understand as the speed of your sensory functions. It's only that. But in the field, you have no perceptions as such, just a feel. So I don't know actually whether I actually explained the answer to the question, but this understanding can pop up at any time, anytime. But the main problem is a lot of our listeners will stop in between, like the depth of the contemplation will not go deeper to the level of the feel and the non-feel, because it should go to the feel and the non-feel as well. What do you non-feel? The feel is your kind of the vibration which was the reason for your whole samsaric journey, or but the non-feel is that contemplation which happened before, that it is only the speed of the sensory function. That's the turning point. And that point, definitely it is no self feeling. But the thing is, you have to understand here, it's not a new vibration, it's the absence of vibration that is felt like that. So because we have to tell it to someone, we tell this, but this can't be expressed in the sense explain in deeply, because it is as we tell every day, like Aran says, example is salt. Even though we talk about salt, actual feel we never will be able to. Even though the both children, if you have kind of 3 children, all 3 children might say, oh wow, the salt is too much today. This food is so bad. But then the feel that particular tongue had, no one can actually compare that. Even though the words will come out as it's very salty, mom, still feel is different. Feel is unexplainable. Feel has no no comparisons, kind of. Yes, Surangika, can you add something? Right? Or anyone can actually join. Did I answer the question, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, I think you covered most of the areas in relation to this Vidarshana. Now, when we talk about the Vidarshana, the term Vipassana also more or less is discussed around that, isn't it?
Yeah, Vipassana is the kind of the fruit.
Fruit, yes, yes.
Yeah.
So it is the Sinhalese term as well as Pali, I think, in both languages. So I'm sure most of these, even our listeners who are
it is
not
the final
familiar
kind
with
of outcome.
Yeah, outcome, yes.
That's the tranquility, or that would be the complete meditative state that you would get. That's the outcome.
Actually, when you analyze and sort of very clearly understand how these thoughts are happening, what is this, what is meant by thought, and how it is happening, automatically you realize that all thoughts are happening in that same way. So that is the ultimate result of the meditative process, isn't it? That is what's called the vipassana, what you experience.
Even when you say vibration, we need to understand even the words we talk here, they are the same. That's why we always try and say not to get too confused about the wordings or whatever the meanings or anything, because you just have to get the essence of this message, and someone will actually take it very quickly, someone will take ages to take it. If you can feel it, that's the most important thing. Whether you understand the words or not, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. So to feel it, the feeler, the people who feel would be more kind of more have the more potential to actually feel the no self perception as well, because the feel is very important. Like we kind of concentrate about this internal radio. We believe everything that radio says. What is internal radio? Well, you can just sit somewhere and see what the internal radio would do. It would keep doing something, isn't it? Keep telling something. That's the mind. That is the mind that works as a different organ. It it uh, it can actually act as another different organ. So you feel like thoughts as something as well. But in the same time, even when you look at something, the same thinking process comes. So it's everywhere the same thing, but you have to understand there's nothing called mind. It's actually, so Lord Buddha said there's nothing called river, because river is the flow of the water. And there's nothing called rain, because it's the flow of the water. So only the side of the flow of the water is different. When it is perpendicular, it's one thing. It's horizontal, it's something else. But it's always kind of a metaphor trying to explain that mind is actually the fast occurrence of millions of stimuli or the thoughts. That's why we feel as we are inside the dream. This dream is really a good dream. Even if it's ugly, all the beings, whether it's humans or any other being, loves to get trapped in these things. Why? Because that's where you get the life feel. So there is a fight every day to maintain the life feel. This is very tricky, and it's very important to understand. This urge to like something outside. Imagine you like your car. Just imagine if you like your car. How sad it will be when it is damaged. And if you really like it and you have never heard this Dhamma. But when you hear this Dhamma, you know, like it's a perception, and that perception is actually not true. Then the car is there. You clean it, you can do whatever. You can drive it, yeah, you use it, yes. But you know, it's just another thought. And what happens actually here is when you understand the stimuli, the main thing you understand is when the stimuli is not taken as a thing, your burning is also disappearing. That's the main rationale here. Understanding that there was no self at all, then what you felt was the feel was actually the stimuli. But that goes away when you understand the stimuli is just the vibration of the sensory organ. So this has to be combined in somewhere, that when the stimuli is not a thing, or the value is not there, and the feel, you definitely, if you feel it as only the sensory function, the alive feel is not there. That's the most important thing. That's that Aryan Hanse reiterates every day. It's good to feel this rather than just knowing. Surangita, do you have the chance to talk?
Dr. Kokila. It's just the ownership that is not there, isn't it? The thought can still arise as a perception, but because, as you said, it no longer is real or becomes a thing, the attribution to the self is non-existent because that whole thing has been seen through and through, type of thing. The thought can still arise, but that's where the vipassana kanika samadhiya comes in, isn't it? That meditative state, because the vidarshana has
Yes,
been
yes,
done
100%.
already.
Yeah. Yeah, you can continue. Yeah, it's actually very important because if we don't add it, listeners can get confused because you just realize that there's no self, and then you keep realizing that in day-to-day life, and that's all what happens. Because when you keep realizing that I, me, mine was just a thought which was based on misunderstanding or ignorance, who would like to be in ignorant feeling? No. Then when the ignorance is not there, no way that you will be feeling the burning, because the burning or the self-perception or the self vibration was just this only there when the ignorance is there. So it's really beautiful to understand this, and when you understand this, you clearly get that there was never a self. What was there was just a misunderstanding, and then thoughts come, the eyes will work, the ears will work, the sensory function of the tongue and the nose and the skin will be there. So you will feel the pain, you will feel the temperature, you will feel the, the good or bad. You know that good or bad. It's not like the, when people go through, there's a pattern in the society. The arahant is not going to like act as they don't know the patterns of the society. It's going to be like the similar way, because that's the way that is happening at this moment. So the normal, even Lord Buddha said so much things about how to handle this, the specific things. But the main message is not that. Main message is non-vibration. But good things, bad things, yes, you know that it is good or bad or whatever. But without the vibration, it doesn't necessarily matter. Without the vibration, you will do the best. There would be a best outcome if you're making like a Tikara made pots, and you're going to do a good job in that. You can't sell if you're not doing a good job. No one will buy it. He actually kept it outside, and people used to put money there. He didn't even put a cost for that. I know that is not heard these days, but at that time it was like that. So the times are different, but at the same time, the main thing to understand is the sensory functions would continue to function as normal, and the patterns would be there without the ownership, and the habits will be maybe there without the ownership. But some habits are going to disappear. What are the habits that are going to disappear? Well, the hatred, the lot of mainly if you think about jealousy, there's so many words there that they will not even occur, because there's no way that it is going to occur. So they are going to disappear, because usually if you feel the other vibration, because you are not there, your judgment is going to become the other person's judgment, kind of. You know that how suffering the other person is, and there's nothing, no harm is going to come to that person. If at all, the effort will be to get the other vibration, run vibration. If you can't, you can't. It's fine. If you can help. That's all. Yeah. Thank you, Suranka, for adding that. Yeah, you can continue.
I think we are running out of time now, Dr. Kokila. Thank you for that beautiful explanation.
Have we run out of time?
No, just closing in on that time now, 2 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Varanasi is also here. I don't know. They can talk anyway. We can, yeah, we are almost coming to the 4 o'clock Zoom meeting. Thank you very much for coming to the Zoom discussion. And we try to give this Dhamma in English language as much as possible, and try to help any human being who is tuned into this Zoom discussion at any point, even in future, it doesn't matter. And yeah, we will try to do that. And thank you so much, and we worship Paranase for his noble guidance. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Terun Sannai, Dr. Kokila. Terun Sannai, Aran Mahasi. Namaskar. Terun Sannai, Dhamma friends.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේගේ පාද නමස්කාර කරමි.
Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining
from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
wisdom of Asia, everglow.
dispelling ignorance with light,
wisdom of Asia, steady flow. Buddothpado. Truth of life and truth of mind. Truth no time can leave behind. Truth of birth and death made clear. The path of peace is always near. Wisdom of Asia, ever we go. Buddothpado Ariani, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado Ariani, Buddothpado Ariani. Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright, the Dhamma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way, the Sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado Ariani, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night, the fear is gone. Buddothpado Ariani, Buddothpado Ariani. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado
With deep gratitude, I worship my most venerable teacher, most venerable Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, who compassionately reveals the profound Dhamma in a way that awakens wisdom in the heart of many. Under the noble guidance and blessings of most venerable Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, I humbly begin today's Dhamma sermon. Teruvan Saranai to everybody. Today we reflect on a very profound teaching of Lord Buddha. The understanding that we call the world is not an ultimate permanent reality, but something deeply connected to our own thoughts, perceptions, and mental constructions. When we look around, everything appears solid and real. We see people, buildings, success, failure, gain, and loss. We become happy about certain things and deeply hurt about others. We believe this world outside is the cause of our joy and our suffering. But the Buddha invited us to examine more deeply. He asked us to look not only at the external world, but at the internal process through which the world is experienced. The Buddha taught that mind precedes all phenomena. Everything we experience is first processed through the mind. The eye sees a form, but it is the mind that interprets it. The ear hears a sound, but it is the mind that labels it as a praise or blame. Without perception, without mental recognition, what we call the world does not arise in our experience. Therefore, the world we live in is not merely an internal physical structure. It's a world shaped and colored by our own thoughts. This is the pure truth of the preaching of Lord Buddha. Years and years, though we listen to Dhamma, this clear teaching was not heard by us. Whatever the reason it may be, we were going behind. As seekers of Dhamma, there were many priests from whom we tried to get our problems solved. But we all know that nothing worked. What we listened as Dhamma was not exactly the Dhamma expounded by our Lord Buddha. We have listened to different kind of Dhamma. Those Dhamma preachings never led us in the correct path towards Nibbana. So, including myself and you all, got stranded. But fortunately, we did not give up our idea of searching for the correct path. Because we had practiced somehow the other to end up this samsara journey. We understood that this samsara journey is very dangerous. It is full of sorrow. Since we wanted to stop it truly, we went on searching the correct Dhamma. The Kalyana Mitran Vahanse's guidance we knew was very important for that. As Lord Buddha once preached Ananda Thero. Ananda, this sasana is totally depends on Kalyana Mitra Vahansa. True enough. Until we come across the Buddothpado the Dhamma preached by Buddothpado Aryan Vahansa, we really understood that, yes, unless otherwise there is a Kalyana Mitra Vahansa, the listening to a correct Dhamma is not possible. Now, fortunately, we have met our Kalyana Mitra Vahansa, who preached that Dhamma exactly expounded by Tathagata Loturu Buduраජාණන් Vahansa. He does not use Abhidharma to preach his Dharma. He used very simple language so that everybody can understand the essence of this Dhamma. Now we know for sure we have come to the path. We feel the difference between the Dhamma we listened long time ago and the Dhamma we listen right now. The determination, the perseverance and tireless journey of ours. Come true. Our dreams towards Nibbana is going to be realized. We have the assurance of it. The comparison drawn between the Dhamma we listened before and the Dhamma we listen right now, preached by our Aryan Vahansa. We have clear mindset towards Nibbana now. We would have got stranded unless otherwise we had met him. So my dear Dhamma friends, this is the high time for everybody to put an extra effort to realize this Dhamma. At a glance, you may think that this Dhamma is somewhat easy to understand. But the truth is, this is somewhat deep. But if the person has the desire to end up this samsara, of course, he or she can attain Nibbana. We know the path, we have found the path, so it's up to an individual to proceed in this path till we attain Nibbana. We live in this Buddothpado period. It may not come again to help us at times. That is why we call this time as the high time to understand this Dhamma. We should get the best out of it. We should not miss this chance for any reason. Here is the story about the mind or thoughts. As we all experience, thoughts appear and disappear. If you see the nature of thoughts, moment to moment, you will know that there is nobody here. There is no personal self here. There is no me. There is no me here. It is just nature. Listen to them. Get all your doubts clear. Then you will notice internally that you are becoming calm and at peace than ever before. You will notice that your anger and your internal agitations slowly fading away. You are on the spiritual path. You will not fall onto the lower realm. Slowly try to see there is no body, no personal self within, no me. Every moment you see this, you are stepping into a higher realm. Then only your internal fire and restlessness fade away. The one who sees that there is no personal self, he is called a Buddhist. Buddhist does not talk about a creator. A Buddhist philosophy is not a system of beliefs. It encourages you to check yourself, experience yourself, then only accept. If you think there are things out there, then you are not a Buddhist. If you consider there are no things but just an appearance, once necessary conditions at this moment are met, then you are a Buddhist. If you consider there is no separate self, Atmiya Bhavaya, then you are a Buddhist. Lord Buddha said, Bhava Nirodho Nibbano, that is, there is no personal self. It is Nibbana. These days, many are confused with the law of karma and Buddhist teachings. Buddhist philosophy is not a theory of karma. It is a wrong understanding. There are a lot of books written on karma saying Lord Buddha preached those. They say Lord Buddha preached how to go to heaven, etc. It appears some are totally mixed up with the teachings. As we all know, Lord Buddha's teachings are based on cause and effect. Ye dhamma hetu pabhava, te sang hetu tathagato abhisambuddha. Te sanchayo nirodho, evam vadi mahasamano. This is what Asajitero explained to Upatissa and Kolita, one who became Sarut and Mugalan after for some time. After listening to Lord Buddha's Dhamma, he simply said, Asajit Tero simply explained the Dhamma preached by Lord Buddha in few words. There itself we understand the Lord Buddha's teaching merely depends on cause and effect. Hetupala Dhamma. There is no doer. When necessary conditions are present, things happen. However, today most people hold on to the law of karma and they think if they do certain actions, then they can accomplish certain results. They are not real Buddhist. Do you know that how a Buddhist thinks? He thinks there is no individual self, personal self, or me there. For a long time, we have not taken this to be true. This is the problem. Today we have a kind of mixed up Buddhism with other religious systems. Some of the other belief systems have entered into Buddhism. On top of that, some teachers put their own space to teachings without experiential understanding. That resulted in wrong interpretations and wrong practices. Because of this, most people are confused and have become helpless today. They do not know what is right and what is wrong. Many have separated and moved away from the traditions as well as teachings. People can hardly hear the true teaching of Lord Buddha. What we used to hear actually all those days were misinterpretation of Buddha's preaching. That is why the path to Nibbana was very far away from us. We did not clearly understand what those preachings said. We were confused. We were doubted. That is why we had a question mark in front of us whether it will be possible or not to attain Nibbana. We somehow the other thought at least to make sure that we would not fall into a bad world by attaining Sotapanna. But again, we wanted to go in this samsara till we meet Maitri Buddha to listen to Dhamma and attain Nibbana. We all were impatiently waiting for that. But fortunately, we tell again and again, our Kalyana Mitran Mahansa has shown us that we are not away from Nibbana. We see that in this moment itself. If we listen to this Dhamma with the awakened wisdom, with a concentrated mind, understanding this Dhamma will not be difficult. It's possible. As we know that where there is a way, there is a, where there is a will, there is a way. We had a will, we had a desire. Therefore, we have found the way. It's our bounded duty to proceed in this way. This is the clear way to Nibbana. We are trying to bring back the true message of the Buddha. These are in line with the Buddhist scripture, Tripitaka. You should listen to Dhamma with an open mind. You do not need to rush. If you listen to Dhamma with a proper attitude, even one day in is enough to recognize the truth. If you sit and contemplate the teachings properly as intended, you rise as Aryan Wahanse, a realized Arahat. We tell all the time that there are no things outside. All in your mind only. If you recognize this, you are free from the outer world. The entanglement with the outer world will be released little by little. That is, you reach Sotapatti, stream entry. Then you have no return to the mundane way of thinking. You move to the higher realm only. No fall into the lower realm. Once you recognize that the external world is false, how can there be heaven or hell? then where do you expect to go? Here only a thought appears and disappears, nothing more. There is no existing thought or mind. Then how can there be a person or individual self? There is nobody here. Do you really recognize this? Buddhist teaching is Anatma Dhamma, non-self. Lord Buddha asked, is this I permanent or not? Chakku nichchato anichchato bante. What is the reply? Not permanent. Anichchata. If the I is not permanent, it is suffering, dukkha. How can you consider the I as self? Buddha's teaching is Anatta Dhamma, non-self. All discourses reiterate there is no self. Only this moment. All our Dhamma talks are in line with Tripitaka. Tripitaka contains suttas which are Buddha's narratives and discourses. If you read Tripitaka, you will notice this. Every discourse in suttas explains there is no self. However, this message has not been conveyed to our society properly because there is no spiritual backing in society. This country declined rapidly as of today. Modern people today need shocks to open up their eyes to reality. Otherwise, all are happily sleeping in ignorance. No one cannot move forward in the spiritual path by keeping one leg on the world and the other on spirituality. You have to understand Buddha's teaching properly in the purest form. As before you can offer flowers to Buddha and you can do other observances. However, you have to see your mind. Your thoughts constructs. You need to be aware that thoughts are false. There is nothing outside as you pursue them to be. Then you see the Buddha nature. You should do your rituals with this awareness. This is to remind yourself that whenever teachings are contemplated, your inner restlessness fades away. Now you are moving along the path of diminishing raga, desha, and moha. As we all know, these obstacle our journey. They are hindrances. They block our journey towards Nibbana. Because we attain Nibbana when the purification of mind happens. How do you get your mind purified? Getting your mind purified every day is called meritorious deeds. The desire to see the truth is called Akaravati Saddha. You have a mind, means you have objects like books, your children, your house or vehicles, etc., etc. All are merely thoughts. When you recognize thoughts are not real, then raga, dvesha, and moha starts fading away. Then your mind gets purified. If you become a slave to your mind, raga, dvesha, and moha increased. Little by little, we should remove these from our journey. We should always understand that they act as hindrances. They obviously block our path to Nirvana. So aren't we removing these obstacles? Maybe removing these obstacles at once will be difficult. Because we had those things in our mind right throughout. But after listening to this Dhamma, we have realized those appear as hindrances. Unless we remove them from us, our journey is covered. The journey is not possible. Having realized that journey is covered by those, and if we are to enter Nibbana, we should remove those things. Then we should act upon. Problems are detected. So don't we need to rectify the problems? Or do we get pressed on the problems? Or do we postpone the Nibbana? No. We should not postpone the Nibbana. We know for sure that the luck will not knock at our door twice. That is why we always say that this Buddothpada time is the high time to understand this real Buddhism. What exactly expounded by our Tathagata Buddhajanan Wahanse. When you watch a teledrama in a TV, you get excited. At times you become angry and you become sorrowful. And sometimes you become very happy, etc. Actually, you are looking at a glass screen and you are making your own raga, dvesha and moha to all those that appears on the screen. When raga, dvesha and moha are increased, you fall onto the lower world. However, if you know the truth of the mind, teledrama is another drama only. No matter, you can watch the drama without getting caught up with that, like a lotus leaf in the water, not getting wet by it. You can maintain serenity within no matter what happens in the drama. This is the skill one needs to develop. When you understand Dhamma, you can live a moral life without inner fire or resistance. You will not be affected by the eight vicissitudes of life, Atalo Dhamma. This is extinguishment. This is Nibbana. Your internal fire and restlessness are extinguished. A practicing monk in a monastery has a journey with his own mind. He's having an internal conversation with his mind. When a thought appears, he knows whether he was aware of it or not aware of it. He knows that he missed the attentiveness and went alone with the thought stream or not. He's aware of when contemplation happens. He knows that when he missed contemplation, he knows that there is nothing to contemplate, etc. You know now, there is a kind of internal conversation within with your own thoughts. You should know clearly here, this is not self-talk. I'm going on a journey with my mind. I do not need anybody. I am going alone with my mind. We do not need to tell to anybody about this journey. Can you do this journey? I'm talking with my mind. Sigiriya paintings are very beautiful. Like seeing the painted wall at Sigiriya. We need to see our own minds. We offer flowers to Lord Buddha in the evenings and mornings and be in silence. In that silence, we can contemplate many things that happens during the day. From morning to evening, what we did, what we talked, how many times our mind stray away, how we were in full awareness, how many times we missed Sihiya and went alone with the thought stream. To what extent we dwelled into thoughts. To what extent we were free from the effects of thoughts. This kind of journey with our own mind is very beautiful. Take a bundle of white sheets. Let us write on those sheets how we went alone with our own mind during the day. It will be like writing a beautiful story. At the end, you will find many written sheets in which the story will be very beautiful and sweet. We are writing a story about our own mind. We made the title as We Are Going on a Journey with Our Own Mind. We always go on a journey with our own mind. We take our mind to Nibbana. We show our mind the truth. We made our mind to see Nibbana. This is a wonderful story. Who can do this? What has happened to the people in this world? What these people are doing? Why aren't they going on this journey with themselves? Why don't they awaken to reality? Why don't they inquire and come to this spiritual path? We should be awakened to the seer in this journey. We have made this journey with here awareness. We have to follow the path of Nibbana. This is very sweet and beautiful. That is why we said we are going on a journey with ourselves. Our best friend is our seer. You have not found this yet. What you are thinking, is there any use of thinking? You should let go of everything and go to such a place. Otherwise, make your current place such as an atmosphere. Let go all, awaken to Buddha's path. Cross this ocean of samsara, of life. Ogataranaya. This is the end of samsara. The knowledge you already have is enough. No point in adding more knowledge. It is useless to try to read more and more books. Drop everything. Drop even the saying that you should not carry that raft used to cross the ocean of samsara. Awaken to the Buddha's path. That is a beautiful path to travel. We are going on a journey with our minds. We are taking our mind to Nibbana. Here, Siya and thoughts are the two on the journey we are talking about. The Siya will take you to Nibbana. If you have understood the Buddhist philosophy, Buddha's teaching, this will definitely happen. You will attain the supreme truth. You will attain supreme peace. Have this journey with here. All jnanas will be awakened. You will get all needed. Udayabha is not a big thing. You will recognize it only through Siya. A thought appeared, you were involved with it. This was seen. Contemplation happened. Freed from the thoughts stream, etc. Witnessing or seeing such happening is the Udayabha Jnana. It is a big word for you. No, it is an experience, knowingness. What can we say if you cannot experience this by yourself? Otherwise, you are carrying merely a baggage of knowledge only. We should travel on the path of Nibbana. This is the thing that should happen. Do not get caught up in this world of illusion. Vijnana Maya. Drop it. Moment to moment, drop it. Only be familiar and intimate with the Buddha's path. Deal with the path. This is the eightfold path. Come to Samma Ajiva through Samma Ditti, Samma Sankappa, Samma Kammanta, etc. are not mere words. This will happen with growing here. Through Samma Ajiva, through Samma Vayama, the Samma Samadhi happens. That is the Animitta Samadhi. The Samadhi happens through understanding the Buddhist philosophy. Objectless Samadhi. You are free from all complete freedom. Dhamma is all. Dhamma means the revelation happens through sihiya, or the recognition that there is nothing in vijnana. It is the yatha bhuta jnana, yoniso manasikara. This happens only when you are not deluded by vijnana maya. This happens only when you have spiritual maturity, kusalaya. This is the upasampada. This is the path of nibbana. This is very simple. Do not make it difficult. Path is very beautiful and sweet. Definitely you will find this. This here will take you there. Your own here will make you recognize the truth. We have been listening to this Dhamma now for many years. For some, maybe many months. What is to be understood? If the essence of this Dhamma is taken, it is to say that there is nothing outside. All are thoughts. Thoughts appear and disappear. We make different stories using our thoughts. Thoughts come after the other. Sometimes we get stranded in the thoughts while doing something else. your thoughts are taken you away from the work you may engage in. What will happen then? The work for which you should concentrate will not happen properly. Because your thoughts have become hindrances. The efficiency of the work, the effectiveness of the work will be deteriorated. That is why you need to be awakened to this moment. One who is awakened to this moment and concentrates towards what he or she is engaging, you will be successful in accomplishing it. All these are some actions that may come one after the other. You should be able to understand this. If you do things with concentrated mind, without making stories, either in the past or in the future, yoniso manasikāraya, that really helps you to attain Nibbana. If your mind is not calm and quiet, it always goes astray. You are not in a position to control your mind. Then how comes we attain Nibbana? We should understand the nature of these thoughts. If the Nibbana is to be attained, the concentrated mind is very important. We have met our Kalyana Mitran Mahansa, who helps us to develop our concentration through his preaching. He gives us the correct understanding. It's our bounden duty to put an effort to stop this endless samsara. Aran Mahansa, I worship you again and again. May you get the strength to deliver this Dhamma to the helpless people. They are listening to your Dhamma respectfully because they have understood the difference. They all have come to the path, but they still know that there is yet to travel. We know for sure the ones who have gathered around you will definitely enter Nibbana. That is your assurance as well. Aran Mahansa, I worship you again and again and again. May Triple Gem bless you all. Teruvan Sarnai.
page number 75. In the teachings of the Buddha, the past is only mentioned as Perasanya, Navasanya, past signal, new signal. This means that whatever we remember now, it is not from the past. It is information created only at this very moment. Nothing has come from the past. A spark that takes place only at this moment. Aryan Mahanse, now let us talk about your belief that you remember the shape of the book because it comes from your past memory. In the teaching of Buddha, the past is mentioned as Perasanya Navasanya, past signal, new signal. Means that whatever we remember now, it is not from the past. It is information created only at this very moment. Nothing has come from the past. A spark takes place with all information and it takes place only at this moment. This information that we consider as past memory is all a superimposition, layers of images, of information that is available in one spark, within which it also includes an illusion of a self. This spark happens moment to moment. It is not a continuous thing. The illusion of self is felt only from moment to moment, and this illusion of self is felt like we are living, and this feeling of self is a delusion. This superimposition of the feeling of self is called Chitta Aropanaya. Trillions of superimpositions of tables, chairs, sun, moon, trees, leaves are made up by the coming together of stimuli of color and sound. These superimposed things gives us an illusory feel that they are all real, that they are true, and that they exist. The spark is like a current that gives a feeling that we are alive and that we exist. Within the duality of I exist and the outside exists, we create an Asmimanaya. Asmimanaya means it is a feeling of this is me, it is mine, and I am living. With this feeling of me, we get attached to things outside, and it is called Nandi Ragaya. This strengthens the me concept even more, creating the next moment of illusory self again. Within this illusory moment of self-feeling, all information is included. It includes the sun, the moon, and everything else. When we look up at the sky, we know that the ground is below us. When we look at the brick wall in the room, we already assume all the other things in the room, like the bed, the chair, and the table, are there. There is only one thought at one moment, but trillions of information is within that one thought. When we say to see the truth in a thought, it means to realize with wisdom that this thought is a lie. It is an illusion. To understand the truth about a thought, you have to contemplate about how a thought is created. It is us who name the shape as a book. Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, so then, even the moment we will always see, hear, taste, smell, feel things. Sparks take place at all times with seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling, feeling. It does not stop, and we cannot stop it either. Aryan Mahanse, when we look at the mirror, we don't believe that the images are real because we are aware that these images are not true. Likewise, even when all the senses bring us various stimuli, sparks, you should be aware that they are not from the past, but the information was created only at this moment. We must be aware that there is nothing as the past. If we remember the past, it happens only at this moment, because each and every thought that is formed, it is immediately totally destroyed, just like how any other spark would burn out immediately. We should have a very good understanding about this moment. If you have a very good understanding about this moment, then you will understand what happens to a spark at this moment. Once you understand about the spark, you will know what happens to a thought which is also a spark. There is a spark that takes place at our senses. As long as we breathe, our senses will always be igniting with sparks. When we stop breathing, the senses also stop giving off sparks. Therwan Sarnai, everybody.
Therwan Saranai, Johnny. Therwan Saranai Aryan answer. Therwan Saranai, all the my friends. This is Buddothpado. English Zoom discussion. Here we discuss the pure Dhamma, where we help you to understand the reality of the world and whether there is an existence or not, whether you are living in this world or not, whether things you experience true or not. Are you living, or is it just an illusion? So each and every moment, our senses, they bring us sparks. So our life is a series of sparks. So we hear, we see, we taste, we smell, we feel, and the thoughts are always filled in the mind. So when do we start these thoughts, and when are we going to stop these thoughts? As long as we breathe, our senses always be ignited with sparks. When we stop breathing, the senses also stop giving off sparks. So today also we'll start our discussion. I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to initiate the discussion. Teruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Teruvan Sarnai. Aran, we worship Aran Wahanse and may Triple Gem bless you. So, as usual, we'll continue to discuss what Mr. Bernard and Shani was talking about today. It's we discussed this in different angles. It's the same thing. Yes, we every stimulus there is only the stimulus, but we felt differently. We felt as I felt the stimulus. I saw the stimulus. I heard the stimulus. I felt the stimulus. I thought about the stimulus. This all we knew. Now we know by learning this beautiful truth about ourselves. Now we know that we felt we projected it completely to the outside, and then of course when we project it outside we feel as here I am and the trees in front of you. But then when we come to know that it's only a perception, we come to the mind, and but then still we have the perception, kind of we have the mind consciousness still as a thing. Mind consciousness being a thing is because we feel that the perceptions are true, even though they are not outside, but the value has come down. We still feel them, just feel them as real when it comes to thoughts, specifically for mind consciousness. So this mind consciousness is very tricky. That is where we get trapped usually. But we have to understand all 6 consciousnesses like this. None of these consciousnesses are true. And mostly this trap of feeling like a thing is due to the speedy vibration of the sensor. So the feel that we get, the duality we feel, the trees outside, I'm here, was a illusion. That illusory feeling, we kind of we understand that really good. Then we come to the kind of perceptions where we have so many perceptions, billions of perceptions that come and go. Mostly, none of these perceptions are important to us. Only few are really important to us. It can be your mother, father, it can be your house, it can be your job, it can be your own figure, it can be your appearance, it can be your looks, it can be your kids, it can be your husband or wife, it can be grandkids, it can be the next world you were thinking of going to, stuff like that. There's so many like perceptions that we have, but most of the perceptions does not give you any feel. Some perceptions, when arise, you can feel it. So you know, still the perception level is active. So, but when the perceptions are, you keep understanding that the perceptions are just perceptions, nothing. It just constructs, mental constructs. All of these things that I was mentioning, they are all mental constructs. So when we understand these mental constructs or mind consciousness, the value of the mind actually goes down completely, and we don't feel anything with the mind, but we might feel the other five sensory senses where they keep vibrating so fast that we feel like that the light is actually happening, and it is happening in here. That is the feel we get in here. The feeling is that it's happening here, and that's where you understand it's not actually happening anywhere. It's just the eye only, because we over like our senses, there's always a doer or holder of the senses kind of thing. It is very subtle, these things. As in the eye is always my eyes, my ears, but that concept has already broken when we try to think about a thought of so we come to the thoughts. I put out a lot of thoughts: trees, trees, and the rivers, sun, moon, family, country, all that. But then there comes a very specific thought that we are struggling. Me, mine, I, me, mine. That is the thought we have. So this whole journey is to understand how this thought arises. This thought arises because of the duality, and the thought arises without anyone there. Actually, thought arises due to the fact that of this vibratory nature of the sensory organs. There's no doer actually here, no I, me, or mine, but we feel like that. How do you feel like that? That's where the magic is. What is the magic? Magic is that we feel I, me, or mine because when the illusory nature of the senses are not understood, we feel it as a thing. We feel it, not with, we can think about it too, but we feel it as a thing. So when we think about it in that way, I become a great thing. I have to go there, I have to do this, I will be, my family will be, in trouble, my life will be in danger. There's so many things that we think with I being the center. So we keep understanding this thought level. When we understand that outside, the thoughts are, that there's thoughts are not real, it applies to this thought of me, mine, I, me, mine too. That's the main part we struggle with. How to relate everything, the chair to the me. We never think that the chair and me are related. Are we? Are we actually related? This is how it happens. When the chair is felt as existent, definitely the self-vibration has arisen there. So it has also already has risen. So this is the main thing we understand. It just happens. Nobody does it. No one does it. You don't do it. I don't do it. So no one does it. It just appears like that. So that's how we understand how I, me, or mine has come into place. So when I, me, mine has come into place, there's a big story. So that is outside. Actually, that is the outside. The story is outside. So this story slowly calm down when we hear this Dhamma, we keep understanding every thought, including I, me, mine, is just another thought. It's not outside. It's just another perception. But the perception, so this is where the trick is, understanding or feeling the self-perception. So the self-perception is there until an person becomes an arahant. So the self-perception, even though it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, self-perception is there until you become an arahant. So the perception value will be becoming smaller. How do we know that? That is actually measured by how you feel about it. That's where the trick is. So the feel self-vibration. If you feel something that is self-vibration, that's simply, you can put it like that. Yeah, I'll invite someone else to join the discussion. We can discuss about it. Theron Sanai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. First of all, let's pay our homage once again at Aryan Mahanse's feet. Dr. Kokila, there are a lot of food for thought in your start actually. A lot of things to develop the discussion today. So Dr. Kokila, what came to me at once is when you were telling the sun, moon, river, all these perceptions, and when you said as long as the inhalation and exhalation happens, even Mr. Bernard mentioned that the sparking will happen. Sparking in the sense we cannot stop the function of the eye. No one can stop the function of ear, and so it's the same with other sensory faculties. So this is a natural phenomenon, and the ignorance we used to have is when the eye perceived certain shape of light, the name automatically came as river. But we used to believe I could remember the name river. When the eye perceived the moon, it became moon, and we felt, oh, if we cannot think of the name, I mean, at once, if we do not know what it is, in a little while, then it comes and it becomes moon, and we used to believe that, oh, I thought and I recall the name moon there, and it's me, as you said, it's me, it's I who is recalling all these past perceptions and attaching it, and kind of the role of the self was really evident. That before we heard this truth, how this telepathization works, how the two particles with the same properties despite the distance, if certain power is applied to one particle, it also the other particle, although it is in another galaxy, it responds to that. So otherwise we used to believe that these knowledge or an information, bits and pieces of information, they get stored in a certain memory lane in the brain, and we, through our skillfulness, we recall them, and okay, even same thing comes in the exams also. When we see the question, oh, it's I was thinking, I was trying to recall all the facts that I memorized and put it on the paper. So this illusion was only challenged with this beautiful uh, knowledge of truth shared by Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi. I had a time in understanding this telepathization. I might have asked so many questions from Aryan Mahansi. So once I remember, I was asking Aryan Mahansa, if we don't know the name of a certain shape of a light, some object, let's say like that, to communicate. So then how does this name comes? Because we were trying to objectify every concept, and when Aryan Mahansa says this name and form, we have mental images for name and form also. Then how do we, if we don't know that the name that goes with this shape, how can we say that always name and form come together, we cannot separate? So actually it's due to ignorance. And then what happens is, if we don't know the exact label for that, we would associate it with similar object and say it's like actually what I was at that point asking was some structure made of sticks like mess. So he said, you would associate it with something other, some other perception, and however, it's also nature. You cannot separate name and form. So that that was very beautiful. This telepathization plays a vital role in understanding this Dhamma from a scientific perspective. Otherwise, we always have that problem. If we live for, as Dr. Kokila always mentions, this shana, beautiful, the instant of liberation. So if the existence, we can't say it's existent, however, existence of a person or a being is only in that shana, how does this knowledge, we say wealth of knowledge, we say vast body of literature, whatever form, all come uh, all uh, comes in that one thought, because it's so miraculous, unbelievable also. But with this telepathization, even a huge mass of huge volume of uh, prior perceptions can spark at once in that single thought. It's the actually with that lot of doubts we had related to existence got cleared, got clarified. And again, Dr. Kokila, it is the same that in this section I heard that Shani was referring to the timeless nature of Dhamma. That is again, in other words, it's the same. What even in the morning discussion, Aryan Hanse mentioned, if you believe that you lived 40 years, all 40 years come in this single thought. And then if you say, I would do something in 15 years time in future, that is also this moment. Even this moment is a lie, it is also not existence. So that is very beautiful. And you can add and correct me, Dr. Kokila, Thiruvan Saranai. Others can also contribute. Thiruvan Saranai.
Yeah, Teran it's good. We have Surangika too. If you can add something to our forum, it's really good. Like we can discuss in several aspects how you see these things. Everyone see it quite differently. Important thing is to how to understand. Whether you feel it or not. If you are feeling it, it is a self-perception, yes, or the self-vibration, and that should slowly dwindle or say Dhamma, vaya Dhamma. Yeah, someone can add.
Therwan Sarnai, Dr.
Therwan Sarnai.
We worship Aryan Mahanse. Yes, I think Sudharma, or that Perasanya, Navasanya kind of aspect that I wanted to just touch on. I think we just use that terminology in Sinhalese, that means old perception and new perception. That's how the telepathization happens. So, but one should not get, I suppose beginners can also get slightly confused when one says Perasanya, Navasanya, but that is only from purely from an understanding perspective, to make it easier to understand. Only that kind of wording is used. Actually, there is no Perasanya or perception kind of thing. If one understands how the telepathization happens, and you said that, how it was a bit challenging for you to understand that whole concept as well. So once one understands that, how that spark happens, and we all know, having listened to Aryan Mahansa's talks for so long, how he recounts that experience that he had, I think so long ago, probably from his childhood, where he had gone to, I don't know whether it was Tiyatalava or someplace, Norelia or somewhere, where he experienced the early morning mist and the coolness of the air in a particular place, and then he had visited the same place 10 or 20 years later, and he had experienced that same experience. The body consciousness, the feel had been the same, and that was the trigger point for him to gain that realization that was reflected on later. So when one thinks about one's own experiences like that, each of us can recount so many things where we have experienced through the understanding of the true Dhamma, what we had in the conventional terms all these years before knowing the Dhamma, thought was memory, is actually through the, what was that called, tuning fork example, how that understanding is gained, because something that we don't know or see or even dream about, the moment we encounter a little part of it, the entire picture gets completed, isn't it? I think I've explained or discussed in a whole Zoom as well. I from an experience, I go to Sydney every 3 or 4 months, and sometimes I don't even remember the train stations. I don't even remember the names. And but if I get down, if I go from the airport to the train station, I can't even remember the train that I have to take. But moment I go down the escalator and I see a particular spot, the whole thing just, telepathizes in that very moment. So it's incredible, and that's just an example. But if you, for example, if you see a flower that looks like an Aralia flower, you'll immediately, the entire telepathization happens, and that Aralia flower and an vivid experience that one has had in one's childhood or somewhere else about the Aralia flower or the tree, or an experience or an incident around an Aralia tree, everything telepathizes in that very moment, isn't it? And that is the beauty of how one can understand how this the mind construct works, and the sparks and the vibrations occur, that everything is only in this moment. The construct is only in this moment. So in Pali, I think there's a term called Auta Sambhuta Uttanam Bhavisati, which means that without existing before, there is a construct now. And whatever that gets constructed now vanishes or ceases to be without a trace. And but it means that every moment is just that moment, and even that moment is not true, because when one understands the Dhamma, we know, as you quite rightly said, Sudama, it's an ever-flowing stream of stimuli. And Dr. Kokila, to your point, we can say that, there is a stimulus, and I saw the tree, I saw the mountain, and I think you corrected me the other day as well. It's not I know I saw the mountain. It's I saw the stimuli. It's the stimuli, isn't it? And that's all there has been. That's all there has ever been. And that is through that understanding only one gains the realization that there has been and always has been just that process of, because as long as the sensors are there, as long as there is an inhalation and exhalation of the breath, and the sensors, the vibration occurs in the sensors. If the sensor is faulty or damaged, there can be probably almost either a vibration or a different vibration, or if the sensor is not working at all, the vibration wouldn't occur. But as long as the sensors work, there is a manifestation due to the speed, and that is all that happens for that construct to happen. If the sensors are not working, there is no construct. So, and again, if I think about, but whatever those constructs are, those are still just perceptions. What we call all perception becoming new perception is the telepathization of perceptions occurring in that very moment. But how much we've talked so much in this room about the going to the Dunhinda Falls and feeling that the steam of the vapor of the waterfall and feeling that it is so real and all that. But one can be in one's bedroom or in the lounge and still recount or recall Dunhinda and almost visualize that experience to a certain extent. Because the body conscious is not so vivid, but at the same time, one can visualize, one can hear the roar of the waterfall, one can see the waterfall, like it will vividly appear in one's mind and so on. So where is that, from that one can understand it's all a mental picture, a chitta rupa, isn't it? And the chitta rupa is all that has been experienced, the spark occurring in that very moment, which is a combination of sparks from the light, sound, touch, taste, and smell, and so on, coming together in one Dhamma shot, which is the experience. You see, one can only say Dunhinda, and everything else that comes through from the light consciousness, the body consciousness, the feel of the vapor on one's skin when one had last visited Dunhinda Falls, all that will come in and complete that picture. Such is the creation, isn't it? Such is the trick that has kind of tricked us all this time to think that all these experiences have been real. But the beauty of the Dhamma is that through understanding that thought and the construct that happens here, which is occurring only in that moment, but that construct is also of no consequence, no validity, no value. And then Dr. Kokila, as you said, once we get out of that external reality aspect of it, there is still the perception. And as long as the perception, we give value to the perception, there is still that element of element that has to be gradually, what shall I say, gradually one has to understand to be able to transcend it, isn't it? And then finally, as you said, to the point of arahathood, the self-perception still remains, but will gradually, through the ceasing of the defilements and ceasing of the, what do we call those, taints, that gradual transcendence of the self-perception also occurs. If you can elaborate on any of those points, Dr. Kopila, Devan Sarma.
Yeah, I would just add something. A small child sometimes before this mind develop, will say so many things about the past life. So we can understand how tricky these things are. So the new bubble has not formed yet. New bubble in the sense, this film has not formed yet, but through the feel, the child is feeling other things, a lot of other things. Aranwanse actually talks about so many things that feel can telepathize. So both of you talked about the telepathization of this mind bubble, you know, our mother, our father, our childhood, whatever. But before this thought bubble started, the thoughts, the mind started, we had a feel and we felt so many things that we may or may be able to communicate. Some people actually communicate that and tell about the past lives. And when this mind grow fully, like it outpowers it, like it gets the whole power. So the feel has a different telepathization as well. Not different, actually. It is the same way. It happens in the same way. So you can understand how the light, the feel, the sound, that feel, there's no mind yet. I'm talking about a very small baby, there's no mind yet. But those feels brought some kind of vivid telepathizations, isn't it? So we can understand how this works. So this is endless. How this can be endless, in the sense infinite. And Lord Buddha has said, the person you meet on the road may have been your father or may have been your mother. Number of times. The grave that you're thinking of putting you in, you have been cremated there, or cremated, or the other one, can't remember now the word actually, but
Maybe just buried.
buried, yeah, maybe buried in exact your name multiple times. And we know how because we live in this mind bubble. When I try to say bubble, don't get confused, it's just about this mind I'm talking about. The bubble word follows it just automatically. So this one, how do I say this? Not this one. So kind of, yeah, this 45 years or 50 years or 60 years, 70 years, whatever that we talk about is just a little bit of that, So we have heard some Lord Buddha's time how mind liberated from one realm, born in human, and actually leave, like die, and reborn in the previous realm, the other person is asking, where did you go? The Deva is asking, where did you go? Such kind of telepathization is there. So this telepathization is a massive thing which happens everywhere, and we can't even restrict it to this 70 years or this 20 years or this whatever the time we are talking about. So you can understand what type of perception do we have, what kind of self vibration should we have to being subjected to this telepathization. Can't you see there's a linking? This is the link that will be broken. The self vibration, inability to, because this self vibration is arising at every stimulus, as we said. But there is a linking due to the ignorance. And this ignorance is being challenged by RN1, by telling this beautiful truth about how telepathization works. So, not even in mind level, even the feel level, none of these things. Yes, you can feel the Lord Buddha is I think the most renowned being for feeling everything. You just feel the other person, and you can feel the other person's every stimulus, isn't it? I don't know whether to say that in those words, but you can feel the person in front of you. The Lord Buddha could feel the person in front of you and could feel the whole past of that person's vibrations. How immense could that be? Could the feel be? Does that have a self? No. The lack of self actually gives that immense ability to become the person or anything. So we can understand how beautiful this whole thing is. At the same time, how we can misinterpret these things, like as I am the one who became the crow, I am the one who then next became the animal, like the wolf, and then I became the Deva, then became the Brahma, then I became the animal again. That's how the ignorance worked. But Lord Buddha didn't interpret it that way. That's the correct interpretation. What is the correct interpretation? Correct Dhamma. What is the correct thing? What's the truth? There's nothing like that. It's just a stimulus. So what happens to the link? Where's the link? There was a link, isn't it? There was a link. That was the main problem. Definitely, Aranwanse says, Lord Buddha says, yes, if you have the self-vibration you always would have effects. And he also reassures you if you feel the non-vibration. Yes, it's not 99.9%, it's 100%. You will become the non-vibration will be the thing one day. Yeah, someone can add to that. Yes, Devan Sanai.
Saranai, Dr. Kokila, when you were explaining this field aspect, something that some personal experience, I reminded actually when we were marking papers, especially essays of advanced level students, there is a marking criteria. So, for content, language use, creativity, mechanism of writing, so certain according to those criteria we have allocated certain marks like for language 10, then creativity 5, like that. So we are supposed to mark it according to those 5 guidelines and allocate like offer a mark like 10 out uh, 10 marks have been allocated for content, then another 5 for language, another 5 for creativity, another 5 for mechanism of writing. So, but if we read the essay and without looking at that, when we offer a mark through our instinct or gut feeling, ultimately, even if we uh, offer the marks under those 5 criteria, it becomes the same. And sometimes, especially in advanced level marking, the professor advises, okay, the marking scheme is there, the criteria is there, but if you strictly go by this, it is unfair by some exceptionally good students, so go by your instinct. So that actually in every field, this field works. Now I got this when you were explaining it because this field experience is there in, such areas also. You can explain it. So I just felt that as a personal experience, Doctor.
Yeah, that's actually still in this kind of thing because it is English, it is paper marking, it is everything in this kind of thing. Yes, it is a field that you're talking about. It is good, but sometimes you can feel how Aran talks about, you know, the so many stuff that is not even related to this system. So that's how the telepathization can work and how field can extend into. You can, we can only say examples. Yeah, it's all good.
But Dr. Kokila, the field that she mentioned is the Pruthajana field, isn't it? The conventional field, because at that time also one has feel, no? One has a feel about people. One has a feel about, you get that innate consciousness about actually feeling something. So in that instance of the example, the fact that the essay was beautifully written, that there is an essay, that it was written beautifully, and then there is an appealing to that particular teacher's conscious, depending on the teacher's experiences, it can appeal in a particular way. So that means all those things become real for that field. That field is not the Dhamma final when one transcends the
No,
senses. So that is quite different, isn't it?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That example comes to this bubble, like it's true because our ideas about people, our ideas about things, our ideas about even an essay comes from all the experiences we have. If we have been traumatized by a tall person, we might be traumatized by tall people. Like I'm just telling an example. But such wise, like if you are, if some in the small childhood, if you feel that what kind of someone like with a mustache or something like that is fearful, you might feel it throughout. That's the kind of telepathization what happens. The trauma, the same thing. But all the concepts we have built as a child, then postgraduate, graduate, the time when you actually work, everything adds up into this mind. But the field extends beyond this mind bubble. That was what I was trying to say. But the same telepathization is same. It's the same phenomena. The phenomena is not different. Phenomena is the same vibration. It's a feel, which can't be explained. We can have that in the deja vu feeling too, but it's quite difficult to explain in some ways. Yeah.
And that linking aspect that you mentioned is actually the self vibration, isn't it? Because
yes.
Not any other linking, and that is why Aryan once, I think, in the Andolnatmaka also said that when one analyzes the light and the sound and how those are comprised of, how this whole earth atmosphere and this whole the way the atmospheric conditions lend itself to these sensors and the, what do you call those things, the Shuddhashtaka forming, which is only something that gets manifested to the senses. And if that is such a false construct, then how can the thought be anything of substance, anything real? And when one sees through that whole thing, what breaks down is not only
Thiruvan Saranai, my dear listeners. As usual, we have gathered this way to listen another episode of Buddothpado sermons. So, first of all, I must pay my humble worship towards our noble friend Buddothpado and Nanse. At the outset, because without his guidance, we won't be hearing this Dhamma in this and today's we won't be hearing this Dhamma today. So actually we have been discussing about this most of the theory parts by now. during past sessions, from throughout past sessions. Now, actually, we have to know, and it is high time to put that understanding into a practice. So, what does that mean? So, whatever the things that you learn as pure truth, so you have to put them. You have to experience during your day-to-day activities. Otherwise, there is no use of learning another kind of philosophy. Because what Lord Buddha said is, this Buddhism is only for the intellectuals, and it is not a sort of syllabus. Once you have learned what is happening in this dependent origination, then the other part is for you to experience this dependent origination. So that is the way how it becomes more practical. So, and also only through this experiencing part, you will get to know it is absolutely the truth. So otherwise, keeping by heart something would be not helpful for you to convince that you have learned, you have been hearing this pure truth. So you have to experience the truth by yourself. So that will make you to feel if there is some kind of a transformation happen within you, that will prove you, that experience will prove you or convince you that you have listened to the pure truth. So the second part of this Dhamma is very much important in compared to the first half. First half is the acquiring knowledge and getting, in other words, getting know how this Dhamma works. The second half of it is the practical aspect of Dhamma, knowledge and the practical. In that particular, in the second half, you will start to experience what you have learned. So that will enable you to just from the second part only you'll be able to feel the purity, the truthfulness of what you have, of the Dhamma that you have learned. So that will bring about an internal transformation to you. So what is the correct way of putting this knowledge into practice? So actually speaking, you should not try to do it, but you have to do it. Why I said so? What we have learned so far is the way how nature behaves. That means we studied the way how nature behaves. That means we studied a certain system. Then we realized there is no such a doer here. There is no such a person as you think to declare the ownership of whatever the things that is happening, even in this present moment. In such a circumstance, even though you try to do it as the second half of this Dhamma, actually we are not the one who is trying to do it. That should also a part of the nature. But we think that we are making this Dhamma into practice. But it is not the actual thing that is happening here. It is also happens according to the order of the nature. So once you learned, once you realized, or once you understood that there is no living being here, as the second half of the Dhamma, the nature says that the knowledge is not sufficient. The experience is the most important thing, and the nature tries to convince us that absolutely there is no self here. So back again, what we do from the second part is allowing to nature execute its own way of happening the thing. That means once you learn this Dhamma in the first half of you will be learning this Dhamma as the first half of this Dhamma, and it is needed to put it into practice automatically. The need of putting it to certain practice will be happening automatically. So for that particular part, we recognize it as the second half of this understanding. First part comes as the knowledge. The second part comes as a experiencing part of this understanding. So how we make into practice? So first, as you learn through in the first half of this Dhamma, you learn that whatever the things that appear as true in the world, you have to experience that these are merely the projections. There is not kind of a truth, whatever the things that you deal with in the world. So that will enable you to experience the so-called worldly perceptions as another another set of unrealistic perceptions. So that means whatever the objects that you interact, or whoever the people that you communicate. So all these things become all these things become unrealistic. So non-existing things, and you tend to feel that these are only perceptions. So that's why experiencing the non-existence nature of the whatever the perceptions that you deal with will be happen in the very first stage of this experiencing Dhamma. So the trees that you see, as you see a tree, we'll take an example and see. When you see a tree, yes, you just try to um, contemplate and see whether there is an absolute kind of existing tree there. So then you will understand by analyzing, putting it into the knowledge that you gain in the first half of the Dhamma. So you do get to know that it is not kind of a really existing tree. That tree itself is a perception. So the way how the perception is formed, then you can recall. So with the form and the name, combination of the form and the name will be resulted in a perception called tree. So then you again try to contemplate and see whether this form is real. Then of course you try to analyze how the form has been taken place. So form is here the colors, different shades of colors in the tree that is generated in your eye faculty. The word or the name of the tree, it came into your ears as auditory perception, and the texture or the hardness or solidity that you felt from the skin sensor. So then you get to know in these particular instances, you can't find that these particular perceptions as real things. So then, of course, it is not very difficult for you to figure them out that you were dealing with a perception. But with the ignorance that you have, you assign that perception as a perceptions that has been, they are coming from the external world. But actually what you have, after um, tallying it, the Dhamma that you have already learned, you will get to know that this particular so-called perception of tree had been created within your own senses. So nothing came from outside. So the perception of tree has been created within your own senses. That means it is there as a thought in your mind. So whatever the perceptions that you are dealing with, each and every perception is coming at as thoughts. So in the very beginning, what you are understanding is you are not dealing with the outside entities. You are dealing with the thoughts which comes from your mind itself. This is the very first thing that you understand as you make these things into practice. So whatever the things you do in the day-to-day world, so we'll say if you an instance where you prepare a cup of coffee in the morning, right? Then you can it is not very difficult for you to understand that you were dealing with only the thoughts that are being created in your own mind. So you are taking your cup and you are putting coffee into it, and it is a thought, coffee is a thought, your cup is a thought, the hardness or the 3D nature of the cup is felt by your skin. It is also comes as a thought finally. So you are thinking that you are holding a solid or solid thing that is known as cup or mug. So when you pour water, hot water into this mug, so what is happening? You feel the temperature is rising. So again, it is detected from your skin sensor, and also you feel the nice aroma of the coffee. So then again, your sensors of the nose is getting activated. Then it gives a certain kind of a feel. Then from a thought you get to know that you are drinking, you are making coffee. So it has a unique kind of a smell. So then again you are thinking that you are preparing a coffee. So then how about the taste that you feel after drinking a sip from it? So you feel that unique taste from your taste buds. Again, it's a signal. It's a perception. With this perception, the perceptions that is carried about from the after sipping the first sip of this coffee, then you tend to feel the unique taste of it. Then what is happening? So it will create another kind of a thought. So those thoughts were fed into you in previous stages. That's why you tend to recognize it as a coffee. I'm drinking coffee. So that everything you are doing in this very moment can be uh, categorized or can be splitted into the thoughts. So you have been dealing or you have been interacting with the thoughts actually, but you think that you are the one who is preparing the a, a mug of coffee. But actually what has happened here is you are thinking that you are dealing, you are preparing or tasting a coffee. So how these thoughts came into the first time into your mind, then you have to go back and see the very first instance that you tasted a coffee. So in that particular moment, in the previous instance, the very first instance that you tasted a coffee, so you have never felt such kind of a taste, but the taste was different and you were given that a name for that different taste. So then in that particular point you learned that you were you were drinking you were tasting a coffee. Now the same kind of signal comes in this moment as well. So that is the mechanism of which how you mechanism how you identify this taste as a coffee. The same kind of a signal keeps coming again and again. From that you understand that you from that you will able to understand you are drinking a coffee. So back again, if you put it into Dhamma, so what you can understand here is in the very first instances that when you sip your first sip of coffee is also a perception. Was all it is also came into your mind as a thought. The thoughts are not real. In that instance also your senses made you to feel that a different kind of a taste. For that state, for that particular taste, someone put an auditory name for that you heard in from the your ear sensor. So then those two things got coupled each other. So then you got to know this different taste is known as coffee. So the same thought came into the mind when you sip a coffee this time. So this is the Chutisita, known as the present moment. Present moment, even you were experiencing another kind of a thought. but how this thought was created in the first time, in the previous instances, that is also happened as a result of interplay between your own senses. So the whatever the senses that are made, that make particular perceptions, are not real. So in the previous instance, you felt it as a real thing, but it is not a real kind of a feeling. That feeling also came from a thought. Today also, you are interacting with the thought. So there is nothing to be taken as real in this present moment even. In the previous instances, there was nothing to be taken as a real thing. So every time what you felt is an interplay or result of a certain interplay between your senses. So the feeling of the unrealistic nature of the perceptions that you received, that you perceived in the previous instance, is the Pobbe Nivasanuseñana. So now you understood that the previous instance that when I tasted the coffee was also not true thing. But due to the ignorance, I took it as a true kind of a feeling. But again, today also when I'm tasting this coffee, I felt the same thing. But it is also not a really existing kind of a perception. It is just a perception. So this is the thing is happening now. So this understanding is the current understanding. So it is known as Chutupapadana. The previous instance, previous thing was known as Ubbenivasasanusajnana. The present thing can be known as Chutupapadana. So in these two instances, now you realize that you were dealing with a perception only. So in previous instances, you were thinking that you were drinking a cup of coffee. Today also the same thing happens because you felt the feeling of the coffee or taste of the coffee is similar to your previous experience. But these experiences are not real. So actually what has happened is the person who experienced this particular feel of the coffee was not there in the previous instance as well as this instance. So because now you understood this, you were not there in the previous instance as well as this instance. This comes through this only through understanding. So I don't know whether you can understand what I am telling, but I'm trying to explain as much as possible. But due to the limited capabilities in my vocabulary, so I can't clearly give you the message. I don't know whether you can take it or not. Anyway, I'll try to keep do I'll try to explain as much as possible. So what I wanted to highlight here is in the previous instance when you were tasting a coffee, you were not there actually. Even now you are not here, even though you tasting a coffee. So this kind of feeling should be there in the app when you apply your knowledge into day-to-day practice. In previous instance, as you are dealing with the thought, so thoughts are not real. So in that particular thought, there was no such a thing called coffee that you were tasted. You are tasting a thought. So if it was not a real kind of a thing, there had not been a real person to feel this feeling of thoughts, taste of thought, taste of coffee. And if you try to analyze this moment, so even this moment you were you are tasting only a thought. So these thoughts are not real because they are being made from your own senses. So if it is not a real kind of a thing, there won't be any chance of creating a self underlying that thought as well. So in the previous instances, there had not been a self to perceive that particular feel of the coffee. And now, in this moment, now also, there is no such so-called person to perceive that particular feel of the coffee. Because all the time you are dealing with perceptions. So that makes you to feel, that makes you to understand how this Pubbenivasanusati jnana and Chutupanmata jnana how these things work out. So actually what we want to feel is in day-to-day practice, things will happen without a self. Things are happening without a self. Certain things happened in the past without a self. Or in any particular thought, you have been dealing with thoughts, and these thoughts are not real, and you were dealing with an illusionary kind of thing as worldly or worldly objects, and these things are not real. So you have been dealing with an illusion up to now. And in that particular, if it is an illusion, there is no way of creating a self, absolute kind of an existing self here, because you yourself is also becoming a part of that same illusion. So you can't be a real thing either. So absolutely, there is no self. You can't find any kind of a living being within that particular illusion. So you yourself is also not true. So that's that kind of understanding uh, can be acquired if you put this whatever the things you learn as knowledge into the practice. So so that so uh, you can put it into practice in day-to-day life. Uh, so we'll take an example, another kind of example, washing clothes, washing your laundry, doing your laundry. So if you put it into the washing machine, so it is a thought. So you see how it is, those uh, things are get washed. It is also a thought. So these thoughts are not real because thought has been made from your own senses. So senses are not creating the falsely kind of perception. So there can't be a truth within that particular different perceptions. So there won't be any chance for creating kind of existing uh, or, or living kind of scenario of washing, doing laundry. So if it is a not real kind of activity, so there won't be a person who is real doing this particular non-existent activity. So you yourself is, you can see that yourself is not real in that particular activity either. So likewise, you can try to incorporate this knowledge into day-to-day activities and see whether in that particular activity you were there or not. So it is the way how you put into this knowledge into practice. Absolutely, at the beginning, it is a very slow going process because you have to think. So we will take another thing. So if you have started sweeping the floor, so you have to take the broom or you have to take the vacuum cleaner. So you have to hold it tight. So all the instances you just apply your penetrative insight that you gain through the Satyajnana or the previous half of your acquiring knowledge into into this instance. So you are hold. So take that you are seeing the broom, the instance where you have seen the broom first. So it is captured from the eye sensor. So eye sensor created certain perception. Then you went there. So it is also a perception. So this you think that you walk towards this broom. It is another thought. So these thoughts got created from the sensors that are received, that the impulses that are received from your foot and the eye. So it is those are thoughts. Then you try to hold this or grab this broom. Then you feel the solid nature of the broom. Again, it is an impulse that received through your skin sensor. So it makes you to feel something, the hardness of the broom. So hardness is, or the solid nature of the broom has been created in the skin sensor. It is the functionality of the skin to make you to feel uh, as hard thing. So it is another kind of a perception. So every time, everywhere, whatever the activity you engage in, you are dealing with the perceptions. The perceptions are created within your own senses. So these perceptions are not real. So when you start to apply your penetrative insight that you acquire through the first half of uh, the understanding into the practice, now you can realize everything happens automatically without engagement of yourself. So you think that you are engaging in washing your clothes, but it is another kind of a thought. The only thing happened in this particular activity is sensory or interplay between perception, different perceptions. Now again, with the understanding, these perceptions are not real. Only some kind of an interplay between among these senses had been taking place. This is only. So in the third step, you will be experiencing that thing. Whatever the thing you perform, there is only an activity, only ongoing activity among your own senses. So then what will happen? Whatever the thing you perform as an activity, so if they are just an interplay between the own senses, so where you can assign a self, how can you declare an ownership for that particular activity? Would it be there a self who is doing that activity? Then you will realize there is no so-called person called me who performs that particular activity. In the fourth one, you tend to feel everything will be happening without a self. So this is the very most important thing that you could experience when you make this Dhamma into practice. Everything happens without involvement of a self. Everything. So either you were taking a bath, either the instance where you work at the office, when you drive your car, the driving is happening. But who is driving? There's no one who drives the car. But the process is happening, the activity is happening without a self. Because with the understanding, you know that there is no any kind of a chance to be there, a certain kind of living individual. The activity keeps happening, but you can't declare that you are the one who is doing this activity, because with the previous knowledge or previous understanding, you can't ever assign an ownership to whatever the thing that is happening from the senses. So sensors are responsible of making this kind of illusionary kind of thing, the activity, so-called driving activity, is an illusion. It is not actually happening. So can you assign any kind of ownership towards this illusionary thing? No, it is the illusion, it is the mirage. So if you happen to think that you are the one who is driving, back again you have your ignorance makes you to feel like that, because you missed this point. You couldn't apply the place where you couldn't apply your penetrative insight to that particular instance, that particular activity. That's why you felt that you were driving the car. So if you could apply this clear understanding into that particular instance, so you should be feeling that the driving is happening without a self. There's no chance of creating a self or declaring any kind of ownership to that particular activity called driving. Driving keeps on happening without a self. These things you can really experience, definitely. So no one say that you can't experience these things. You can experience, because first of all, you have to have certain clear idea of what Dhamma says, how the nature rolls out, how nature tries to build up a falsely kind of illusionary movie. So this you are watching a certain kind of a movie. This movie won't be a real thing for you, because you know what is happening actually. What is happening here is certain kind of a projection is going on. This projection is not true. How this projection had taken place, it has been created by your own senses. So you can't experience anything other than the projections of your own senses. You yourself also a product of your own senses. So there is no chance of creating a living kind of self in any instance. Whatever the activity you perform, maybe eating, running, sleeping, jumping, laughing, struggling, fighting, in all these instances, a certain activity is happening, but without a self. This can be experienced. These things can be experienced for sure. The only thing what you have to understand is the reality. The reality is what Lord Buddha said to the world. The message. What was the message? There is no so-called self here. Absolutely, you can experience. You'll be able to experience this particular moment. So back again, if you once you start to experience the non-soul nature of each and every thought, then what will happen? In the following thought, also you will see the next thought, in the next thought also you will see the non-soul state. So what will say? It will make you certain kind of confidence feel that there is no such a self within me. And also you tend to feel the feeling of this existence now starts to getting dissolved, now begins to dissolve. It is a certain kind of another feel. Previously you declared ownership to each and every activity that you perform. Now it does not come as that. So you can keep watching how the activities are happening without a self. So that will bring about certain kind of a relief feeling, relaxed feeling. Now you are starting, or now you are experiencing the liberation of the mind. So it is another kind of a feeling. So that feeling is known as a feeling that comes along with the fading out of your own defilements. The sense of dissolvement of yourself can be known as a feeling that comes along with the fading out of your own defilements. Those things are same. So what are these defilements? You had uh, greed, hatred, and delusion. So with the understanding, only you getting through all these things, not by doing certain meditation, or especially not by doing concentration meditation. It only comes through the realization of Dhamma. Diminishment of defilement per se give you a certain kind of an assurance for you that you are moving along, moving forward in the correct path. In other words, you will be feeling that your self is dissolving. It is self-convincing thing. So that's why this Dhamma is known as Sandittika kind of Dhamma. Sandittika means self-realization, so self-convincing. So you will be able to feel that your defilements are fading. How these defilements starts to fade by acquiring the three sciences. So what are these three sciences? Pubbē nivāsānussati jnana, seeing this previous perception was devoid of self, and the Chutupapadana, the second one, the present thought is also devoid of self, and all these two jnana will contribute to dissolvement of the self. So that will lead to acquire the third science. What is that? the diminishment of your defilements. So that is the asavakya jnana. So all these things are feelings. All these three sciences are feelings. You didn't feel a self in the previous instance. You don't feel a self in this particular moment as well. You don't feel, you feel the uh, reduction of the feeling of the self when compared with the previous instances. That is this asavakya jnana. So all these things are feelings. You will be experiencing these feelings. That gives a certain kind of a self assurance that you are there in the correct path. So I think it is so complicated. It is somewhat complicated, but don't try to take this as another set of knowledge. Just now you have already gained adequate amount of knowledge because you know how your perceptions make a certain kind of a unrealistic illusion. So you yourself is a misconception. So there is no such a living being called self here. So now your wrong vision has gone. You know definitely that there is no self here. Only kind of interplay between among the senses is going on. So there is no chance of declaring any kind of ownership for that. You know these things. So let this understanding act upon your day-to-day activities. This is the practical aspect of Dhamma. So once you make it act on your day-to-day activities, so it will give you, it will able to, you will be able to experience the truth by your own, on your own. It will be self-convincing. So finally, what you will achieve is what you will feel is the non-soul feel. Actually, there is no such a different kind of non-soul perception. But non-soul feeling is a different kind of a perception that you have never felt before. So you have been feeling a self kind of a feeling throughout your lifetime, but you have not felt the non-soul feeling. It is a feeling. It is a feeling. It can be felt, definitely. So, with the invitation for you to, with an open invitation for you to see this absolute truth, I'm winding up today's explanation. So we can talk further tomorrow as well. And until then, I'm saying Teruvan Samai to all of you and good night. Thank you for listening.
It is a thing that we truly believe that exists outside. But what it is actually? It is a spark from the sight and a spark from the hearing sense. And these two sparks come together and create a book to us, which we believe truly exists outside. We name the thought that is created with the shape, color, spark, plus a sound spark as a book. Then we say a book, it is a shape and a sound together. The process of the sound and the color coming together is called it sampatichan. Actually, what is a book then? We receive a shape, spark, and we name that shape, spark, with a sound, spark. Did the book come from somewhere? මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ, it came from the past. ආරයන් වහන්සේ, now what you said just now creates a big problem. You see, if there is a past, then you would also feel that you existed in the past as well, wouldn't you? That concept of coming from the past does not align with the Dhamma because it confirms to you that you exist now and that you had a past as well. Do you understand? If you believe that you exist now and you had a past as well, you become a thing. In order to realize that I don't exist, we tend to create many other irrelevant things, don't we? There is nothing as the past. The Buddha said, Auttanam Sambhutanam Utkanam Bhavisati. This means that the spark created at this present moment is created only at this present moment. It was never created in the past. And this spark, which is created only at this moment, would immediately die off or disappear without any trace of it at all. Nothing is left behind in a spark. Let us see the problems we would encounter if we believe in the past. Supposing there is a bucket of water full to the brim, and if it has a tiny hole somewhere, wouldn't all the water leak out of the bucket? Believing in the past will not allow you to realize the pure truth. Another example is if a ship is sinking in the ocean, no matter how much you try to remove the water that gets inside the ship, unless you plug the hole through which the water comes in, you will not be able to stop the ship from sinking. Likewise, if you do not understand how the past does not exist, you will not be able to realize the pure truth. You have to fully understand the teachings of the Dhamma. If there is even a little bit of ignorance about the Dhamma